on our YouTube page. It's also on our site. You can watch each of the sessions. We had incredible speakers from Dannon, EA, Visa, Walgreens, and of course our good friend from Burger King. So feel free to check those out when you have a moment. And before we kick things off today, I'd like to share a couple tips with you guys, a few things just to know if this may be the first time that you're tuning in to a Brand Innovators Livecast. We recommend that you view today's livecast using the Google Chrome extension. If you use Google, we definitely think that's the best way to view. Once you download it once, you won't have to do it again. So it's really simple. Another tip that we find is helpful is there is a button at the top of your screen there of the Cisco WebEx platform that says, has a little slider, and there's an option for grid view there. We recommend you go ahead and hit that now. That'll give you the ability to see both of the speakers side by side during the conversation. It doesn't toggle back and forth, which we've heard from feedback from our community is, can be a little bit daunting. So we definitely recommend you you go ahead and click that now if you'd like. Last thing we'll say is another special thank you to Cisco WebEx for being our technology partner and for powering today's broadcast. So without further ado, I'm really excited to bring to the stage Jeremy Siegel. He is the Vice President of Site Strategy and Digital Integrated Marketing at Viacom CBS. So we're excited to have Jeremy here today to kick things off.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Yeah, really excited to be here. It was a great reason to get back into a collared shirt after several months for me. So thanks for having us. And again, thanks for partnering with Viacom CBS. So on that note, really excited to introduce one of my colleagues who's going to kick off the day with a keynote and a few of her team members. I'd like to welcome Lydia Daly to the stage to introduce the topic at hand. Lydia is our Senior Vice President of Velocity Creative Strategy and Cultural Intelligence at Viacom CBS. So welcome, Lydia.
Hi, Jeremy. How are you?
Doing well.
Nice to see you. Let me get my video going. Okay, here I am. Okay, well, it's our second day here, actually. So for some of you, you may have seen us yesterday. We presented our 2020 effect about the experience economy, and today we're here to share with you a second installment, which is going to focus on the future of influence. So Ariel, if you want to share your screen, and we'll go straight into the slides. So while she's starting, just a reminder, we are from Viacom CBS, and we are part of Velocity, which is our in-house branded content agency within Viacom CBS. Today, you are hearing from myself, but also from Hawa and Ariel, who are two fantastic members of the team who are going to take you through all of the insights. I'm going to bore anyone who was here yesterday now with the same slides I shared yesterday for context, but I will whiz through them. So first of all, we are the Creative Strategy and Cultural Intelligence team. So when we speak about creative strategy, we're talking about infusing all of our creative work with insights that are grounded in consumer research, cultural relevance, and audience expertise. And then when we speak about cultural intelligence, it is all about inspiring our partners with thought leadership, research, trend casting, and kind of inspirational presentations, which hopefully you'll find this one. When we are looking at cultural intelligence, we are deciding on what to study and what to focus on by looking at it through this filter. So we want to make sure we're looking at the overlap between what matters in culture, what's happening in culture on any given day or time, and then the overlap between what matters in marketing and, more importantly, what should matter to marketers. And we're finding that the overlap is definitely getting bigger. Audiences are demanding that marketers and marketing campaigns pay more attention to what's happening in culture. And so how do we decode culture? So what are the tools that we use? So as expected, we're definitely doing qual and quant, as you would anticipate, but also we're doing things like semiotics and culture tracking. So semiotics is the study of signs, symbols, and visual language, very useful when trying to decode what's happening on any particular social media feed. We're also doing expert interviews. So if we're studying a particular subject matter, we will try and find experts in that field or in adjacent fields to kind of add some context and nuance to whatever it is we're learning about. We're also using a variety of social intelligence listening tools. We want to prove out hypotheses that we have, or just listen to conversations to kind of uncover trends and see where they're starting and just see where they're going. And then lastly, we do something called the velocity trend method. We have created our own way of defining, measuring, explaining, monitoring trends, and understanding how they're evolving over time. And then culture is not just our practice, but it is our passion. So even though we're all paid to study culture for a living, it's definitely something that's inherent in every team member. We are a diverse team, both from an obvious sense of that word, but also in the sense that we come from different backgrounds, we have different interests, and we are very much interested and interesting in participating in culture at large. And that is still true even when we're going through a global pandemic, because we can do everything that we used to do in person virtually in some capacity or other. But today we're here to talk to you about the 2020 effect. This is a mini study series that we started in mid-March. We went into lockdown. Well, we first worked from home on Friday the 13th. I remember it clearly at Viacom CBS. And I want you all to cast your minds back to that period of time, because you'll remember that in those first few days and weeks, I think we all thought we were going back to work in a couple of months. We thought the kids would be back at school before the end of that particular term, and none of that was meant to be as it is now, indefinite, and feels like it's going on forever. However, what is interesting is that even when we thought it was only going to last a few weeks or a couple of months, the impact was immediate on so many different facets of our lives. So it impacted teens, mental health, experiences, as we discussed yesterday, relationships. Think about COVID divorces and the idea of corona babies, the grocery industry, the retail industry, travel. It often felt like there wasn't one aspect of our lives that wasn't somehow impacted. And secondly, when you think about the work, so at the time for us, marketers who were in-house, but also advertisers that we were working with, were starting to pause everything. Like, what do I do now? I just sent an RFP to you, but now we're all going into quarantine. So I need to pause on that and work out what the hell should come next. And so this was a question that we wanted to help answer. So the team focused very quickly. Within kind of a week of lockdown, we launched our first version of these mini studies. And so each week, we've done 14 to date. We're now doing them on a monthly cadence. But we have looked at different areas that we think are interesting to kind of track the signals, emerging behaviors, and potential long-term effects for marketers. As mentioned, we took everybody through experiences yesterday. We are here for 3 days. We're going to do influence today. And if you want to come back tomorrow, we're going to look at Black Lives Matter. But without further ado, we're going to get started on influence. And so I'm going to hand you over to Ariel to take you through some of the learnings on rebranding influence.
Hello, everyone. Happy to be here. Today's presentation is called Rebranding Influence. So with such a tumultuous year in effect, I'll start by saying that the desires for information and relief have become highly sought after commodities. In 2020, we're looking for content and creation and content consumption that takes on a more meaningful dynamic. So today we'll share with you on how brands can align on consumer desires across 3 different shifts within the sphere of influence, speaking to new archetypes, content realness, and squad power. Celebrities, creators, and brands have the opportunity to expand the scope of their influence by spreading awareness, creating change, and building community. In the beginning of the pandemic, there were lots of hot takes around the state of the influence and if this was survivable during this time. Questions in the headlines arose like, is this the end of influencing as we know it? Have influencers really lost their shine? Have they further inflamed the tensions between the haves and have-nots? Over the past few months, we, the fans of our favorite celebrities, creators, and brands, have also been at home, causing the sphere of influence to be under extreme watch, leading to some harsh realizations and if our loyalties should even remain. Ellen compared her mansion in lockdown to jail. Cringy celebrity empathizers thought John Lennon's Imagine song would cure our problems. And quite possibly the worst of them all, some influencers thought monetizing their presence against social justice movements like Black Lives Matter would actually work. So as cultural strategists at Viacom CBS, we took notice of countless others who have done their fans wrong, whether it be fleeing a New York City apartment during a stay-in-place order or being called out for past racist behavior. Cancel culture came in as a strong force in 2020, making accountability and change as important as ever. But despite the slew of cancellations we continue to witness, 2020 has also opened the gates in many other areas. Everyone is finally on every platform, from teachers to skincare influencers and even your grandparents. Music is taking on virtual environments in ways we never thought possible. Take Travis Scott's Fortnite concert reaching over 28 million unique viewers as just one example. And lastly, marginalized voices are finally getting the audiences they deserve, where we as content consumers are taking a more conscious approach towards who we choose to follow. We've seen just a few ways the state of influence has been impacted over the past few months. I want to hand it over to my colleague Hawa to take us through more of the long-term shifts and how celebrities, content creators, and brands are evolving.
Thanks, Ariel. So Ariel just walked us through a lot of the shifts that we're seeing this year, but what is really going to stick? And we have 3 different territories that we're going to look at today. The first is the rise of new archetypes. We're moving from a sense of aesthetics as aspirational, more towards action and change making. The rejection of authenticity. We're moving away from curated feeds and really top-down latte art and your favorite salad and sky pics to realness, something that feels a little bit more raw and vulnerable and transparent. We're also seeing the power of community, moving from the selfie to the squad. This isn't necessarily about the individual's brand anymore or their version of how they're selling themselves, but rather the community and the collective that they're creating around themselves. So we'll walk through 6 codes within each of these territories, and codes for us are signals or signs and the accumulation of them in order to make sense of what's happening in culture right now. For the rise of new archetypes, we have the informer and the exposer. For the rejection of authenticity, bear it all and all on the table. Power of community, goal squads, and super tribes. I'll walk through the rise of new archetypes before passing it back to Ariel for the rest. So with the rise of new archetypes, we're seeing a couple different ways that influencers, creators, celebrities are stepping into new roles. The first of these is the informer. So as the world is in this space of misinformation and disinformation, the void of facts and truth are now being bridged by these informers. So people aren't necessarily looking to influencers for lifestyle content as much anymore. They want to understand, fans want to understand what their stance is on certain issues, what their values are, and what sort of information they can share with their communities and fandoms. As coronavirus took place, we saw 1.3 billion minutes watched of news and politics in the creator live streams in the weeks after the outbreak. So this desire for news and information and for creators to really share that is rising. We also saw 3 billion interactions on influencer posts around COVID-19 in the beginning of April of this year. And this has expanded beyond coronavirus in so many different ways. The Prime Minister of Finland, who's 34 years old, enlisted social influencers in the government's efforts to contain the coronavirus pandemic, arguing that they are just as useful as mainstream media. And during this crisis, they can inform the public fast, clearly, and accurately. So we had people like Knox Frost, who is an AI influencer, partner with the WHO to push information around the pandemic. We're seeing an increase of love for our government officials. People are considering themselves Cuomo-sexuals. Health professionals, essential workers are sort of rising to the surface as influencers who are providing necessary services and information. Everyone also wins in this new landscape. Side hustlers are democratizing their knowledge around unlikely careers, side gigs, freelance hustles, and niche areas of business. Whether you're a finfluencer or a beauty TikToker, people are really opening up the way that they are making their own money, the way that they're pushing into these side gigs, and hoping that their fans can take what they know and do that for themselves. And finally, nudity is now activism. We're seeing this as a way to increase attention and hack attention to drive home a message for democracy, justice, fundraising, whatever it might be. Little Dicky is an example. We also have Booty for Biden. People are hacking the algorithm of what people are paying attention to in order to drive meaningful messages. The effects of what we're seeing are really transforming social platforms. So TikTok, young people are spreading awareness via performance. So using the performative nature of the platform, the songs, the choreography, they're able to push messages that are a bit more meaningful, whether that's talking about reverse racism, Anonymous, the death penalty, the foster care system, or Black Lives Matter. On Instagram, we're seeing this photo-based platform move more into a text-based content. So we're seeing slideshows and resource guides that are being turned into highly designed, really eye candy, eye-catching text and content. This Instagram account, So You Want to Talk About, is full of these one-word things that you can sort of click on and swipe through a slideshow and learn more about. This one happens to be about the wildfires in California. And lastly, Google Docs is galvanizing communities to share resources. So this place where we often share time with our coworkers, where we're editing documents and spreadsheets, has now become a resource guide for the public. People are treating Google Docs and spreadsheets as ways of archiving information and sharing them to inform others. The exposer. So we've also seen the rise of a new archetype that has illuminated many of the gaps in terms of equity in America. With the rise of transparency, the exposer archetype is shedding light on unequal structures and policies. 85% of young consumers would stop buying a brand they're loyal to because of a scandal, and young people want to support the Black Lives Matter movement. They want to see brands intersect into that with a level of authenticity, with a plan and steps outlined on how they plan to act against the statements that they're creating. Because if there is a gap in terms of what you're saying versus how you're acting, the exposer will step in and illuminate those injustices. That's happening in a few different ways. First is corporate callouts. People are speaking up against the brands that they work for, whether that's Sola at Bon Appetit, or the young woman who's standing outside of the Adidas headquarters and speaking up about injustices, racist practices, and inequality that's happening on the inside at the brand. Also, there is industry transparency with certain hashtags like Publishing Paid Me that reveals advances, exposes wage gaps across race, gender, and ethnicity. It's creating a storm around who gets paid the most for publishing work versus other people. And this comparison creates a level of transparency that allows for more conversation and pressure to bring equity to the industry. And lastly, college students are now private investigators. They are tattletaling on their campuses for different protocols that they might have on COVID-19 that aren't meeting standards, insufficient meal services, and how life on campus truly is during a pandemic. So they're creating TikTok videos and a lot of content that is exposing and breaking news about what's happening on campuses before journalists ever get the chance to get there. I'll pass it back to Ariel to take us through the rest.
So next we have the rejection of authenticity, from curated to real. What do we mean by this? So if 2019 was the rise of authenticity, and the reason why I put that in quotes is because authenticity in the past was often still constructed. The future points towards more of the rejection of this, a public reckoning, if you will. So calling for an actual behind the scenes look into our daily experiences and the taboo topics that often pervade them. So first we have Bear It All. It's all about embracing our full selves. Consumers are empowering each other to make the internet a space of comfort and a space for content that allows creators to essentially bear it all. So that's from the emotions they're feeling to the struggles they're facing. In fact, 2 in 5 young consumers appreciate brands providing ideas to improve mental health during this time. And we're also seeing a ton of views across highly vulnerable hashtags on TikTok, such as hashtag toxic relationship. How this shows up in culture, first we'll talk about therapist type content that is almost essential nowadays. These are creators who are here to make sure that we are okay. By normalizing vulnerability, therapist influencers are providing a playful and performative environment that comforts and relieves us. There's a drastic move towards accepting yourself in 2020. So specifically here, Sienna Mae Gomez, an influencer who has popularized the low-waisted pants trend, reminds her followers to embrace their bodies as they are and not conform to societal norms. And lastly, content creators, for better or for worse, are holding themselves accountable. After making offensive remarks to both Chrissy Teigen and Marie Kondo, Chef Allison Roman asks her viewers to email her with advice and guidance on how to do better, opening herself to face difficult conversations that would consequently arise. Today, true authenticity means working on yourself in public. Next, we have all on the table. 2020 is about putting it all on the table. There's no boundaries between your personal and professional identities. Stress is at an all-time high, and the stakes for survival are constantly top of mind. When 77% of young people are saying the world is a chaotic place right now, taboo topics are no longer taboo. From a Business Insider article, Stephanie McNeil says, influencers who continue to post their usual content without acknowledging the realities of this country risk appearing so laughably out of touch that it renders anything else they have to say irrelevant. So how this shows up in the culture, as I said before, firstly, there are no taboo topics. From politics to religion and many others, no one is staying in their lane. Take the Brunch Boys influencer, for example, right up on the screen, who encourages his fans to vote, which is not at all a part of his regular content lineup. Not even platforms are abiding by their original purpose. LinkedIn is now flooded with political information, as the bridge between professional and political are now synonymous. Which means we're coming out politically, whether that's to your parents, like this young girl right here who gets kicked out of her home, or your place of employment. We're not shying away from our political views, despite what the consequences might be. And lastly, we're lifting the curtain to make sure our followers know the truth. Erica Priscilla is perhaps the anti-influencer who personifies and mocks the inauthenticities that exist within influencer culture. Even the ways content creators claim to share their lives behind closed doors is now being labeled as inauthentic. So the only option is to lay it all on the table, because authenticity can no longer be faked. Now we have the power of community, from selfie to squad. The face of one is now replaced by the force of the collective, where the power of community reigns supreme. Today, we're challenging you to put the collective on the same playing field as celebrities and content creators. Goal squads. All right, so we're used to saying hashtag squad goals. Today, we're talking about hashtag goal squads. Groups in the past have been brought together by those with similar interests, but goal squads instead are made up of varied skill set that, as a result, maximize creative content and create impact on a larger scale than ever before. Perhaps you heard of hype houses, the newest type of content collective, specifically on TikTok. But if you haven't, maybe you've heard of past YouTube's Jake Paul's Team 10 or David Dobrik's Vlog Squad. Content collectives have become a strategy and a way forward in business. But today, they're not centered around an individual like Jake Paul or David Dobrik. They're centered around a group of people who each participate with varied contributions. Today's content houses have also seen a shift in strategy, ensuring that their reach spans not so much in numbers, but more so in talent. And next, because we're at home, we're more present with our families and who we live with. We're in lockdown together, and as a result, family content is running rampant in the best way possible. So as a result, we're seeing how easily family stardom is to attain. So I'll just say this: if millennials grew up watching the Kardashians rise further and further to fame over the years, today's world gets accustomed to families like the D'Amelios, who simply rise to fame overnight. And lastly, Goal Squads isn't just about the creators and who they're creating with, but it's about your feeds and who you follow. There's been many different efforts to help us diversify our feeds with voices who have long been marginalized. Take the hashtag #ShareTheMic campaign, for example, that ensures the amplification of Black voices and empowers Black influencers and celebrities to take over white women's feeds and reach over 300 million followers. And lastly, Super Tribes, what I like to call the next evolution to influencer marketing, is challenging you to recognize the sheer force of the fandom. In a time where cancel culture, as we've seen, has become the norm, Super Tribes instead leverage each other, reaching a level of influence and power that matches what a singular celebrity or brand might attain. In our Power and Progress study, young people believe power in the future means social influence, impact, and benefiting many. So it's no surprise that the formation of super tribes are on the rise. First, we have TikTok cults. TikTok cults are real, powerful, highly competitive, and nuanced. In order to participate, you need to show your devotion, whether it's changing your profile photo, trolling other cult leaders, or taking your consumption off of TikTok to other platforms like YouTube and Instagram. TikTok cults are all about coming together in numbers and presenting the power of such. Right now, the OG cult is called the Step Chickens, but they're up against the Jeff cult, amongst many others that want to ban as one to take the Step Chickens down. So as you can see, these collectives don't shy away from some friendly internet competition. Next, we have arising out of large K-pop fandoms for groups like BTS and Blackpink. We're seeing super fandoms use their power for good. K-pop fans are fueling the White Lives Matter hashtag with their own content, wiping out any prior racist, unjust content that may have lived there before. Super powerful. And lastly, we're seeing what a dedicated fan base really looks like. Mr. Beast, a YouTuber known for his large donation stunts, employs his fandom to lend themselves to one of his loyal followers. If you're actually wondering, no, you cannot physically give away subscribers, but if your fan base is anything like Mr. Beast, you can empower such to happen on its own volition. So as the winner of Mr. Beast's latest YouTube challenge, Zealous, who is also a loyal follower, gains 1 million Mr. Beast followers overnight, and bears us to ask the question, what does philanthropy look like if we can suddenly give away influence?
So,
And lastly, I'll take it over to Hawa with the brand takeaways.
So it's very clear that what we've seen through these codes that we just went through, there is a lot of ripe territory at a time that the year has been so in flux with brands and influencers. There is a ripe opportunity to break through in this moment, trust creators to know their audience, and to balance their sense of personal, vulnerable content along with what you want as a brand. Consider your brand's relationship with informers and proactive response to exposers, and also look at activating these super tribes as influential sets in their own right, whether that's a super fandom taking down a hashtag or this McDonald's example with Travis Scott, where people started ordering from McDonald's while blasting his music, and that becoming its own movement after this campaign itself. So that's all we have for our session today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeremy. You can thank us for teaching you that Face for Biden is a thing now, and that anyone can wear crop tops. That's what
Exactly right. Yeah, no, my camera was hidden, but you must have seen my face with the booties for Biden. That was definitely my main takeaway of the session. So anybody who follows me on Instagram, if you see the hashtag, now everybody knows where I picked that up from. So thank you so much, Lydia and team.
Thank you.
I always love the work you guys do and how you break down culture, but really I think this audience, breaking down culture and really explaining what it means for brands. So thank you so much. That was really awesome.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye, guys. Okay, cool. Now I'm really excited for our first fireside chat of the day. Excited to welcome Brian Vojnick. Brian is the CRM campaign manager at BMW of North America. This session will be moderated by Ardit Bejko, who's the director of client partnerships at AdStream. So welcome, Brian and Ardit.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Hey, Brian. Hey, Jeremy. Wow, that first keynote was so packed with so much content, and I have to say, not to kind of like age myself, but I had missed a lot of those, especially the TikTok cults and everything else. But really, I mean, it's really amazing to see how culture is moving so quickly, Brian, and literally it's very interesting also kind of to see it as evidence that consumers and consumer lives, and us being consumers seeing ourselves in our day-to-day, have changed overnight. Obviously, there's not a lack of conversations and webinars and articles and coverage around the impact of COVID within the lives of people, but from a consumer journey, and you are so embedded within it, I would like to start there from from your day-to-day work at BMW. You guys are very much focused on it. How has it impacted the consumer journey for for your audiences and consumers?
There's no more set and forget. I think that's number one. Number one is everything is changing all the time. Speed to market is an ever-growing concern. Adaptability, keyword, throw it in there. It all matters. I was about to say it all unfortunately matters, but no, it's great. It's forced organizations to work better across silos. My communications between even separate legal entities within the company have had to grow exponentially, overnight.
Interesting.
Our conversations with sales operations, way more integrated. Conversations with lawyers, a lot more content to get approved, right? A lot more financial offers, and then staying up to date and making sure that our targeting measures are all above line. Yeah, it's been, generally speaking, I would think in years past, we could say that the customer journey was rather static, and we were able to chunk different areas out and then set those and focus on the next. Not anymore. Now it's overhauling everything, because there's social issues. There are production, right? With our supply chain completely disrupted. We have that causes constraints on supply, product launches, and then we're easing back into events. What does that look like now? So yeah, that's
absolutely. It's interesting, right? Because if we were looking at verticals, we work with brands of all verticals and advertisers of all verticals at AskStream, and the auto vertical, amongst a few other key verticals, was all of a sudden kind of shaken to the core, because all of a sudden, we were under quarantine, under lockdown rules, and people no longer had to commute, or no longer were driving around, and all of a sudden there was a little bit of a. I'm sure you guys have found yourself sitting around a virtual meeting room and thinking, well, what are we doing now, right? So
yeah.
How quickly were you guys forced to change your plans, and how did your consumer interaction and touch points change almost overnight to this change?
Okay, so two things there. I'll address your last point, but I really want to come back to what I want to start with is you're absolutely right. People stopped traveling, but our data shows that in areas that have, so the West, for example, average miles driven is about 85-90% of normal year on year. The East Coast, we're at about 105%. So people are driving, people are traveling, people are going around. This is not like the TSA. TSA, I think screens 30 or 40% of what they used to at peak.
Yeah.
I was speaking to someone from United the other day. It was astounding, and the entire purchase journey has changed for airline. It's about a 3 to 5 day prior to travel versus 3 to 4 weeks, right? What we're seeing is people are traveling again, so that's awesome. Yeah, April, May, scary, bad. But we're seeing people now kind of come back to normals or go above because people aren't using mass transit.
Absolutely. I mean, the 105%, my family may be responsible for that on the East Coast. We were, commuters, public transportation, ride sharing. That's all we did. That's how we got around. And then around Memorial Day, you know, we're sitting on the couch with my wife, and my wife turns to me and she's like, "I think we need a car." And I said, "Yeah, okay, let's get a car." And then we bought a car immediately like that. So
Yeah.
it's also interesting that you see this kind of this dichotomy of consumer behavior, right? From the people who were primarily your target consumer and the people like my family that were not your primary consumers. And now all of a sudden they're like going to you and they're showing way more interest in it.
Yeah, and your personal relationship and the context of the vehicle has changed. I was on a call with Andrew Kandel from Waze, right? And he was saying that what they're seeing is average miles driven are the same.
Mm-hmm.
Average trip length has almost quadrupled.
Wow.
You're not doing your commute, but when you are driving, you're driving New York to DC to visit friends.
Yeah.
You're not driving 20 miles here and there. You're doing it all at once. So you're seeing the need change. You're seeing the use change. You're seeing the relationship with how you value that mode of transportation change, right? It's a safety bubble. It's keeping
absolutely.
So these are all different relationship cues that are changing that we have to be up to date on about when it comes to how we communicate what that vehicle brings as a benefit to you.
Amazing. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry. Do you want me to go to the second part, which was how
yes,
we had
please.
Yes,
okay,
please. Cool. So yeah, like you said, overnight. We left our offices, I think that was March 8th or March 9th, whatever that Thursday night was. And we haven't been back since. Maybe there was about 10 days after that where things were a little touch and go. Maybe this is a couple of weeks, maybe this is whatever. But by the end of March, everything was redone.
Wow.
And yeah, and so that was a scary, intense time. And what it really taught us a lesson in was you need to combat speed to market, and you need to balance that against internal exposure prior to going out. You can't have everyone in that discussion, but you need to find the right key stakeholders to keep apprised of what you're doing. And you need to make sure that you have a balanced level of feedback from, for us, it's sales operations, marketing, and the dealerships. Because to a customer, BMW Financial Services, BMW, and the BMW dealership are all the same thing. I can tell you right now, from a data sharing perspective, they are all very, very separate, and we have hard walls between them. So when you as a customer receive an email from, or a direct mail or a social media post from someone in my area, you don't always realize the disconnect between that and your local dealership. It's not always a seamless cognitive experience. So that's where we really needed to balance that feedback from dealer partners, our own internal operations, and marketing.
Yeah, I mean, as a consumer, I absolutely echo that. I mean, you start your consumer journey probably on the brand website, right? Mm-hmm. On BMW.com, and then you through that get connected to a local dealership, and then there's financing options. But from your consumer, it's all one thing, right? You are actually interacting with the brand rather than the different entities in this kind of like sales cycle until you get the keys to your car. And a lot of what we have seen in terms of consumer media consumption is that obviously we are spending so much more time online, and we're having a whole conference online right now. We are living online, we're consuming, we're entertaining ourselves, informing ourselves, and working. And obviously, all of a sudden, you are also having that same mindset into purchasing a car or anything. You cannot even go into a dealership. You have to do everything remote. How has your kind of consumer touch point and media mix changed since the pandemic started? How have you guys, and probably maybe within your team, not as much, but have you seen taking more on that consumer outreach versus other teams within BMW in order to make to mirror that online only consumer experience?
So we have a great digital retailing team that has had to work a lot of overtime. Thankfully, I'm not part of it. Thankfully, that's a support and informed side in Aracy as opposed to being responsible. It's an excellent question. We have had to change the way we look at media, right? Especially in an election year. Facebook's taken a beating publicly on it. We still have a lot of customers there. You're not going to let go of those customers. But the way that we communicate has changed quite a bit. You'll notice the messaging is different. The reasons, again, going back to the reasons for purchase, the value proposition of a vehicle, how that customer actually engages with the vehicle, that's all reflected. For example, we had the Only Curve That Matters campaign, right? Which was clearly the COVID curve, right? Things that normally aren't brand selling, we're a sales channel in the US. We're not a brand, we're a sales channel. And it's important to make that distinction because we're here to sell vehicles in the United States.
Absolutely.
We do have brand work and we need to establish that brand and keep that brand as the ultimate driving machine in the US. But at the end of the day, we need to move the volume. So it was a very different approach for BMW to take month after month after month, not go in with a sales message. We were very, very light during COVID, and it was more about just staying safe. I'm happy to say that. I really am. Now going into Q4, people are out about again. Yeah, it's going to go back to sales. From my personal engagement and interaction, we've had to do a lot of work with sales phasing, making sure that we're not overrunning the dealerships during supply constraints, making sure that we can, for example, with a lease, making sure that we can actually take that vehicle back in. Because for a while you couldn't actually put a car through auction. So how do you bring those customers back in without blocking up your lot? These are very structural problems that we never had to deal with before.
And you primarily are engaged within first-party data, and that data provides a wealth of information and indicators to help you guys get to these really difficult answers. So when you are obviously operating within a very complex network of stakeholders, you talked about that a little earlier. But from as a data ambassador, right? You guys are a data first team. How do you go about building a culture of data across the company, especially into the dealers? And everyone talks about data and how data can help us, but actually getting to making that data actionable is sometimes a bit too abstract for most of us. So what has your approach been in terms of building a culture of data internally?
Okay. So you stepped on a couple different points there, right? So internally within the organization, and then sort of external data partners in terms of the dealerships. Very different mindsets, right, between the dealer and internal parties. So I'm going to start with internal first. I think that's the easiest one to do, and it's probably the one that has the most benefit to those that have joined us. Don't assume your business partner's problems or what they're trying to solve. I would say have a coffee, but no one can do that anymore. But talk to them, say, hey, what can we do? What can we provide? And understand what they have access to already. It could completely compete with what you have. And they may show some very, very different pictures, whether you're looking at a third-party source or a first-party source. And also how have you defined how you're compiling whatever rate conversion you're looking at, or whatever you're doing, you need to make sure that it's going to align with what they have. So figure out what's important to them, figure out what problem they're trying to solve, show them how you can solve that, and gain their trust. You're not going to go in and get their trust immediately. It's never going to happen. So find their problems, solve their problems, get that first instance, and then they're going to start coming to you. And once they start coming to you, you're going to see that adoption of a data-driven society within internally. That culture will build. Before I started this current role, I had sit-downs with business partners that I would be engaging with, and just ask them straight out, like, how can we be better? What can we do? What are you trying to solve? And they showed me all these reports that they had already. So that's awesome. And then here are the gaps that we don't have.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. That's my job now. My job now is fill those gaps, get you on board, and that will pay future dividends. On the kind of more external side, dealer partners, you're dealing with an old school mentality for 80% of them. But once you work with one and you show them how it goes, and then you get it's basically the same thing, right? You get one person on your side, they become, they create your echo chamber for you. And you're not going to win them all. You're not. Like, just be honest. Like, you're not friends with everybody you meet.
Absolutely.
You're not going to get everyone on your side. So find the ones that are, and that aren't going to be, that are not going to approach you combatively, and take it from there.
Great advice. So we were talking about, what you and your team do as a data first discipline. There's always, right now the way we market our brands, products, and services to our consumers is so rich. Where we've been talking for decades now about 360, and then now we're going to that next stage of omnichannel. And there's really kind of the gap between 360 and omnichannel is truly data. So what are some of the lessons that can be adopted by the rest of the marketing discipline that you have learned through your work and your kind of data first approach to CRM marketing?
Yeah. First party behavioral trumps psychographic, which trumps demographic. That would be it. I think as long as you can see a customer's actions and intents, that's the best way to create any sort of experience. It will also make you be a better marketer. It's going to make you provide better content. I feel like it was probably 6 or 7 years ago, Gary Vee was screaming, "This is the age of context." And I don't think it's changed. If you don't have something contextually relevant to a person, they're getting bombarded on. Look, I had to put on Do Not Disturb, I think 5 devices before I started this. That's 5 different mediums. I'm not even counting my television that's hooked up to an Apple TV, right? So that's 5 different devices that are competing for my attention right now. I'm going to turn them back on. It's going to be lunchtime. I guarantee you Seamless or Uber Eats has sent me something, right? I'm going to have a Whole Foods email waiting for me, giving me all these other benefits. I'm going to check my LinkedIn after this. That's going to have something on it. And we need to make sure that when we present someone with an opportunity, that it fits into what they actually need. So every once in a while I get an ad and I'm just so enamored by it that I have to buy the product.
Yeah,
I have to. It was just it was targeted too well. Like, you did your homework. Congratulations. That's freaking awesome. And I'm going to buy it. Like, I don't care. Maybe I need it. Maybe I don't, but I just, like, hats off to you. So give them a reason, make it show that you understand what their interests are. I think one of the biggest underserved and undercommunicated issues that I haven't. Well, I'm also not a parent, so it doesn't really 100% impact me. Impacts a ton of people that work with me on the side, right? And friends, but who's there trying to make a solution for single parents or parents that are or full, not single parents that are now putting their kids into that now have to also monitor their kids on an iPad, taking online classes. I haven't really seen anyone address that directly. And it's something that we don't, I haven't heard a lot about it in the news. I haven't seen a lot about it. But it's a challenge. And I honestly feel terrible because you're torn between your work and your family, and that should never be the case. So,
there's a lot of market. There's a lot of market for that. I'm a parent here.
But also, how many American Express Com memberships are going to solve that? I don't know.
Absolutely. Looking at, so you mentioned about really first party data and how it trumps everything. COVID, this new world that we're living, there was always some big media trends that were kind of shaping up, and we're seeing them just being even further escalated now around, like the uncertainty around the demise of the third-party cookie, data regulation, way more interest on exactly what you're talking and preaching today, first-party data, primarily based on the extremely poor quality of third-party data. So these are just a few of those, but what were some of the trends, and I'm sure I've missed a lot of those, that you were very excited about? And are they still relevant today?
It used to be so easy, right? You get a list of people, you upload them to Facebook. They say 12 hours, but in 30 minutes you see how many of them like I Love Science, right? How many of them are part of the NRA? How many of them are, right? Ages, incomes, travel credit cards. This is what, 3 or 4 years ago. I think you could still do that. And it was incredible, right? Not so much anymore. Now you can see how many still follow you. And some basic demographic data. But what's the difference between a 7 Series owner and an S-Class owner on paper? Like nothing. 65 years old and makes $300,000 a year or whatever. White male married. Okay, great. So every 65-year-old, that doesn't matter to me, right? What matters is, do you have the income, and does that speak to is the BMW 7 Series the avatar you want to show the rest of the world when you go down the street? I totally did not answer your question. So what I'm excited about is there's going to have to be a balance coming out, right? I think everyone would love to have their own ecosystem. You're starting to see some players out there kind of build more global ecosystems, the Adobes, the Axioms, and obviously Amazon, Google. Google will come out with something, right? Google will have an ad platform that tracks you across. Look, we've got device ID, right? Yeah. You self-authenticate that across how many platforms? How many platforms are on your device that are self-authenticating? You got Google, LinkedIn. If you have an iPhone, you got Mac. You got you have your IP provider selling device IDs like your Verizons, your AT&Ts, etc. You can get those. You can still get the people, right? And you can get them across platforms. So the cookies is dying, yeah, but at the same point, we're getting way smarter, and look how we're doing contact tracing, right? Device ID against other device ID. Yeah. So now you have personal networks, right? I've always been a big fan of not always targeting the buyer, but targeting those around them. Who else is influencing that purchase decision? Look, my purchase cycle is 2.5, 3 years. on a median transaction value of, I'm going to guess 54,000, 55,000, right? Not a small purchase, and you have a lot of people involved in it. So, going back to targeting the household with things that are value propositions, and targeting the buyer with things that are more transactionally relevant. Get the rest of the team involved.
Right, finding that, what you were saying a little earlier, right? Finding that right point in time and placement within this consumer's life and journey, and just going there and put something very relevant for them and help them out. So great, amazing. Thank you so much. This was really insightful for me and everyone else. I'm sure we have a lot of questions that I would love for you to answer for the audience today. So we'll start with the first one. We'll go back to budgets, right? One of the first things that get cut, unfortunately, whenever there's a sort of instability in the market, media budgets get reduced. So many. How has your media plan adjusted? If your budget has been reduced, have you gotten more creative and efficient with your strategies?
Okay, so I'm not responsible for media. That's not my budget. I'm very happy that's not my budget. So I can say that, yeah, media is always the first to get cut, but it's also the first thing that if other projects don't get approved, that budget goes to media. So yeah, internally we know it's highly important, but I couldn't speak to creative and efficient with strategies. So I'm sorry.
So, and then Brian, I can just flip that a little bit, right? So across the board, unless you're in a very niche vertical that is offering a product or service in the market that really needs to be pushed, everyone kind of step back for a bit, right? Because as you were saying, you're like, oh, what do? Like, we cannot run our current campaign and our positioning. But in that meantime, you cannot just go radio silence with customers, right? So you need to be out there. So did you feel like, obviously there's the change, but in terms of scope, where you all of a sudden, was the organization relying more on you in this 2-3 months of hiatus? Were you doing new things internally within your team that you were not doing before?
There was a lot more focus on direct customer marketing than there was on sales marketing. Media and brand were much more concerned with sending the right message to consumers for the time. We were not going into a massive acquisition or growth strategies. Clearly that's changing now because look, we need to stay solvent, right? We need to sell vehicles.
Absolutely.
So yeah, we changed how we used media. Media was still in market. We just changed how we used it, and we changed its end goal. So that's how it was adjusted.
Awesome.
With budget reductions, I can tell you personally, from my point of view, is less true investment in terms of, let's say, platforms, etc., and kind of switching that over to more to making what we currently have work a little bit better with creative versioning, better audience segmentation, and all that takes a little more muscle from the agency side.
Absolutely. All right. I think we have we have time for maybe 1 or 2 more questions. This is more a question about you and your role and your approach to working within the organization. We heard a little bit about that a little earlier, but how has your leadership style changed over the past few months? Have you been able to develop more personal relationships with your colleagues and partners? You mentioned you cannot really just go and have a coffee or something informal around it, but how this person just wants to know a little better how this situation has kind of changed how you go about your relationships internally?
Yeah, this question's getting me a little emotional because I love my team so much and they're fantastic. They do amazing work. And I just wish I could take more off their plate. I really wish that I could always have them at like a 75% capacity so that when these crazy times come, even when they have that extra, they're still not working till late nights. Right now, we're definitely what you would consider in a sprint stage. Basically, there's got to be a whole lot more compassion right now. You need to be an empath. I don't care how you if you're a manager that's like, I'm only by the numbers, it's just going to burn everybody out. Like, yeah. People are scared for their jobs. Let's just be honest here, right? People are scared for their jobs. We have a very, very volatile stock market, which everyone seems to attach some false sense of economic prosperity to. Like, paper wealth is not real wealth. Let's just get that out of the way now. And people aren't feeling secure. They're sick. They're sick of there's a lot of COVID fatigue. Those with children are experiencing the issues I spoke about earlier. So number one, listen. Just listen to them. Sometimes people just need to vent. And if they need to vent, just accept it. Go on with the rest of your day, go for a walk, do whatever. Very much encourage people to get outside. I'm really fortunate. My team's going to work their ass off all day. I have to tell them take breaks. So I do not have any underperformers, right? So I have to tell them, like, underperform for a day, take it, get the mental rest. And the work that they put out recently is astounding. I can't be any happier. So my leadership style has changed, in short, in that I have to listen a lot more. And yeah, look, there's times when you have to go in and be the bad guy and kind of make sure shit gets done. But on the whole, establish that trust and make sure that they know that you're going to fight for them, because it's your job as the manager to try and stop as much shit rolling down the hill as possible. I'm sorry I cursed twice during this now, maybe three, I don't know. But always remember, it's your job as the manager to provide resources and to provide cover. It's their job to make you look good. As long as you provide resources and cover, they'll make you look good.
Burnout is real, right? We are all experiencing it. I think it's a really important point here, Brian, just to make sure that not just your direct team, but everyone, there's a culture of just rest and focusing on you, so that you can, when you are well yourself, you're doing well for the company and the business as well. Yeah. And a lot of times, and I think we just have this one last question, and I think it will just kind of take us towards the end, right? So we talk about burnout, you were talking about scale, you were just saying, all of a sudden there's so much more that needs to be done and not enough time. Is there any sort of, are there any technologies or any sort of innovations or automations that you guys are utilizing to execute your strategies, either before or now, that you are considering? And how has there been any changes since March?
Yeah, so since March, we've gotten a lot more executive buy-in on true cross-channel, like what you could consider like a passive investment, right? So making sure that when our owners go to the website, they're getting a different experience than a customer, than whatever that is specific to their need. So that's been the one. We've been able to fast track a lot of projects because of COVID, because people understand that, okay, that's a one-time investment. That's not going to necessitate media spend. Maybe this kind of goes back to the last question, the 2 questions ago as well. But anywhere that you can show incrementality, that is going to take an initial setup investment, those have been greenlit much faster. So, and we're also in the wave of migrating to Adobe. So that definitely helps having one MarTech ecosystem.
Absolutely.
And the last thing I'm going to say is video. Like, turn your cameras on. I don't do it all the time. I'm getting better about doing it. But when it comes to creative review, we just onboarded a new creative agency, and it's awesome. But having a creative review without showing personal expression, or going through an RFP pitch without anyone showing like nods or or like, it means a lot to everybody else to be able to still maintain that personal kind of inner engagement. So
absolutely, it's been a pleasure. We could have been face to face. This is the best we have right now. So a lot of nodding. It was really great to connect with you, and thank you all for these amazing questions and your attention during this chat. And I'll hand this over now to you, Jeremy, to continue with this amazing programming that you have in store.
Cool. Thanks, guys. That was great. Yeah, cameras on. That was really engaging. I thought it was really especially interesting, I think, for me to hear, just about obviously the changes in transportation and the marketing messages that have had to adapt. So as a consumer and a marketer, that resonates with me. So thank you so much.
Oh, my pleasure. Thank you for having me. This has been a lot of fun.
Cool. Thank you. Cool. Okay, next up. We'll keep it rolling. I would now like to welcome Andy Rosenberg. Andy is the Director of Brand Marketing at Mack Weldon, with over 10 years of experience accelerating the growth of both well-established brands and technology startups. He's worked at Aptiv, The Meatball Shop, Triple Point. And this session will be moderated by Deidre Lester, who's the Chief Revenue Officer of one of my personal favorite media brands, Barstool. So welcome, guys.
Hi, guys. Can you see me?
Yes, we have you.
Do we have Andy?
Welcome.
I'm here. I'm working on my video real quickly. There we go. I'll be here. There we go. All right. Unfortunately, you have to see me now, too.
Nice. Hey, Andy.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, good. Jeremy, thank you for the introductions. It's good to be here. Another awesome Brand Innovators Summit. You guys have been doing a lot of these days. And you did the kind intro for me and Andy, so I feel like I don't need to do my intro. But Andy, I thought it'd be good to kick off with you and just kind of hear a little bit about your role at Mack Weldon, you know, the group that you're in and what your responsibilities are there, so folks kind of have that knowledge going into the conversation.
Absolutely. Appreciate it. And thanks for everyone for tuning in and for Brand Innovators for hosting the session. Super excited to shed some light on Mack Weldon and the different departments that I interface with on a daily basis. So I head up brand marketing for the team. We really run our performance marketing division in 3 branches. So there's the brand marketing team, the acquisition team, which is traditionally more paid channels, as well as our retention team, which is traditionally dealing with our email campaigns, our lifecycle campaigns with our customers that are already in our funnel. So where I really come in is looking for different areas for us to increase our brand awareness and to get people to know about Mack Weldon, usually on traditional channels, but also on new channels that we've never explored before. So whether it comes down to a partnership with another company, media sponsorships that are a little less on the paid side and more on the brand awareness lift. All those things fall into my territory. Marrying the worlds of like organic media as well as paid social media definitely falls into my everyday, and really figuring out how we can bring down our CPA costs and increase our AOVs with smart marketing across the board.
Nice. And just for anyone who's listening that doesn't know me, I'm Deirdre Lester. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer at Barstool Sports. I oversee all of our advertising and marketing partnerships, including sponsorships, ads, and licensing. And Barstool, is one of the fastest growing both sports and lifestyle brands for millennial consumers today in the United States. So we've actually worked a lot with your team, Andy. I think, as you talk about the different channels, like we're particularly have had longstanding relationship with your acquisitions team, right? We've worked a lot with that group. They've done a lot of work with us, starting in sort of the podcasting realm. I think right now Mack Weldon is active across 15 different Barstool podcasts, which sounds like a lot, but we have far more than that. So obviously always looking to get you guys where it makes sense from a brand perspective and a performance perspective. But it's interesting to me, like how you think about bridging from the acquisition side to the brand side. And I think Mack Weldon, for folks that do know the brand, from the industry side of things, would think of you guys as a direct-to-consumer brand, a kind of performance-oriented marketer. How do you marry or bridge the different types of partnerships you have on the brand side and the acquisition side, and do they oftentimes come together?
Yeah, I know you and I discussed this a little bit previously, and there's that marketing buzzword that we kind of cringe at sometimes, but it's authenticity. And I think really from a high level, we're out there trying to tell our brand story through different mediums and different channels, and identifying media channels and such as Barstool Sports, Barstool in general, to help us tell the Mack Weldon customer story and find that overlapping audience is really how we manage the process from the top down. So we're always wanting to tell a story about our simple shopping experience, our premium menswear, that seizing the day moment that we hope our customers get from our product. And we rely heavily on our partners to help us tell that story. And so whether it is doing a more traditional media buy over podcasts, or if it's maybe a sponsorship with, a team down the road, we're really looking for companies that care about our brand, as well as have customers that really care about their brand, because we think that's the most captive audience for us to work alongside. And really, we're looking for new customers, also developing relationships with our partners, our media companies that can also excite our existing customer base. So it's really a multi-pronged attack. I like to use some sports analogies to really keep that engagement and retention going through smart partnerships and media spends.
So the topic of the day is, the future of media and marketing. We're living in a time that's like pretty unprecedented, and everybody's plans have been turned upside down. Some companies have been completely sidelined. I know we have partners that have just gone completely dormant, and then we have other partners that have been, thriving despite all of the challenges. Or we have partners who've thrived and then been met with some serious supply chain issues, both large and small companies. But Mack Weldon's known for great loungewear. That's kind of the thing you guys are most known for. How has the pandemic impacted, your business? And then how do you think about messaging appropriately during a time where things are sort of sensitive and unknown?
Yeah, no, it's a great question. I think, unfortunately, we're probably heading into the second wave of figuring out what our right messaging should be with this upcoming holiday season. When we first pivoted our messaging in around March, or right before April, right as the onset of COVID-19 was hitting, it was important for us to still tell our story, but be sensitive to what was going on in the world around us. And so while we were fortunate to have a product that does add comfort to your everyday, we recognize very quickly in all of our tone and messaging that there's a lot more going on in the world right now that is very serious, and we didn't want to oversell any of our products and push too heavily. So we really leaned into what we do as a core business, which is provide really comfortable clothing, whether it's for lounging or for going to work. I think we leaned in much more on the indoor messaging from a brand perspective, and we toned down just our general approach. We wanted to make sure that we weren't oversaturating the market with an overabundance of ads at the time. We were sensitive to the needs and of the news cycle too. So we dialed it back a little bit, but we were fortunate to have a great customer base that kept with us, during these times. And I think the really nice thing about our brand and our relationship with our customers is that comfort is evergreen. And so we were able to connect with them during some tough times. And I think we're going to carry on that messaging and tonal positioning going into Q4 in this holiday shopping season, which is top for everyone across all of our teams. And how we're going to approach this, and it's going to be a really different year. So, I think a lot of this comes from communication with your customers and messaging first and foremost, and really just reading the room, and not, and I think if you sell a great product and you align with the right media partners and the right media channels to help tell your story, that authenticity still is going to remain, even though the challenges of the climate continue.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear you talk about it's Q4. We're talking about Black Friday. Like, it just feels like it's been so long since this all started, and then it's still hard to believe like we're sitting here in October and like there's months that feel like they just didn't happen. We just had a call just before this. I was on an internal call, talking about our Black Friday and Cyber Monday initiatives. We do a big telethon every year and have a big e-commerce business as well. So it just hit me over the head like, wow, we're actually talking about Black Friday now and we're in Q4. And you mentioned, we're seeing sort of, unfortunately, a little bit of a fear of what the second wave could bring. Andy, one of the things that we talked about when we met up yesterday, and that I think is really interesting, is that, for a brand, Mack Weldon, pretty young brand, I think you said you guys have been around like 8 years, which in the grand scheme of things is not that long. And you guys have, been very much focused on that, more heavily into the acquisition side of things, although moving now more into brand marketing. You guys just had recently a television campaign. And, my questions, for the audience, my questions for Andy were around, hey, we saw you guys on TV. I'm very familiar because we're partners. So when I see your brand popping on TV on NBC Sports during like professional lacrosse games and other things that I was watching this summer, I was surprised to see Mack Weldon there. And my questions in my mind were, are they there because it's an opportunistic moment, because so many people are kind of stuck at home? Are they there because there's opportunistic pricing on TV inventory right now, given that a lot of brand advertisers kind of took some time off and the networks had some distressed inventory? Or are they there because TV is the direction they're going forward? And it wasn't just Mack Weldon. We saw a number of our other performance-oriented brands, popping on TV during this summer for the first time. So I'm curious, what led you guys to doing television advertising? Does that stay with you guys now going forward after coming out of the quarantine? I know the audience would be interested to hear your point of view on that.
Yeah, it's a great question. So, I think TV has always been on our agenda, been on our radar, and it's just a matter of when we wanted to pull the trigger on our first campaign. So for us, while the opportunity to reach more people while they're at home was probably what pushed us a little bit closer to pulling that trigger, it's always been top of mind, and I think it's aligned nicely with the product pushes we were doing at the moment, and our entire marketing mix. So it's much more about picking the right time to find customers and potential customers when they're at home and the most active, and watching TV and watching TV, and really connecting with them during this time while they're at home. So yeah, I mean, and choosing what to run over. You mentioned like the Premier Lacrosse League. Was an interesting opportunity. I know you guys have done some interesting partnerships with them, with the Water Dogs. Yeah, it's exciting to try new audiences and new markets to get that information in so that we can inform future TV campaigns and overall marketing strategies in ways that we previously could not have done from more traditional channels.
Do you think it's something you guys will continue to do?
Yeah, no, we plan to continue testing further into TV throughout Q4 and beyond. It's with every new channel, there's a good amount of time that you need to take a step back to look at the results. But I think this one is a channel that we're really excited about, and early indications show that it's something we'll continue to do.
You guys are very good at attribution and tracking, from at least from our perspective, where we do a lot of work with Mack Weldon in the past, is around, again, podcasting and other digital video activations. You guys were the sponsor of our NFL draft coverage, and you've done some recent pizza reviews with our founder, Dave Portnoy, El Presidente, and his famous pizza One Bite reviews. Is it as simple, or is it streamlined to be measuring attribution from TV the same way you do from both audio and digital mediums? Is it different? Like, how do you think about attribution from that perspective?
Yeah, for us, we have a great data team, and so we are taking our best crack at really diving into every area we can to analyze performance from our TV campaign. Is there as direct attribution as certain other channels? I mean, time will tell, how deep we can get into that. There's always going to be a little bit of a crowd that comes in, not necessarily from any type of clicks, right? Obviously, with TV campaign, that we are working on measuring that effective lift for. So it's a work in progress. I think that's why it's also great for us to test into TV to get further acclimated with bringing this into our marketing mix, so that we still can remain a very performance-driven company that we've always have been.
Yeah. Again, for the audience, Mack Weldon as a partner to Barstool, one of the things I give them a lot of credit for is, and you mentioned, Andy, that awful buzzword, authenticity. I feel like Barstool is like authentic as it gets in terms of our voice and our tone and being real with our fans and consumers. But it's sometimes something that with an advertiser can be a little bit of a struggle, and not just with us. I think this is true with any kind of like personal endorsements from, celebrities, professional athletes, whoever it might be, influencers, like letting go a little bit and letting us do our thing in our tone and our voice. Like, you talk a lot about, making sure you're talking to your consumers or creating content for your consumers that is, relatable and real and authentic. One of the things that your team has done with us is, we have our talking points, we have our table stakes, like must deliver these aspects of the ad read, whether that be, key selling points, any promotions that you guys have going on, and the call to action that, you want us to hit. But then the rest is a little bit like you do you. And I mentioned, Dave and the One Bite Pizza reviews, like that's a perfect example of like, it's only going to work if you let Dave tell it in his own voice. Let him kind of work in the advertising in a way that feels real to him. And you guys do a good job of that, but I imagine it's a balance. Talk about content creation, authenticity, for lack of, we got to find a better word. That word, I think, in 2021 needs to be replaced by the industry with something else that probably.
I'll run it through our amazing copy team and see what we can come back with. But next segue. Yeah, no, it's I think we talked about this yesterday, and finding those partners that can remain themselves. So Dave clearly really likes our product. So I think that's why we're thrilled to work with him on these things, because it comes off as a sincere endorsement, which I think is really tricky when you're working with things such as podcasts or social media or any type of sponsored media in general. And it's easy in a very saturated market to place an ad buy, but to get that authenticity, and we say it again, takes a little more strategy behind it. And I think our acquisition team does an amazing job with aligning with certain hosts that really help us bring the Mack Weldon messaging across, but do so in a way that feels like their voice and not necessarily ours. Because I think at the end of the day, we are very careful with our brand messaging and how we get the Mack Weldon product out there into the world. But if we were so uptight about, having to read line for line, word for word about certain aspects of the brand across the straight, commercial without any type of, hey, this person may really like the product too, so I'm going to listen to them. And I think that's really the power. I'm a huge believer in word of mouth marketing. And, there's still a huge element of word of mouth by the placements you make with the hosts who are reading the ads, because people buy into it. You have a real dedicated audience who will listen to whether it's a Pizza Bite review or for pizza or Mack Weldon product. They're really engaged, and it's that communication process that we're building together that I think helps overall with the metrics at the end of the day, with conversion, to make things a little bit easier to measure, but also to help both companies in their mission to provide, great content together at the same time. And I think, just our content team's amazing. Like, they're fully capable of putting out just, company man, I'm wearing our right now, so I can't not give a shameless plug for that. But it's working with these other teams as well, hand in hand, to make sure that the right message is getting out there. It doesn't seem artificially pitched.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned the product. I'm wearing a Barstool pullover, so, constantly wearing our stuff too. And I think you and I should probably sidebar and have a conversation about some collaboration on merch. But I'm curious, like from your perspective, like when you look at opportunities to collaborate with other brands. I mean, we talked about this a little bit. There's a lot of this going on in the industry right now. Like, what are the things you look for in potential partners that could make a great collaboration, and what do collaborations even mean for you from a brand marketing perspective?
Absolutely. I think it's one of the things I'm most excited about personally, and for Mack Weldon. I think the world is kind of our oyster right now. We make a product that actually is pretty subtle in branding, but can live in different lifestyle lanes. And so, I have a nice little list of different verticals that I'd love for us to dive into. And I think we get into those verticals through the lane of our product. But what's going to be really exciting is finding like-minded companies with shared audiences that we can create new lanes of e-commerce together with. It could be a product collaboration. It's a little bit more direct. It could be on a content level. Really, there's a number of ways that I think are really interesting. It could be for some type of charitable component, which citizenship is a big focus of our brand. At the moment, and how we can help our customer become a better person in the world at the same time. So. It's a super exciting lane. How we choose about which partners really comes down to looking at audiences that might share the same values that we do, that has the same customer overlap, similar ages. We go into demographics and psychographics, but at the end of the day, it's really about telling a shared brand story that makes sense to both audiences. And I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity, especially in the direct-to-consumer space, to work with each other and build out really great and interesting collaboration bundles that excite both customers and always add on a little bit to the current product experience. So we may not manufacture a certain product ourselves, but if it can complement one of our existing items, that's something that we definitely want to explore to get into a new audience and to also enhance the product experience for our current customers.
Yeah. There's an example of this, like as just a consumer, like I'm a big consumer of New Balance. I'm a big fan of the brand. And I remember maybe 2 years ago walking into like a J. Crew store somewhere nearby to go buy, I buy some blazers from J. Crew every year. It's kind of my staple. And I walk into their store and I see this whole section of like New Balance sneakers. And it was like a moment of excitement for me because these are two brands I love, but I never envisioned them being together on the same shelf. And there was obviously exclusivity in what New Balance had created for J. Crew. So is that the kind of stuff you're thinking about? And do you envision that happening online, at retail, in co-marketing? Like, how does it come to life?
Yeah, I'm really excited about this stuff. I'm always very quick to tweet these partnerships that I think are just awesome and I'd love to do. Some recent examples that I find to be exciting and innovative. What McDonald's pulled off with Travis Scott and the Travis Scott meal was really a whole interesting thing. I'm pretty sure, don't quote me on this, but that even the stock prices ended up getting a little bit of a bump after that collaboration. So I think, the world of brands coming together is quickly evolving and changing. I think I look at esports properties, as another example of this. Fortnite come onto the scene and found a way to do all of these interesting collaborations with all of these different brands that you would never think would be inserted into an online video game world. So you're seeing more and more of that. Nintendo is doing, I'm a little bit of a gaming nerd, sorry. Nintendo is doing all these interesting brand collaborations for digital products within their Animal Crossing IP. So the long story short, this could be, it's a blend of digital and physical in terms of collaborations going forward. And I think that's what makes it so interesting. And yeah, for Mack Weldon, I think, we're always trying to reach a little bit of older customer than traditional, I would say a little bit older than some of the recent collaborations I just named. But, at the end of the day, it's about exciting that consumer and making them feel like these two worlds are colliding. That I think adds a little bit more to the customer experience. Seeing their favorite brands collide also just speaks to really our shopping experience. Like, we want to make our customers' lives, efficient. And so, hey, we may not make a shoe, but if we can find a shoe partner to work with, to help with all the products that you're already wearing from Mack Weldon, then that's something we definitely want to explore.
Well, we'll make sure that we introduce you to my friend Chris Davis at New Balance, because that's my favorite shoe brand, and I think Mack Weldon and New Balance would be great. And no, it's like there's so many examples of this right now. You mentioned, Fortnite and some of the gaming companies, what they're doing, some of the gaming teams like 100 Thieves or FaZe Clan. I know we talked to them. We've been doing a lot in the TikTok realm recently at Barstool. We during this quarantine, we've actually hired several, for lack of a better term, like TikTok stars. I don't know if that's a thing, but if YouTube stars were the thing, now the TikTokers are the thing. And we've brought a bunch on because they want to do more than just be on TikTok. We have a new show called Plan Brie Uncut with a woman named, her TikTok name is Brianna Chicken Fry. And Brianna just dropped out of college to work full-time at Barstool Sports because she's starting a podcast. She's doing all this stuff, and she was up at school doing remote learning and was like, what am I doing? I could be doing this. So really interesting time for us to be bringing on some young, new, fresh talent and giving them a platform and different ways in which they can, create content and reach audiences, new, younger audiences. But it's a balance, because you mentioned two things at the same time. You mentioned like gaming and all these cool younger platforms and collaborations. And then also Mack Weldon being a premium brand, looking to target a little bit of an older consumer. I don't think older from a traditional TV demographics perspective, but I think when you start talking about digital activations and partnering with companies, like any of the gaming companies or Twitch or Barstool, even you start to skew a little bit younger. But you got to be there, right? You got to be testing those new mediums, because that is, and that is the theme of today, is the future of media and marketing. Like, how do you balance needing to try and be on these new platforms and testing out TikTok while also making sure you're focused on that, core consumer that will buy your products today?
Yeah, it's a great question. And I think one of the really nice things about working at Mack Weldon is we have a diverse group of employees of all different ages with great ideas that come to the table. And so my social media lead was the one who was championing actually TikTok. And we discussed the strategy behind it. But I think we both were realizing very quickly that, it's the Wild Wild West right now there. And a lot of brands are not currently on TikTok. So we wanted to get on there and see, hey, who can we reach there? We want to grow with the platform. And I think TikTok's a great example of a platform that is growing right now at an exponential rate. And while the current audience does skew younger, we're seeing a lot more dads of TikTok pop up. And so I think it's making sure we plant our flag in these areas while not sacrificing building content and programs on other mediums that already exist that we know our customers are already on. So, Facebook has always been important to us. Instagram, I'm sure people in this session have been served a Mack Weldon ad. We take advantage of those platforms. I'm a big advocate still for Twitter. I think I'm a Twitter diehard, because I think that's where that word of mouth effect really happens the most, in my opinion. So it's really just carving out enough time to keep a continued focus on all the things that have worked, but also allowing some time to explore new channels. I remember growing up, when I was interviewing, it was like 10 years ago, reading about how Google always allocated an extra day, like a Friday or 1/5 of the working time towards new projects. And I love that approach. And I think we take a similar approach with, especially our social media strategy and organic. You want to get all the work done for existing channels, but you have to explore elsewhere to see, what we might be missing out on. And then we take a very analytical approach to judging the success of those platforms too. So it all ties back into being performance driven. But it's exciting. It's a world to explore, and who knows what this world looks like a year from now. But we want to make sure that we're not missing out on anything.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. I think one of the, I talked to a lot of people about what's been going on, and I want to ask you this question as well about, working from home, working over Zoom. This is a perfect example. We should be sitting together in a conference room with the audience in our, in our site, and being able to kind of network around the room after our conversation. But obviously we're not in that situation. One of the silver linings for me is I have, an 11 and 8-year-old sons. And so, there's been a lot of downtime, especially before school began, where we kind of just let all the rules of like videos, games, and streaming and screen time, we just kind of let our hair down about it all because it was just impossible to manage. And so I told my son, like, yes, you can download TikTok, and yeah, you can play Fortnite, every day, but I need insights, this is what I do for a living. I need to understand it better from your perspective. So I get a TikTok tip of the day, which is pretty funny. And then it's funny because he also now kind of understands when he sees an advertisement. So one of the things that I've found really fascinating is like, and my kids are really young. You're not targeting 11-year-olds, obviously, but it speaks to the future of like the authenticity of integrating into these platforms is very different. You can't just jam an ad in there the way you have in TV and even on Instagram these days. My kids called me down into the basement a couple of weeks ago and said, like, look at what happened to Fortnite. Like, they're ruining Fortnite, and all the characters, all the I don't even know what you call them, the people that they use to fight in Fortnite.
Avatar.
The avatars, the skins that they all had, I guess is the right word, were Marvel characters. It was the Avengers, I think. And my kids really love those movies and really did not like that the game had been taken over by Avengers. And I just thought that was, to me, like a very impactful moment of like, whoa, like maybe good marketing, maybe bad, hard to tell. I mean, my kids are still going to watch Avengers movies, but like, I just think it was like a little over the top and too intrusive. And so in a game that normally doesn't have a whole lot of integration. So I guess that's the challenge, is like, how do you know the platform well enough to integrate in a way? And do you lean on like bringing people in and around you that live that lifestyle? And you mentioned you're a gamer, so maybe it's easier for you in the gaming realm. But if you're not, do you go seek out somebody who's an expert on that platform so that you don't kind of overstep how you integrate?
Yeah, it's a great question. It's funny. I previously worked with someone who's working on those Fortnite collabs, and I understand the mentality that goes into that. I think kids are actually really smart at marketing. I think we all learn to be marketers or learn about marketing from a very early age. And when we're impressionable, I remember being in the convenience stores back when I shopped for things and not relied on them to come to my house, and picking out which soda brand to have as a kid, was looking at the labels and packaging. So I think we learn to build an early sense of what works and what doesn't at a very early age. And I think kids are very honest about, their opinions. Yeah. So actually, I think it's great that your kids recognize that, hey, like, this was a little bit maybe for them an oversell of a brand that, we want the core game experience. We don't necessarily want to be marketed to. And I think actually just it leads me to the broader thing of listening to your customers at the end of the day. Finding out what they want. We do this at Mack Weldon too. There are a million programs that I'd want to potentially launch that maybe speak a little bit more to me, right? But I need to think about our customer at all times and really getting their feedback on what are the channels that they want to be communicated on, what are the types of partnerships and activations that would excite them. That's what has to come first at times. And I think, having that real-time feedback with customers of all ages is really crucial in building out things that they want to be marketed, things they want to be targeted with. I think building that dialogue with your customers, for our business is key and essential. And I think it boils down to also just understanding, hey, maybe some of our customers just want to buy our product, and that's fine. So we don't necessarily need to come out with, the next, licensed good with another company. But maybe there's a particular brand or a particular property that they love to see. And listening to our customers on this is actually one of the best ways for us to navigate what they want to be coming from us next.
Awesome. So Andy, we have about like 2 to 2.5 minutes remaining, and I didn't ask you this question yesterday, so sorry to like drop a bomb here, but I think that's all right. One question for you would be, given we're talking about the future of media and marketing, like what's something that you're looking at with an eye towards, and it through a Mack Weldon perspective, but maybe even just through your lens of like as a marketer with a lot of interest in innovation, what's something you haven't yet had an opportunity to test that you'd love to, whether it's, you know, in the near term or in 2021 or beyond? Like, is it a platform? Is it a new sponsorship type of partnership? What is something out there that you've got your eye towards and you're excited about a potential opportunity to do in the future?
It's a great question. I don't know how this fits into the Mack Weldon world, to be quite honest, but we do have one brick and mortar retail store, and just improving that shopping experience is interesting to me, especially right now. I recently got gas for the first time through my Amazon Echo, or through Alexa, through Amazon. It was contactless payments, and I was blown away by the process of it. It was so easy to use, and it just made the process of getting gas, which is a little bit stressful for me right now, and having an exchange so smooth, and made me want to come back to it. So I'm curious how the world and technology will evolve in a hopefully very soon post-COVID world. But there are going to be learnings and takeaways that we can adapt from payments perspective, from an efficiency standpoint, that have yet to be explored, that I think will become a essential part of the physical shopping experience, but I'm sure there'll be ways to integrate that digitally as well.
Really fascinating. For people who are listening, I know people are coming in from all around the country. Andy lives in New Jersey. It's a state where you can't pump your own gas. I know this because I'm from New Jersey, and I love that. And so it took me, when I moved out of New Jersey, it took me a long time to get comfortable with like getting out of the car and pumping my own gas. But yeah, you're in a state where you pull up and there's an attendant, and they have to exchange credit cards or cash with you and then pump your gas. And it's just a very different experience than in most places where you get gasoline. But even that is just such an example of like an old traditional thing that, changes potentially now in a material way. I was in New York City yesterday and was late for, an appointment I had, and I jumped in a taxi. And I have to say, like, I put my hand out of like just natural, like that's what you do in New York. You hail a cab, you get in, you don't think. I thought a lot about like, am I doing the right thing right now getting in a taxi? So that's kind of says a lot about the world we're living in. But I think a lot of really cool innovations are coming out of necessity right now, but probably for the future, like creating better experiences for consumers, whether that be at retail or just, lifestyle and other things. The taxi, by the way, was the cleanest thing I've seen in years. I was like, I hope this kind of sticks with us in the future, because it's probably a long overdue, like needed reset on cleanliness and sanitizing things. But really cool to hear. Where is your one store, your Mack Weldon store?
It's in Hudson Yards, over close to the West Side Highway in New York. So yeah, if you get over there, say hello. Awesome store team there. Excited to get up and running. We relaunched the store a couple weeks ago, so exciting things to come there.
Awesome. We'll definitely check it out for any of you folks that are in New York or coming through New York. Mack Weldon in Hudson Yards. Andy, thank you so much. It was great. This conversation was great. I really appreciate the time and look forward to continuing to partner with you guys and your team at Mack Weldon.
Absolutely. It's exciting to be here today, and like excited for the future too.
All right, Jeremy, back to you, turning it over.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Yeah, I had no idea you could get gas with Alexa. That's like, my mind is blown right now.
only at Exxon Mobil. So it's a nice little BD deal there that I appreciate.
Yeah, it's true. I think I think we've all probably, I think none of us probably realized how much we touch things. How often we touch things, and so I live in New York, but to hear about Alexa and gas is pretty interesting. So thank you.
Absolutely.
That side note. Okay, cool. We still have a packed day ahead of us, and now I'm really excited to be joined by Ben Conrad. Ben is the Senior Director of Database Marketing, where he oversees the multi-channel marketing automation strategy and execution for the Milwaukee Bucks. Ben's now in his 22nd season with the Bucks, where he began as an intern. Huge basketball fans, looking forward to this panel, which will be moderated by Hamid which was nominated by Hamid Kahoum. Senior Vice President, Digital Solutions at Sarista. So welcome to the stage, Ben Hamid.
Thanks, Jeremy. I've been called a lot of work. So it's Hamid Tayyib, and very honored to be with Ben Conrad of the Milwaukee Bucks. And, Ben, you just share a little bit about yourself. Tell us what you do with the Bucks and how's this bubble? It's been a crazy time for everybody, but sports in general has been very uniquely affected. So I'd be glad. Thanks for joining us, and it'd be great to hear what you have to say about them.
Yeah, I mean, jumping off that last conversation, I guess you don't ever think about how many things that you touch with people in common, and then thinking about being in a space with 18,000 other people, compress what you all touch together. So yeah, it's definitely been a big change, that's for sure. So yeah, my name is Ben Conrad. I just finished up my 22nd season with the Milwaukee Bucks. Started doing things as an intern, worked in kind of the ticket operations area, and got more into the database marketing and kind of midway through, I guess, my career when it came to kind of sales lead generation and CRM and doing those types of things, and then morphed into my current role today. My team as a whole and myself are responsible for all the email and marketing automation that come from not only just the Milwaukee Bucks, but from Fiserv Forum, the arena that we play in, the Bucks Pro Shop, which our online store, and then the Deer District, which is a district outside of the arena that we do lots of events for, which obviously in this time events aren't a thing that are happening for the most part. And then we also have a restaurant that's right there called the Mecca Sports Bar. And then in addition to that, we have a G League team that we also do kind of marketing for. So on top of that, like each of those different entities, they have different support needs from our team. The biggest ones obviously come from on the side. So for the main thing for the Bucks is that we do is really generating and pushing single game and ticket promotions, anything essentially that's not a full season ticket. And then it's also lead generation for the full season ticket using automation to kind of set our sales reps up for success. And then doing the same thing for Fiserv Forum events. And then a big part, and kind of, we'll probably touch on this later, but it kind of in conjunction with the contact piece, is really looking at our app experience and how we can use our app to enhance people's experience once in the arena, knowing that the normal, I guess, what you knew before going into a live event, when you come back in the next time, is going to be vastly different, and what it looks like and how we can make that experience the best we can for the consumer.
That's great. 22 years, that's fantastic. So, you've probably seen a lot of changes in that 22-year period. And, I talk about the apps and stuff, and that probably wasn't around when you started. So how do you see that changing as you look for the lead generation and you try to get more fans, not just stands, but when the stands open up again, but when you look at the fan experiences as a whole, how has that media landscape, how has that lead gen landscape changed for you?
I mean, over the full span, without Old Man River, it's like really, it's changed immensely, right? Like from where I guess mobile wasn't even a consideration to now it's the only consideration for the most part. And so for us, our biggest thing is using the tools that we have, like Marketo and Dynamics, and really having them tied together in a way that we can set our sales team up to be successful, knowing that especially our team right now, we're in a very fortunate position. We just opened a new arena. We have kind of a once in a generation type talent on our team, and we're in a position to really capture a lot of information and really put people through the sales pipeline. So it's using our data that we have, scoring and things like that, along with automation, to really pull people in and get them to our sales reps in a way that they can execute against. And I think just the biggest change probably overall for us, I mentioned the taking over or starting having a new arena. Before that, we were just the Bucks, so we just marketed on the Bucks side. And once we opened the new arena, we took over the email marketing and automation and really the databasing for all the business entities that I mentioned. So we really went from a data stream of, kind of first party data for just ticket purchases in that one spot, for just the Bucks only, to now every show, every event, our pro shop and those types of things. So I would say the expansion of our data sets going into now kind of working through and starting to understand who's going to what in all these different spaces has been the biggest change over the last couple of years.
So that probably brings up new challenges, right? So, you've got all these different data sets and stuff. How do you guys collect it? How do you do the analytics behind it so you can do the lead generation effectively, right? So probably a big thing.
Yeah, it's like you mentioned, it's kind of a double-edged sword. It's great to have it, but it's like, we have it, now what do we do with it? So I think for us, we started this beginning of last season, where we're starting to build out a customer data lake so that we can pull all of these pieces of first party data into one spot, so that we can pull them together and be able to actually understand. And we talked about this a little bit. I mean, everyone talks about the quote unquote 360 view of the customer, which is not the easiest thing to achieve. And frankly, it's near impossible. So the idea of being able to get closer to it and really start to have building blocks that kind of set you up to start to understand consumer paths in all the different entities that you own, is critical for us. And we started that process, and we're slowly working into getting all of our different data sets within that space, doing it in a strategic way, so that, because the other part of having a big data center is being able to use it properly. And so we wanted to make sure that each subset got in there in a way that we could execute against it before starting to add more to it. So right now we're still working on getting our ESP and our email marketing automation information inside of that space. So we're kind of patching it a little bit, but our ESP is connected with Dynamics, that we also do some information or load some information into there to make automation possible using other data sets as well. So we're bringing it all together. Future facing, it'll be all in one spot, but now we have it mostly in one spot, and we're kind of using different tools to bring them together to execute at this very moment.
So that leads to my next question. So I know you mentioned email as a tactic. What else you guys use? I know back in the day, a lot of sports stuff was sponsorship based, right? So now that you have the arena and other things, how do you look at media as a whole outside of email and sponsorships?
Well, and they all feed together, right? So, we have sponsor. One of the biggest changes, honestly, in the pre-COVID to post-COVID world that we're looking at now is in sponsorship, right? Like when we had games that got canceled, every one of those games has countless numbers of physical activations that happen within the arena that our sponsors have paid for. So now in that shift, and this is one of the biggest shifts I think that will be, like was talked about earlier, an opportunity, is that we have to take those and make those digital, right? Like when there's a timeout and people are running around and throwing t-shirts and doing things that are listed with a bunch of our sponsors, those weren't happening. So we had to figure out how do we fulfill and enhance our sponsors' brands using our digital assets, knowing that we're not going to have that physical space. So that's kind of the evolution now, is having all these tools, but then how do we take them into all the other mediums, like YouTube, like any other social piece, and enhance our sponsors' brand in that space. The best part about it is at some point we will have physical games again, but now we've also kind of almost like carved out new inventory that we can use and sell and enhance a sponsor's brand in, because of having to do these digital activations. So I think it's one of those things that now moving forward, it'll be more part of our not that it wasn't before, because it was, but now it's going to be an even bigger part of kind of our overall sponsorship package because of the activations that we've had to create and execute against during this, during this weird time.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And also from outside of like the box, but from the arena and all the stuff, when people would walk into the arena and they would see all the different pieces of the arena and stuff. How are you guys getting around that lead generation piece with the pandemic, and do you see that carrying over differently?
Yeah, I mean, our lead generation process, honestly, over the last 3 to 4 years has moved 100% digital anyway. I mean, from just in general, like our most important product that we're going to sell is a full season ticket. We moved from I think 3 years ago, we were selling at about 9% of our new fulls were generated digitally. And then this last year it was 25. So we've moved it significantly through using different tools, automation, solid web forms, and, just creating good customer paths. So that is something I think that will only continue to grow. And it's something, the good news for us in a lot of ways is I don't want to say we're ahead of the curve, but we started the process of having more of a digitally focused lead generation tool and pipeline before this. So now, I mean, as was earlier discussed in panels, is I think what's happening is the things that we've always wanted to do and started to work towards, the gas pedal just got hit on them. So now for us, instead of being things that we're planning forward, like in the future, it's like, we got to do this now. So I think from a digital perspective, our lead gen has continued to be 100% focused in that space. And one thing that I guess that has powered our lead gen heavily over the last 2 years that is digitally focused has been the really solid integration with like Facebook lead ads and some of those other pieces where people can come in, they fill in a form, the integration is really tight with Dynamics Marketo, and you have you can have a sales rep calling that lead within an hour of them filling out the form, depending on how comfortable you are with the timing and cadence. So I think those are that particular tool really helped us a lot when we were moving into the new arena from a sales perspective. But now with kind of our new landscape of fans, we haven't done as much of that because we've been able to digitally pull in so many first party leads just from our forms and interest and web tracking and web automation that we haven't had to do a ton of paid in that space. But that was a very strong tool and still is a very strong tool for us to use for lead generation.
I would suggest the gas package. I thought that was great. People come to the arena, get gas through their Alexa.
Yeah.
That would be great. So with the pandemic and everything that's going on, has anything affected your budget? I know a lot of people that I dealt with and from the marketing perspective had a lot of budget related stuff. Anything like that with you guys, or are you guys humming along?
I would say both. So yes, our budget has definitely been affected. We lost, I think, 12 games of game revenue, sponsorship revenue, things like that we're attempting to kind of maneuver through. And then there's the uncertainty of when the season, the next season is going to start, as far as when we can actually, we're still selling things, but there's hesitation in the market a little bit, just because, for people who maybe are not 100% diehards, are they going to buy something when they don't even know when it's going to start? So with that said, the budgets have been cut, but I think we focused in on things like, how are we going to enhance the experience when people do come back? So there is that element to where we do have budget constraints, but we're also using this time to plan ahead, right? And then to really make sure that we're ready. And so we do have some flexibility there in budget, and a lot of that does stem from having some flexibility with some strong sponsors and partners that are helping us through these next phases. But making, once you get into the arena, food and beverage in particular, you think about going to a game and walking up to a concession stand that who knows how many people have been to before and are coming after, and whether you're exchanging cash or those types of things, and then getting from someone and then walking away and, kind of being packed in a space, where there's tons of people. So as a whole, that's not really something that is going to be accepted. So one of the things that we're working on extensively is, having a food and beverage mobile ordering platform once you get in. And then on top of that, we're not going to have cash in the arena, most likely, or it's going to be very limited in some fashion how it's going to be able to be used. And then from there, creating a mobile wallet that ideally would be able to be taken outside of our arena that will be used at all of our entities. So start to pull in some of, whether it's a gift card or some of maybe our season ticket holder loyalty elements, and being able to use those points and those credits and different things outside of the arena, but all have it wrapped into our mobile experience inside of our app. And then, tying in on the marketing end, we have our SDK that lives inside of there from Marketo. That's going to track everyone based on some single sign-on pieces that we have built in with our partners at Ticketmaster and our app provider, Ian's Cam, and pulling them all together so that once we have this kind of mobile experience enhanced for food and beverage, that people are ordering and doing something and they're actually going to be getting food from a centralized kitchen and picking it up in one spot. So it'll be, while it's actually interesting talking again, one of those things where, like, if you're going to a game with your family and your kid wants chicken tenders and you want to get a beer and maybe something a little bit more adult than chicken tenders, you're maybe having to go to 3 different spots. Whereas what we're building out is it'll all come from one spot. You can order them all at the same time in your app, order them, go pick them up in one centralized location based on where your seat is, and get that notification so you don't have to wait in line. So really streamlining the buy process to minimize how much extra steps that you have to take in the arena to actually get the things that you want.
So that's great. That'll definitely help the experience in the arena. But what about outside the arena? How are you and the team keeping fans engaged, throughout the bubble, and and some of the things that you're looking at, will they continue after people start coming back?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that, and again, I think this is digital content and digital engagement has been a pillar of ours for a long time. So now it's just something that we've had to lean on more heavily with the bubble, right? So I think, just in conjunction with the bubble, we had a member of our team, our overall digital team was in the bubble, and, really getting a lot of inside access and producing a lot of different content pieces that we've put out. So I think, as a whole, our number one goal is to showcase our team and showcase our players. Both, there's the game highlights, but then also showcasing them as who they are as people, and who they are and their quirks and their desires and that kind of thing. So I think the bubble provided a very unique opportunity from the content side to kind of get our players all in one spot, because, and this may never happen again, where you've got your literal team as a whole all in one spot, hanging out, moving around, but their 100% focus is just being, for the most part, there. And it was for a long time. So we have, we had a few different content series that we put on, that are on YouTube, our all access pieces, that are kind of shot in more of a long form raw video type that we've pushed out. And just also knowing too, from a fan base perspective, I mentioned Giannis as our player. He is the 2-time MVP, one of the most popular players in the NBA, but he's not from the United States, right? So we have a fan base, we have a strong fan base in the States, but we also have a huge fan base outside of the States. So we've always focused on making sure that our content is living outside of just our city, our state, because we have so many eyeballs, and the NBA is a global, is a global sport. So knowing that that's always part of the conversation, our focus has always been to make sure that the content that we produce can be pushed out and is really digestible for anyone in all the mediums really in the world.
So how does that tie in with, the types of fans, right? You have a lot of younger fans that are just getting into the sport versus some of the older folks like me, adults who've been through some of these things. How do you guys keep in touch with your younger fans? What kind of initiatives do you have out there? Do you do some things differently than you do overall?
We do. So we have, from a younger fan perspective, we have a kids club that we just started really focusing on a couple years ago. There's free paid membership. We also have camps and clinics that we also focus on. I would say, and obviously then there's the different mediums that you can get to touch, or you can not necessarily market to, but have the ability to be seen by the younger audience. We have a TikTok account. We've done some things on it. We have focused people on it. The pandemic kind of put a small break on that a little bit, and some other things as well. But that is a spot that we use to touch, and YouTube as well. Like our pieces that are on YouTube, while they're not necessarily 100% generated for the younger audience, they are generated to put in a space where younger audiences are living, and Instagram as well. So, and then we also we're very fortunate, obviously, as a sports brand, we have a mascot. Our mascot has kind of a strong brand as well. So that is another way to kind of interact with the younger fan base and build them up into what we hope, a strong adult fan to then buy merchandise and be kind of just, depending on where they are, be part of our overall fan segment as adults.
Yeah, so, when I was growing up, I was a big Dr. J fan, Sixers fan. I grew up in Northern Maryland, that area. We've done a lot of youth camps and things like that. Those things are changing, right? So, outside of what we just talked about, how are you guys going to look at, I know, hopefully this thing's going to end one of these days with this pandemic and stuff. Are you guys looking at different ways to re-engage not only the youth fans, but the non-ticket holders and the casual fans to kind of get them over the packed arena and all that stuff and get them into events and promoting, the sport and the team?
Yeah, and I think similar to what I just mentioned, it all starts with content, right? Like if you have strong content and showcase the team and showcase the players in a light that's attractive, I mean, a lot of people from an eyeball perspective really never left. They maybe aren't, going to the website or with the same volume because we don't have games to check those scores and do those things. But for the most part, I think the content is what's going to keep people engaged and keep people coming back. As far as getting people back to the actual arena, I think that's going to be another interesting piece because the thing that we don't know, I don't think that anyone knows, and obviously every area is different, especially when you're talking about live events, is how many people you can have in the space and at what time. So, like for our first game, whenever that is, we're kind of doing a lot of contingency plans. Like, are we going to have a game with 2,000 people? Are we going to have a game with 7? Are we going to have a game with 11? I think figuring that out is going to be kind of the next piece for us. And then I think, are people going to be comfortable? How do we set, I don't know that it's going to be very interesting because we have more season ticket holders than that. So how we kind of get into that space and handle the capacity situation when we don't really know, we literally have no idea what is going to happen 3 months from now.
Yeah, for sure. So shifting angles a little bit, with the pandemic and everything, you guys are primarily working remotely, probably. So how has that affected your internal, dynamics with your team and communications, and how do you guys get around that and build the camaraderie and all that stuff?
It's interesting. I think in a lot of ways it's gotten better. I think it's opened, like in general, our organization, not that you couldn't work remotely, but it wasn't like something that was prevalent in the organization. And it never was like something that was ever 100% encouraged either. It wasn't discouraged, but it just wasn't a thing. And I think now it's been, I think there's less distractions, I think, as a whole. And I think it really has given people more opportunity to connect with folks. Although it is not person to person, it's over, it's over a Teams meeting. But at the same time, I think it allows for more one-to-one communication, which sounds odd because you're not in person. But for us, like, you weren't being pulled away as much, so you could really lock in. And I think for my team in particular, we've now, with that said, do I wish that, I was going to the office 1 to 2 days a week to engage with them? And because I mean, frankly, like, if you're the human element, you miss people, like, you legitimately miss seeing people. So I think there's that. But for the most part, we've navigated, I think, pretty well and adapted. And I think it proved that we definitely, as a whole, can work really effectively in this space, and will probably continue to do so once all of this kind of shakes out a little bit.
Yeah, no, definitely. My team's probably happy to see me, but probably not the case for everybody. Yeah, thanks again for your time. Open to any questions. So if anybody has any questions, you want to send them in. One question that came in, and this again deals with colleagues and stuff, but even with like your partners, how has your relationship and style changed over the past few months with your partners, like your sponsors and stuff, now that a lot of things on one-to-one has, have you seen a difference there, easier, harder?
Yeah, I would say for me personally, I'll speak to the relationships that I navigate. One of our partners that we're working with extensively, Fiserv, which is our naming rights partner, but also they're working on us with our wallet and our food and beverage ordering. I mean, we've had to ramp up with them, and in a lot of ways, our partnership, I think, at least from my perspective, has strengthened immensely, just because we've had so much more dialogue, and it's really focused dialogue on kind of knowing what we need to, seeing what now needs to be done, and really focusing and locking in on it. I think it's the volumes increased because of that too, but at the same time, it's really productive, and I think I would say it's enhanced our relationship significantly. Everyone uses the term partner, but it's really gotten into a true partnership space where you're really working hand in hand with another group to help get to an end goal.
Great. For us betting folks, any insight on the team for next year? Where should we put our money? The
one thing I would say is I would never bet against Giannis on anything. So I think, I of course am going to be extremely biased, but I think we have a very good team, and we have a very fun team. And I think if you are interested in watching fun basketball, there's no reason not to watch the Bucks.
I totally agree, and look forward to seeing you guys next year, and hopefully we'll see you in the finals next year. So,
I hope so.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your time today. And Jeremy, I'm going to hand it back over to you. And again, Ben, thank you very much for it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
Cool. Thanks, guys. That was great. And again, Ben, as a sports fan and as a I'd say like a uniform aficionado, the Bucks have great uniforms. You have great years. They're a great city. So you guys have a great identity.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Cool. Thanks, guys. I'm really excited to welcome a few of my colleagues. Mark Debevoise, who's our CEO and president of Viacom CBS Digital, and my friend Brendan Murnane, who's our senior vice president of Viacom CBS Digital Sales Strategy. I think they're going to be talking a little bit about Paramount Plus and some of the really exciting initiatives that we have going on over here that I'm immersed with on a daily basis. So, Brendan and Mark, hand it over to you guys.
All right. Can everybody see me? Jeremy, nice seeing you. And sorry about your Patriots. It's another blow.
Goodness.
Not good for football.
Listen, although my brother said, listen, at least we're going to be healthy during the playoffs, so maybe Bill knows something.
It's one way to look at it. Awesome. All right, Jeremy, thanks so much. Looks like Mark is ready to go. All right. Okay, so first off, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for joining us here today. As Jeremy mentioned, my name is Brendan Murnane. I run sales strategy for Viacom CBS Digital. I'm honored to be joined by Mark Debevoise, Chief Digital Officer of Viacom CBS, and the CEO and President of Viacom CBS Digital. As some of you know, Mark is responsible for the company's subscription and direct consumer services, including All Access, CBSN, CBS Sports HQ, ET Live, Noggin, BET Plus, and Viacom CBS Digital Studios. So obviously he's been very busy over the past few years. Since joining in 2011, Mark has guided the company to become the leading multi-platform content company in the ecosystem. And in early 2021, CBS All Access will be rebranded as Paramount Plus as the Viacom CBS's evolving strategy and streaming portfolio really start to come into focus. So with that backdrop, we're going to dive in with a little bit of a conversation. So Mark, I think it's important to really start at the beginning here. You launched All Access in 2014. That same year, I believe you also launched CBSN, the news platform. In a lot of ways, this gives us about 5 to 6 years of a head start. So what advantages does that provide Viacom CBS and the forthcoming launch of Paramount Plus?
Yeah, thanks, Brendan. Great to be here with you guys. Look, we've been in this game for a little bit of time. I don't know if we're a wily veteran as you're talking football, or if we're still sort of in our prime. But 2014 was early, right? We were one of the first to launch a branded consumer service around a large television network. We did 2 services in 3 weeks because we launched CBSN 3 weeks later. That was really stupid for our own personal lives, but it's worked out incredibly well. It's not necessarily about the lead with consumers, which we do have. We have millions of subscribers. We have millions of people who have actually subscribed and potentially churned out over the years. We have a large database of users we can go back to as we go to market a bigger and broader and more diverse service as we transform into Paramount Plus. But I would say that the big advantages the team has from being in that space and being together for as long as we have been, because many of the lead executives are still here in some of those roles, is just the knowledge we have on how to drive customer acquisition, customer retention, how to drive engagement, how to drive a really incredible ad experience for users on that front. We take all of that consumer-facing part of our business incredibly diligently and seriously, and with that view in mind. And so I take all those learnings, all that data, all the content testing that we've done, and now layering it against a significantly larger set of assets, moving from 10, 15,000 episodes in movies to 30,000, expanding our live footprint to so many more things, having the news business grow the way it has, the sports business grow the way it has, and now having all these additional entertainment networks to work through those systems. It's really been tremendous to have all those things in place as we embark on sort of this next journey into the future.
Excellent. And, on the growth side, it's been a great story. I think that, Viacom CBS forecasted 25 million domestic subs between All Access and Showtime in early 2020. Can you talk about what are the growth drivers toward this and how the pandemic has played a role in driving consumer and subscriber adoption?
Yeah, I think the goal you're setting there is from back when we were just CBS and we were setting the Showtime and CBS goals for 2022. I'd say we're probably in the midst of revising those in one direction or another, as you could guess. What we put out there was guidance for the year. For this year, we put out guidance that we would have around 16 million subscribers by year end. The amazing part was that we beat that number by June 30th. So COVID certainly, I think, added some fuel to the fire there, and people staying at home and watching the services. And we made some efforts to sign up more folks with some additional free trials. But I think it also just goes to the fact that we've been adding content. We had a number of originals effectively in the can. And then in August, we did what was called the preview launch of Paramount Plus, which was adding 3,500 episodes from across the portfolio of Viacom brands, right? Where we added Nickelodeon and BET and Comedy Central and MTV and Smithsonian Channel into that mix, in addition to locking up the UEFA Champions League rights a year early and launching a new original in Star Trek Lower Decks and having Big Brother been delayed into August. So you added all that together. We had a tremendous August. We raised guidance in our August earnings call to 18 million for the year. So we're really on a great and incredible growth trajectory. Subscription and video revenue has been growing in the sort of 50% range for us in the first half of the year. So we feel like, we're on that rocket ship and we're just trying to steer it in the right directions.
Awesome. So, starting in 2014, when All Access was launched, obviously, a head start in the industry, but fast forward to today, it's a very crowded marketplace, especially from a SVOD perspective. So with so many premium services in the market, really, what's different about Paramount Plus? And can you talk a little bit about the long-term vision for the service and for the folks on the call?
Yeah, I mean, I start at the first two, big points, which are we believe that the subscription growth and direct to consumer is going to be massive over the next 3 to 5 years, to upwards in the neighborhood of 200 million subscriptions up for grabs. And we posit that potentially those top 2 or 3 are pretty well distributed. So as effectively the third, fourth or so, provider in the space, we have a huge opportunity to grab onto a number of those subscriptions. So just lay out the opportunity to start. Second thing is that we are the #1 television company in the United States. We have the most ratings, we create the programming, we have the popular thing, sort of across the board there. So we think, we come with a programming expertise, capability, and heft that, I don't want to say it's unmatched, but it's pretty close, right? It's up there. It is #1. It's, whether you debate whether it's unmatched on the subscription side is a little tough. So the long-term vision for us is saying, how do we differentiate in that space and really make people recognize that our businesses are ones that they need to, want to participate in as consumers. We start with the positioning of the service, which is for Paramount Plus is live sports, breaking news, and a mountain of entertainment. That mountain of entertainment is really the key starting point that you have to from all services like this. You have to have key things, and we've seen 30,000 episodes and movies is where we're going to end up by the early part of next year. That puts us in the tippy top of the overall ecosystem. A couple folks have a little bit more. You're never going to watch all 30,000 episodes, I promise, as an individual human. So the goal is, do we have it in a diverse enough type slate of programming? We have kids. We have, adult entertainment, we have animation, we have reality, we have drama, we have comedy, we have all the different pieces that really can make a robust service. Then you add to it an incredible news operation in CBS News and a 24/7 live streaming network in CBSN, which has been growing hundreds of % year over year. And then you layer on it all the major sports from your local CBS stations, including NFL and March Madness and SEC and golf, all those pieces, and some exclusive sports rights we've dove in on like UEFA. You really see that sort of trifecta come together in that service. And then we also play in the premium end of the marketplace with Showtime, and we play in the free end of the marketplace with some of our direct apps like CBSN and HQ, but also with Pluto, right, which is our broad-based free service. And so we're really attacking the consumer on those 3 levels, and we really feel like, as this market evolves, we'll be in the right place for, we have something for everyone, basically, is the way I would lay it out.
Awesome. So, I think it's appropriate, given the organizers and hosts for today, Brand Invaders, to talk a little bit about the brand. Tell us about the decision behind naming the new service Paramount Plus, and how do we plan to market it?
Yeah, and I start with, it was not an easy decision, and yet it was, right? When it came down to it, we first had to make the decision: were we going to rebrand this service? Were we going to keep it CBS All Access or do something innovative with that name? And I think what we decided was that CBS is an incredibly powerful brand, for television, and incredibly powerful in sports and news and entertainment. And we didn't want to lose that capability and the heft that came with. So we needed to find something that could sit sort of above that brand, as well as 5 or 6 other brands in MTV and Nickelodeon, and stand for kids and stand for a reality and stand for all those pieces. And what came out of that is that we could invent a new brand, which would cost, lots and lots of money and take time to build up brand equity, or we could take one of the larger brands inside our portfolio. And frankly, that's where Paramount stood out. We did the research. It has incredible global and domestic awareness. And when you see that curtain raiser, the stars flying across the river and landing on that mountain and that majestic feel that it gives you. We did the research, and what it tells consumers is that something big is going to happen, and they don't necessarily know what, because all the movies in the Paramount history have different connotations. You have Top Gun, you have Goodfellas, you have Anchorman, you have all kinds of different things. So it didn't necessarily stand for any one thing except for big entertainment, and it's one of the most iconic brands in the history of Hollywood. So transforming to a brand that could mean almost anything in there, but also had that big entertainment feel that we could lean into, made all the sense in the world. And so that's why we're headed in that direction. We don't intend to lose any of the equity of the brands within the service. They will thrive. They will have their own homes within the service. If you're coming in and you're going to watch only this type of content, go to sort by that brand. And we guess that the Paramount Plus plan can really thrive above it. And obviously, we added the plus to it to denote that it was a streaming service and that it was premium. As some have joked with us, it's kind of hard to be plus the Paramount, right? Which literally means the top. But our point there is more about indicating to consumers what we mean, in what we're delivering in the service, and we think it's going to work very well. The work we have to do is we have to convince audiences that news and sports can thrive within something named Paramount, and I think that's that's the task we have over the next few years. But I certainly think it's one we're up to.
Awesome. So, it's funny you mentioned Anchorman. I think I was playing with the idea of the title for this, and I kept coming the phrase of when he I'll send you a meme on it. Throwing back to our old buddy Jim. But shouting it from the top of the mountain, I think was like the one phrase that kept coming back in my brain on that.
Yeah, it did make our value proposition really nice and catchy, right? Live sports, breaking news, mountain of entertainment. We're going to lean into that mountain. It's the most recognizable part of the logo. Everybody says the stars, which we reduced in the new logo and made fit a little bit better. But really, and that stands for the stars that started with the studio and all the other things that it means. And at the end of the day, the mountain really stands out, and we think that's going to be the iconic logo that works for us over time.
Fantastic. So shifting gears a little bit, wanted to kind of go into more of like a strategic conversation. So, the late Sumner Redstone famously coined the adage, content is king. And, I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Do you still believe that's true? And how are you thinking about the content investments for Paramount Plus and across the streaming portfolio?
Yeah, look, I do on our services, you have to start with an incredibly high quality user experience, right? It needs to be world class if you're going to ask, tens of millions of people to use it on a monthly basis. And you do need to have the distribution across all platforms to make it accessible to everybody, no matter what they have. So I do think sort of product and quality and user experience and distribution are absolutely key to all of these services. But at the end of the day, they're not subscribing for those things. If you didn't have the right content, or they're not viewing for those things, they're not going to generate that ad inventory for sales teams to sell without that content capability. So I do agree, content is king. Distribution and product might be, queen and prince or princess or whatever the analogy would be. But it does feel like that is going to be the different way we differentiate services. And I really do feel like we have a tremendous value proposition on that front. We are one of the few that's really going deep in live. Both live news and live sports, having those 24/7 live streaming networks in CBSN and Sports HQ for sports and ET Live, the exclusive rights we have on the sports side, as well as the news coverage. And then look, it's going to be about some of the franchises that we invest in. We've shown what Star Trek can do. We've shown what Twilight Zone can do. We have shown what something even like The Good Wife and The Good Fight, even though it's a franchise, it's not the same thing as Star Trek. We're not going to sell a whole lot of Christine Baranski dolls, although I'm sure she would love it. It is something we can really lean into. And so the big one we've announced so far is the investment we're putting into SpongeBob, right? We already have all the back seasons of SpongeBob on the service and the Nickelodeon brand. We have announced that we were going to pick up the theatrical movie that was supposed to go this year. That'll become a direct-to-consumer offer in the service when we relaunch early next year. And the spinoff from that movie, Camp Coral, which is sort of young SpongeBob and his friends, is coming to the service exclusively around the same time. So really do feel like, we have a number of opportunities like that. We haven't announced them all, but that's one. We're obviously investing in a big way into The Godfather with the series we announced, The Offer, which is sort of the telling of the story of making that movie. It doesn't necessarily mean where we're headed with the overall franchise, but we are looking at the IP within the company and how we can use it to really differentiate the service. And we don't just want to be a service of reruns. We're going to have and remakes and reboots. We have tremendous what I call originals, as well. We've done a great job with Why Women Kill, and we have a number of other ones coming out later. The Stand, which is sort of IP and sort of original from the Stephen King book, coming in December, and a number of others next year. But we really do have some tremendous capabilities inside the company. Are going to use those to differentiate.
And personally, what are you looking forward to?
All right, I have this little favorite that's coming a little bit later this year, which is a documentary series that we commissioned about high school football in Texas that is played in small enough towns where they cannot field a full-size team, so they play 6-on-6 football. And we followed around a team that had won the previous 2 state championships, even though their town only has 650 people in it or so. It's called Texas 6. It's about a high school in a town called Strawn, Texas. And it is, honestly, I've only watched the first 4 or 5 episodes right now because they're still being cut, but they are amazing. Once you're in, you feel for this team and these young men and what this coach is teaching them. And it is just both fun and heartbreaking at times, and just an awesome piece of work. And I'm really excited to see how the consumer audience reacts to that. And a really small thing we picked up, sort of earlier in the year. So curious to see how that one plays. But I'm excited about, Star Trek Discovery's back next week for season 3. We've got season 1 airing on CBS to try to give it a bit of a boost of awareness. And then we have The Stand from Stephen King coming at the end of the year. And he wrote us the 9th extra Coda episode to this mini, and it is just an incredible ride, through that text on the screen here. So, we have just so much coming in the next few months. It's going to be great.
Awesome. And I've been a huge fan of a lot of the docs coming out. The Console Wars, if I could put a plug in, was pretty amazing as well. So keep the docs coming.
We're excited. We have a show in development with that team as well. Like, it could be a dramatic show on that front. But that documentary is really cool. If you're a Nintendo and Sega fan, you want to know how one beat the other and then they both lost. We've got the story.
Yeah. All right. So, how do you view the shift in consumer streaming behaviors over time? And really, what challenges and opportunities does that open up for brands to consider the next 12 to 18 months?
Yeah, look, I think what you're seeing is a massive increase in streaming, right? You're seeing it across the board, AVOD, SVOD, and the mix. We feel really good about how we're positioned on both ends of that spectrum, right? We've got what I would call super premium services in Showtime and BET+. We've got specific things for young kids in Noggin. And then we've got Paramount Plus as our big broad service right now, all access and transforming. And then Pluto, CBSN, Sports HQ, ET Live as some of our free ad-supported services. And I think what we're seeing is just that device transition is really happening. Those connected devices, connected televisions, the Amazon Fires, the Rokus, the Apple TVs of the world are really exploding. And so being able to take advantage of those devices. The other thing I'd say is with our multi-channel partners, the MVPDs and virtual MVPDs of the world, we effectively have authentication rolled out across all of our television brands and across all devices. It's not necessarily with every operator and every device and everything, but we're very, very close to fully distributed there. That just drives a ton of availability for folks that are involved in that multi-channel ecosystem. And that is still the majority of American homes, right, that are subscribing to multi-channel cable. And despite sort of some of the shrinkage on that marketplace, it is still an incredibly vibrant and strong marketplace. And so our view there is we are still having an incredible amount of content and value being driven to users on those platforms. The biggest platform we have is still the CBS television network, still drives the most viewership. You watch on NFL Sunday, you see it on prime time and daytime and late night. And so I just don't think that shift, we're prepared for how that shift plays out, right? I think we see that consumer behavior and it may go stronger in one direction or another, but we sort of have our play in each area and are able to aggregate those experiences for both consumers and for advertisers on both ends, able to reach those consumers and always do it in what I perceive to be, and I hope is true across our teams, in a very high consumer experience way. We take that incredibly seriously, and always, we have for years about trying to drive, always viewable, always available inventory. We're always looking at how the consumer is not inundated with similar or same advertising across the board and does have that, that frequency diversity and that reach diversity that is really required, not just for the advertiser, but for the consumer sake of it all as well.
Yep. So turning to AVOD a little bit, so shifting from SVOD to AVOD, and I know that there's sort of a spectrum in a way between the two. Bob Bakish, our CEO, has been very vocal about Pluto TV's growth, which recently, I believe, hit 26.5 million monthly viewers. But as you and I know, there's more to the story. So, CBS Interactive had an early and strategic approach as well. Can we double click a little bit on the role of CBSN, and especially in this election year, and how that's driven amazing growth, and also Sports HQ within the streaming landscape? Yep.
So, look, first of all, Pluto's an incredible asset in the portfolio. 25, 30 million, monthly users. But even more impressive, I think, is they are the leaders in what I would call time spent, for those users. We don't disclose that number, but I have seen them, and they are incredibly strong, especially relative to competitors. I think they're the absolute number one in the AVOD space in terms of that total hours and consumption. So really just phenomenal asset. And our other free streaming networks, including some of the ones we've created from the brands, like pieces from MTV and Nickelodeon, others have created channels on Pluto, as well as CBSN and Sports HQ and ET Lab all live within Pluto as well. So it's another form of distribution for us. But specifically on the news side, CBSN and the local strategy that we've spun up around CBSN has really been tremendous. And frankly, we couldn't have imagined a year where it would have been more needed, right, and more appropriate. We've seen hundreds of % growth. We've hit every record you can imagine, from users to streams to minutes. And we've done it numerous times throughout the years. I can't even remember which month now is like the record. We'll probably set it again this month. We'll probably set it again next month. And maybe November, it'll slow down a little bit at the end of the month, but I don't know. We'll see what happens. It has just been, on a rocket ship in terms of viewership. And I think it's because the value proposition we're delivering is really clear. We are giving you what I would call, and down the middle sounds so boring because I don't think it is, but it is down the middle news. It is not taking a position. It is true news. It is 24/7. It is not just always on, but always informative. It's not sitting there in a bunch of repeat hours or a bunch of clips stitched together. It is actually live anchored news. I think we are literally running live somewhere between, it's 24/7, but I think literally live, 18 to 22 hours a day, depending on the day and the news. And that's just an incredible amount of content we're spinning up in that regard. We've created a documentary series there. We've done all the right things from a show and programming perspective to really deliver for that audience. And because it's across all those platforms from being live since 2014, we really have seen this tremendous growth. And then the second leg of that stool this year has been to spin up about 10 local versions of CBSN and all the owned and operated station markets that we have, predominantly New York, LA, San Francisco, Chicago, Bay Area, Philadelphia. And what's happened there is we've seen it's added twofold things to our coverage. One is we've seen people tune in to their local market, but also tune into their not local market for stories that they see on those channels. So we have multiple channels in the interface and really attach to those. And the second thing it's enabled us to do is really capture time of day throughout the world. So I give you the example of when President Trump announced at 1 a.m. on the East Coast that he had COVID the other night. We didn't have somebody sitting anchoring from New York at 1 a.m. because that's just frankly not a great hour for us to garner a lot of traffic. But all of a sudden there was going to be traffic coming. Well, CBSN Los Angeles was live picking up that news, and we pumped that right into the national feed, and everybody got those pieces from our incredible team out in LA. So I look at that, and the amazing part was that I nor the GM of that business, Christy Tanner, had to call anybody to make it happen. It just happened, right? We have a well-functioning and oiled machine, with a tremendous team there making those pieces happen. And then the other one is Sports HQ, which has done phenomenally well. It's been a weird year without sports for a big portion of it, but we're back. NFL is back. UEFA came back for us. And it is our 24/7, news network for sports. And I would just say that every time we see a big event come, we just see the thing keep stair-stepping growth. And obviously we have a huge event coming early next year in the Super Bowl. And, our belief there is that this is really a tremendous asset for the company in terms of, consumers coming in and consuming, but also an incredible opportunity for advertisers and our partners to, put themselves in front of the right audience. Our audience is, effectively the people that care about who wins the game. They're not about the drama. We're not about the noise. We're about the drama on the field or on the court. It's been a weird year for that, to be honest. But, and you think about people that are Also, you know, sports gambling is becoming a big thing. It's now legalized in a number of states. It's becoming bigger and broader. And we were very focused on our audience having a very high overlap with that audience as we roll out across, you know, sort of more pieces of the country.
Yeah, I can personally attest to watching a lot of the local Pittsburgh broadcasts. So I'm a huge Pittsburgh sports fan, grew up there. And if I could make a personal plug to possibly blend the two of the local strategy on the news side with the Sports HQ side, I wouldn't be upset about that. But
something we're all talking about. It's hard to do, but it is, you know, we definitely see it. And we have a strong local team and strong national team in sports and news. We're talking about how we bring those things together. We happen to have some of the largest local sports properties already in Max Preps and 24/7 Sports, right? We're the leader in high school sports and one of the leaders in college sports and recruiting. So we have a lot of things that I think folks don't remember are in our portfolio, right? Like, you know, the number one podcast at Florida State around football is us. We happen to own that podcast. We happen to do that in probably dozens of cities around the country. So as sports comes back to life here in the end of this year and into next year, we feel like we're gonna have really great opportunities to grow that.
Awesome. And make sure to put Boston last on the roadmap just to annoy Jeremy, if you wouldn't mind.
We need to do better football in New York too. It's been a rough couple of weeks.
So zooming out a little bit, Paramount Plus, Pluto, Noggin, CBSN, you know, there's a myriad of Viacom and CBS channel apps and premium offerings between Showtime and BET Plus. So you look at it from a high level, and you know, we've amassed really a large and diversified streaming portfolio. What's the philosophy and strategy behind that? Because you look at some of the, our competitors, and they're putting a lot of the eggs in, just one or two or three baskets, whereas, we're much, it appears that we're much more widespread. So we'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
Well, first of all, we're a top 5 internet company in the United States by audience, right? We have 200 million plus users. We have something like 150 million plus video viewers across all of our properties. I think 50 million plus of those are watching long form video, typically on a TV glass, but sometimes can be on the other platforms. And, the growth there is just tremendous. And the reason we're able to do that is because we're not just all one thing, right? We are using our brands, our different programming capabilities to drive those audiences online. And we don't ever want to lose that fact because it does help us drive to be that big. There's nobody else in that top that's doing it with one thing. And the people that are in above us on that list are people like Google, which you can understand why they might have slightly more traffic, or Amazon, or Facebook. And those guys are big diversified companies too, and how they go out and approach those audiences. So I feel very strongly that approaching the consumer in that way is the right way. It doesn't mean we're not putting a lot of our eggs in one basket. I would say Paramount Plus is our big play in that regard. Many of the other services and types of content fit within Paramount Plus on a premium basis. That's why CBSN, Sports HQ, ET Live, all of the content from across the networks on a library basis, much of it on a current basis, is all going to be in Paramount Plus with commercials or a commercial-free basis. So I look at that and say, we have made our one big play, or are about to make it, and are in the middle of transforming it, but we're also going to allow the component pieces to drive their own audience and their own traffic to try to drive that for consumers. And that makes a ton of sense. So now, I think that works, from a consumer perspective. And I think we're seeing that. We're seeing Pluto drive audience. We're seeing All Access and soon to be Paramount Plus growing. We're seeing Showtime continue to grow as a super premium perspective. We're seeing all these other places work. We're getting that 200 million people in. So consumer wise, we're not going to change what's working. So I think what we need to do is then, for our partners, especially our advertisers, is be able to deliver that as effectively a simple, or at least easy to execute buying tool, right? And I think that's what your team and what David and John on our teams have put together in IQ, is saying we can allow you to buy across that in these smart ways, and with the tools that we can supply there to be able to deliver that entire audience and all the knowledge that we have about that audience. And the key, by the way, in going in those different buckets, also the data that we get is just tremendous. I don't think there's a company out there other than probably Google or Amazon, probably Facebook, that are getting the type of data from our user base because of the nature of the way we run that business. Think about sports. So many registered users relative to alerts, relative to fantasy, relative to the gambling side of things. Think about our entertainment business. So many registered users relative to All Access and Paramount Plus. Frankly, the only business where we don't force you in a really good and smart way to register is probably the news business, right? And it's probably the business where if we asked you to register, we probably would have less users. So we really can't do that, but neither is anybody else. So we're really in a tremendous position from a knowledge of the user basis to be able to inform that type of product, both for our users and for our advertisers. And I think what we have is also a team that is very smart about how to both program that experience so that it's high quality for the user and for the advertiser, and make it so that let's call it that user usage loop, that ability for people to come back and really keep experiencing us and having those type of loyal and broad user bases is something that grows and thrives for us. We're not one and doneing this. We're not, going out there and buying a bunch of search ads and, dumping you into that product and getting you out of there very quickly. We believe in sort of really only building experiences that can deliver for users over the long run and for real.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them. I mean, in a way, in an era of hyper fragmentation, there seem to be a lot of different personalized experience that aggregate a lot of audiences. It's hard to kind of simplify and distill that down, but how do you support that with as many apps on as many platforms? Before coming to CBS, I thought I had my hands full when I was running AOL On, and across just one app across 18 different platforms. You have I can't even count the number at this point. Now that we're also looking at the Viacom TV Everywhere authenticated side as well. How do you harness that?
Yeah, if you think about it, it's on some we're in the sort of dozen to dozen plus type of platforms, and on some we're on a little bit fewer than that. But no matter what, everybody's got a mobile app, probably on 2 platforms, and a connected TV app probably on 2 to 4 platforms, right? So each brand you see is probably on somewhere between 5 and 10 platforms, and some of them on 12 to 14. It's a lot of work, don't get me wrong, but the key is I think a number of the components on the back end are 100% shared. We're effectively going to move to a single ad platform across all of those pieces. We are moving to effectively a single video player across 95% of those experiences. We share all of that knowledge. Systems are unifying. We have the same billing engine across the majority of those services. So we really do have that infrastructure down, and we have an AI and ML team that is using the algorithms that they've developed that are working on things like Showtime or All Access and leveraging that across all the other platforms. So you get all the basis of knowledge from each of them sharing. And then we really only manage probably what I would call 3 or 4 major platforms to be able to do that, right? All of the entertainment apps sit on a singular platform. News and sports are slightly different user experiences that have to build on their own, but they use a lot of the same technology. HQ, CBSN, ETL are all spun up on effectively the same core live streaming tech. And so you see a lot of sharing in between those pieces, but it is a large team. We're always hiring. If people are out there looking for jobs, we always have we're mostly developers and product folks, but we're always out there trying to build the team in the right ways. And it is a growth business for sure. We see each of those things really, thriving. And then there are some things that don't end up growing the way we want to, and we end up sometimes, trimming the portfolio, if and when possible. Not every one of our cable networks has a full TV Everywhere suite. We have eliminated some of those that are on the smaller side, but we certainly see it as an area to invest in. And we want our experiences not just to be for one thing. We sort of look at them and say, if you're coming to one of our apps or sites and you're not getting a choice of how to experience that brand or that event, we probably haven't done it right. So our view is there's probably going to be something free, something authenticated, and potentially something to upgrade to and pay us in on every one of those experiences. It may not be, universal, but it's going to be pretty close to that.
Awesome. So I think we're going to shift gears a little bit and take a couple of questions from the audience. So I have a couple queued up here. First one is, what trends in consumer behavior are particular importance to you and marketers now? And how are people consuming media differently in this day and age?
Yeah, I mean, the one that we've had our eye on for a number of years was the increase in home media spend, right? Which sounds like you're buying more DVDs or something, but it actually means the streaming services increase in spending. And I can't imagine what the 2020 number is going to look like. It's going to be off the charts because of COVID. It'll be really interesting to see how that pans out. But it was already on a trend of up and up and up, which is really interesting to us. because that wasn't the initial logic, right? People were saying, they may be spending less on their media. They're looking for more free things. Nope, prices are up. It's going up. So that was one of the ones that we really looked at. I think, look, connected television, I almost feel like I'm a year late in saying it, although we've been saying it for 5, is that is, 80-85% of the viewership on any platform in which we are able to put, full and robust content on is going to the television. So internet under television is real. We've brought TV back to the TV that way. And I think that's going to thrive into the future. So being on those platforms is absolutely key. I think other startups out there, and not to be named, have thought, no, mobile's everywhere. And I do think there's certainly places for that. But if you're talking about long form, high value content, it's going to be on the TV screen, and we need to be there. And then look, I think the democratization of industries is real by the internet, right? And so you see it in everything, right? You see it from fitness with Peloton to razors with Harry's to, you name it, up and down the value chain. It's there. It's happening to us in television, but I think it's happening to us in a really unique way where we as the large content creators have the ability to take control of our destiny in that regard. And I think you see, 2, 3, 4 companies, actively doing that. And so thinking about it, not just as consumer media trends, just consumer trends, right? Like you're going to order your, everything over the internet or, find a way to do that we need to be there in front of those big folks. And I think that's what we're leaning into very hard throughout the team.
Excellent. So next question, how do you see the audience demographic expanding to be more diverse and inclusive as the industry grows and evolves? And, I know part of the answer is probably, I've seen some of the stats on UEFA, which is a very international, multicultural experience. Aside from that, tell us about how on the programming side and experience side, we're tapping into those audiences.
Look, I think, part of the strategy of Paramount Plus and the transformation from All Access is to diversify and age down the audience. Not that we were necessarily old, but the average age of a subscriber on CBS All Access, up until now is usually about in the mid 40s. And all the folks that we've signed up in August and September, since the preview launch happened, we launched all those new brands, we launched UEFA, the average is in the mid 30s. So we're like getting 10 years younger over time. It didn't fully average down. We only added so many subs in those 2 months, but it's been a tremendous move. And I think has also become much more diverse, the type of programming, kids programming, you're adding UEFA, you're adding BET, you're adding MTV, you're adding VH1 to those mixes, how that works. And CBS programming is getting more diverse over time as well, right? As you've seen the transformation of the network and what they've been putting on there. So I do feel like our programming is going to drive that, and it already is. And that is a key to our growth strategy because the core streaming audience is 18 to 49. And if we're averaging at the high end of that, you're only playing in one part of the playing field. And if you look what YouTube has done on the younger side of the audiences and why we have a business like VDS, like Viacom CBS Digital Studios, is really to grow that social audience on YouTube, on Facebook, and really build that younger audience as aware of our brands, aware of the incredible content they deliver. And I hate to use like an old phrase from our former research head, Dave Poltrak, but he used to give this story about like how as people got into their 40s and had kids, they would transform from being active out in society to like sitting in their Barcalounger and like watching TV. I think that's an old analogy now. I think, Dave is retired. He was a tremendous leader for us. He was one of my professors back in business school 20 some years ago, but his adage is kind of correct, right? I think what's going to happen is those folks who only want free content, only want it on mobile when they're younger, are going to age into the demographic where they can afford longer form experiences and will want them and will be willing to pay for them or willing to at least spend the time to do it. And so we need to play at both ends of those spectrums with our brands. If we're not, then we're missing that audience as they come into these various forms of their transition through life. And so we need to be that sort of soup to nuts type of media company. I think we have all the brands and all the content capabilities to do it, and we have the strategies to focus on it, but it's about execution, certainly over the next 3 to 5 years.
Got it. And then, on the topic of, we'll call it business school leadership, you are now the CEO of Viacom CBS Digital. How has your leadership style changed over the past few months? And have you been able to develop more personal relationships with colleagues and partners? And how do you accomplish that? I think we're all still struggling in a lot of ways with I'm sorry to say the new normal, and I'm so friggin' sick of that saying, but it's a very real thing. And we'd love any words of wisdom you may have there.
So, I mean, first of all, I'm sure everyone who I'm talking to on Zoom is sick of my white walls behind me. Everyone jokes that I have like no decorations and behind me. And I don't know what this short closet is for, but we have it in our house. Happens to be across from my desk. Look, I think COVID has really taught us a bunch of lessons that I think a lot of teams realized they could do a lot working differently, right? They could do a lot working from home. And I think as we think about the transition, back as this, this virus likely fades over time and we find a way to do better against it and therefore can return to a more traditional working environment, I think we're going to go back a little differently. I think it's going to be a little bit more hybrid, and we're going to see how that goes. Some are going to want to be fully in, some are going to want to be out, some are going to be in between. But what it does put a challenge as a leader is on how do you connect with a broader set of people, right? I could literally spend all day on Zooms with my direct reports and never talk to anybody else and probably keep operating. But would that be the right way to keep a team together and motivated and driving towards a unified set of goals? So it just puts even more pressure on the types of communication that you have to do as a leader. Certainly all hands type of meetings, which by the way, we were already a geographically diverse division. We have people all over the world and all over these different offices. So we were already relying on streaming and sort of town halls virtually. So it wasn't like a new thing to do. It's just a new background that isn't a stage and is my, the back of my office. And so I think those become that much more important, the type of sort of email and Slack and constant communication with the team. But I'd also say, like, look, I did this over the past couple of months. I set up basically a skip level meeting with every one of my directs. It's hard, for me, that's about 50 people, and trying to get to 50 people in a period of time. I did ask my EA, could you go one more level down? That was 200 and something people. I said, okay, that will take me over a year. I can't do that. So we got to find a way to do that more efficiently. And then I think, look, as noted, this has been a really strange year. And I think with the Black Lives Matters movement and our push towards a more diverse and inclusive company and culture, and while I take some pride in our division being a leader in that regard and understanding the need for that, prior to this movement happening, but understanding we need to make more strides in how that moves forward. I use that as an example of, like, we put together 5 different town halls with smaller groups of people, 50-ish groups of people that wanted to come and have a dialogue with management about how these things were progressing and what we're going to go after. And that really helped shape our goals and what we were going after. And so it really is about reaching out and finding that communication. And it's not style, that level, right? That amount that you can do, in this virtual environment. And I, for one, can't wait to get back into the offices. I love management by walking around and talking to people and seeing how things are going. But you have to find your ways to do it in this regard. And look, stay close with your teams in the ways that you can. And those notes matter, those Slacks matter, those Zooms matter, and also giving people time to not be on them. I think people are thanking me sometimes when I'm not doing. I'm just offering conference calls instead of Zoom, so they can put their t-shirt on and not worry about it. But all things to all people, that you have to let them each sort of figure out their own path through it and try to find the best way to make them as productive as they can be. And what I love about our team is that we're really, I don't want to say singularly, but really focused on goals, really focused on what we want to get to. And so each of these divisions and these subdivisions have goals that they're going after. And I've kind of blown through all the traffic ones this year, but I think next year is going to be a great opportunity to blow through both, sort of on all metrics and see how that goes.
Awesome. Well, I think we're about out of time. It looks like Jeremy's about to come kick us out. But Mark, thank you for your time, your thoughts. I learned a lot, and I always enjoy talking with you. So appreciate it.
You too, Brendan. I appreciate it, and good to talk with you all.
All right, Jeremy, back to you.
Jeremy's the guy on mute in the meeting that always.
Thanks. Oh man,
that'll be one per meeting. There it is. This is
all right. First big moderator flaw today. That was great. Thank you so much. I also learned a lot, and it's certainly an exciting time for the company. So really appreciate both of you giving us your time. Cool. Okay. Thanks, guys. So listen, there's a lot of sessions still ahead of us. As a quick reminder, to our audience, please feel free to share today's links with friends and colleagues so they can tune into great programming. And again, there's another session tomorrow. So now I'm excited to introduce our next fireside chat with Matthew Coleman. Matthew's the marketing director at State Farm. He's currently responsible for media plan development, oversight and optimization, digital/social media advertising, and sports marketing. That's a lot. That's a lot, Matthew, that you're responsible for. This session will be moderated by Kinsey Tamburino, who's the Vice President of Sales at Vivo. So welcome, Kinsey and Matthew.
Hi, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Hi, Matthew. How are you?
Hey, great. How's it going, Kinsey?
Thanks, Jeremy. This is awesome. Thanks so much. I'm glad that technologically we were able to be here. Just want to say hi to everybody. I'm really thankful for being here. Excited to participate in this conversation surrounding the future of media, specifically driving growth with data. So as Jeremy mentioned, I'm Kinsey Tamburino. I'm the VP of East and Midwest Sales for Vivo. It is a global music television network served as the custodians to music content, and we connect artists to mass-scaled audiences in a myriad of different distribution outlets, with the most rapid growth of ours being on connected television space. So I'm here to talk to you a bit about how we work together. Matthew, I'm joined by him. He is a marketing director at State Farm. We work really closely with him and his team. We are grateful for your partnership. That goes without saying. I'm really looking forward to having this opportunity to talk to you. And I'll kick it off if you want. I was just gonna, Michael has been with State Farm. I was, stalking him on LinkedIn, and he's been with State Farm for over 25 years. So I can assume that you have had a number of different roles, Matthew. I can tell that, you probably had different experiences in all of those. I would love to hear a little bit of feedback about, maybe the past, but also more importantly, what you're doing today. Would be great if you want to kick it off.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, Kinsey. Appreciate it. And thanks, everybody. Really excited to be here. Looking at the panel, you obviously have a lot of great folks that are here today, and I just view it as a privilege to be able to come in and spend some time with Kinsey and talk to you guys about what we're doing at State Farm. So for me, Kinsey, I started off as a Firefield claim rep in Tampa, Florida. So I interned with State Farm as a fire claim rep, and joined the kind of the business side of the house kind of right out of college, and so did that for a number of years, and then I joined our catastrophe services division probably about a couple of years into my career with State Farm. So going all over the country and helping people out with whether it was an earthquake or flooding or hurricanes. So kind of grew up on the business side of the house. I was a business administration major in college, and so always had a penchant for marketing and just all things business. So I got married while on catastrophe duty. I had my first kid, second kid while I was on catastrophe duty, and it was time for me to get off the road. So all signs pointed to marketing for me. It turns out that my boss had some really good connections within the marketing department, and I was able to do a developmental opportunity working on the PNC side of the house from a marketing standpoint, and worked on our Cars execution. So when Cars, the movie, came out and we were partnering with Disney on that, had a chance to work on that. And then I've been in marketing ever since. So I've been in marketing since 2006, taken on a number of roles within marketing, both as an analyst and in leadership. Did a brief stint within State Farm Bank because you get a chance to kind of spread your wings a little bit at State Farm because we're so big. Managed their vehicle loan portfolio. That was about a $5 billion portfolio that I managed before coming back to marketing as a director overseeing financial services. And now I get to work on our PNC business, which is great. So I work primarily on branding and acquisition. And so that includes our media and sponsorships. So everything from upfront planning, media plan optimization, the venue deals that we have, the various activations and media integrations are on my team. And then I'm also responsible for our digital and social marketing efforts. And so that's everything from digital branding and acquisition to our social media strategy. Those are my primary responsibilities. But then on top of that, I also have sports, music, gaming, and we go a little bit deeper in acquisition with one of our teams. And so I work with those folks too. So Yeah, been with State Farm a long time, lots of different opportunities, loving the job that I'm in right now.
That is great. Oh my gosh, I can't even imagine like all the catastrophe work that you've done, how like integral you could be right now, considering literally every day we have natural disasters upon us. So kind of fascinating, but that is cool to see you have had that trajectory throughout the company, and now you to influence marketing the way that you have. That's pretty amazing. So I'm sure, like speaking on behalf of what's going on in the world with fires and hurricanes, I would imagine that a key objective for you guys at State Farm is to play a really important and trusted role, especially like in times right now. I can't imagine. I mean, you guys are pretty necessary if we've ever thought about, you know, things that were necessary to individuals. So what is, I guess, a key focus for you guys, or like a brand promise, something that you guys are doing and making customers across all your media outlets aware of right now?
Yeah, so really we're founded on making sure that we focus on building relationships, helping customers and communities, and just being a good neighbor. You know, those are some of the key tenets that have built our brand and established our brand over time. And it's further shaped by, you know, the mission, vision, and values that we have. And so every interaction that we have with our customers is pivotal to that brand promise that we have, right? And so you speak about the CAT environment that we're in right now, whether it's wildfires or hurricanes. We know that those are crucial moments that you know, where we have an opportunity to show up and really help people. And for us, we call it the moment of truth, right? But we also know that it's not just in those environments where people are looking for help. There are cases where people are looking for guidance, whether it's financial. If you think about COVID and life production, so if you think about life as life insurance as an industry and the trajectory in terms of growth that we've experienced there, people are really concerned about their health, and they're concerned about their loved ones, and they're concerned about leaving a legacy. And that's where life insurance comes in. And so being able to be there to meet the needs of customers, regardless of where they are in their life stage, is something that's extremely important to us. You know, we also know that about 70% of our buying decisions, at least for people within our category, is based on how they feel about the brands that they're doing business with. And so it's really important to us that through our agents and other State Farm associates, that we're really kind of leaning into the idea of building those relationships and maintaining those relationships over time. And we believe that if we do that, that'll go a long way towards creating a positive experience and enhancing our brand.
Yeah, I mean, what you said at the end about 70%, I mean, I think that that's like a perfect segue into a lot of sort of the subject matter of what we, you know, this fireside chat is surrounding, is that you guys are going to be leaning on data to influence a lot of the things that you guys are taking to customers. And I imagine that a lot of data, the things that you're getting in feedback from what your customers need, really project out on certain things that you guys have to do within your marketing goals. So what sort of impact are those favorability scores or some of those data metrics that I'm sure that you guys are looking at? How is that really impacting how you guys are achieving your marketing goals right now?
Yeah, it's really important to us. So data and measurement are certainly two things that we want to make sure that we keep an eye on. So if you think about some of the media responsibilities that I have, you know, certainly want to make sure that we're being customer centric, and so leveraging the data that we have to help us understand the best way for us to reach our intended audience. I think for most marketers today, you know, the sweet spot is kind of that 18 to 34 year old range, right? So I don't think there are any surprises there. But we definitely leverage that data to help us understand not only insights relative to that particular customer base, but insights that are specific to our industry. So millennial insights can shift and adjust depending on the industries that they're in. And so we just try to be really intentional about how millennials feel about our industry and the needs that they have within our specific industry. But then on top of that, we also leverage data for things like our marketing mix. So we know that our overall marketing mix, there's a ton in there, as you might imagine. And so navigating social and video and audio and just all of the different elements, we are heavily reliant upon data in order to do that. Also, we have sponsorships. I'm also responsible for sponsorships. I don't know if I mentioned that or not. I may not have. But okay, so what does our 3 to 5 year strategy look like? And much of the decisions that we make relative to that strategy are founded on data. And even from a measurement standpoint, I think some of the standard metrics that others are using, whether it's brand consideration or metrics that are specific to maybe lower funnel tactics, so things like production and conversion and that sort of thing, certainly are ways that we're keeping an eye on how things are progressing for us. But both data and measurement are going to be really important for us moving forward, and have been for some time.
Got it. And it's funny, you mentioned your media mix. I mean, your role basically covers the media mix. So you tap into a lot of different aspects and, like I said, disciplines within how I think you guys are going to market. So you mentioned a little bit about how effective you guys will be in utilizing measurement and data. What are some of the KPIs? Because you mentioned conversions, and I'm at, like, right now thinking about people where they are and the things that they're thinking about right now. I'm sure that you guys have a pulse on what sort of KPIs you guys need to do in order to make sure that you're performing, right?
Yeah, so we have a dashboard, and while I can't go into much detail in terms of what's on our dashboard, it's a combination of upper funnel and lower funnel metrics, right? So things that we're doing to drive brand consideration, brand loyalty, awareness, right? Some of the types of tactics you would expect in terms of things that we deliver from an upper funnel perspective. Those things are there, right? But then also we have just some of the lower funnel tactics that we execute where we focus more on, especially from an insurance standpoint, it's really about quotes. And so you really want folks to quote you, right? So it's an extremely competitive business that we're in. I think when consumers are shopping, they shop roughly 2.2 carriers at any given time. They have to be in that top consideration set, right? And so we monitor that on a regular basis. And we also keep track of how many people are actually quoting us, how many of those quotes are converting to a completed quote, and what does that mean in terms of them actually binding the business. And so making those connections between some of those upper funnel measures and lower funnel measures can be tough at times, especially when you start adding in the noise of our agents. I mean, we have over 19,000 agents who are actively marketing also, right? And reaching out to people all the time, right? And it's really hard to kind of quantify what it is that they're doing to contribute. But wherever and whenever we can, kind of link those upper funnel activities and measures to what's happening in the lower funnel, we absolutely try to do that.
Yeah, so it seems like a really like fine needle to thread there. Like, you guys need to balance a lot. I can imagine that the constant like uncertainty, and especially like within our industry, right, with no sports and scripted series, and I imagine like no Olympics, no sponsorships, a lot of things that you have been doing perhaps have been baked in, sort of these mainstays or these initiatives that you guys have been focusing on, maybe for over time. I'm sure the mix has changed. You mentioned, that mix is kind of dynamic. What are some of those from those levels? Like, what are some of those shifts that are happening for you guys? I know like planning is probably constantly in flux. I mean, there isn't a client that I haven't talked to in the last 6 to 8 months that hasn't started out any Zoom meeting with the fact that, our planning is constantly, they're constantly in planning mode. So I guess, what are some of the shifts that you are seeing play out within the marketplace that are probably influencing your media mix, knowing those KPIs? These things are all like connected. You have a really tough job to constantly be considering it all, but I'd be curious to see some of those, what are some of the things that you are shifting and making you inform how you guys go to market?
Yeah, you're right. It can be tough to try to manage all of it, right? And fortunately, we have a ton of really great people internally that help us with that. But as I think about just some of the shifts that we're kind of keeping an eye on, especially as we approach planning for the year, we know that media consumption is something that is shifting, especially in light of COVID, right? So video consumption is up quite a bit. and especially on the streaming side. And so that's something that we're monitoring, because I think historically we've spent quite a bit of our or invested quite a bit of our overall video buy in linear, right? And we do believe that linear is still a significant part of our overall video mix. But as we think about just kind of where consumers are headed, and it's not just millennials, right? It's everyone. Everyone's streaming more, and everyone's using connected televisions and everything else to consume that media, as well as mobile devices. And so we know that those shifting consumption habits relative to video are something to keep an eye out for, and we're going to be making adjustments there. I think the other space that we're taking a close look at is audio. There's a ton that's happening in audio right now. Terrestrial radio certainly has its place, but we also know that streaming audio is picking up, especially in the podcast space, and so we're active there. And so when it comes to video and audio, being with Vivo and being a partner of ours,
music to our ears.
Yeah, I mean it's right in your sweet spot, right? So we know that there's certainly opportunity there, and want to continue to build on that. So video and audio are certainly two places that we're keeping an eye on. The other thing I would say is more from a consumer behavior standpoint. So we've seen accelerated digital adoption, right? And that's something that I think all of us have either read about in the trades or seen in the news. The stat that just keeps coming back to me is that over the last 5 months, our digital adoption has accelerated by 5 years, right? So that's a pretty staggering stat. Every time I hear it, I've heard it in so many different settings. I guess that's why it's stuck with me. But we know that digital adoption is something that we need to make sure that we're embracing and that we're ready for. And so how can our overall media mix reflect that? And so that's something else that we're thinking about. And then I guess the other thing I would say in terms of consumer behavior, this is probably more of a recent phenomenon, but mass migrations are happening all over the country right now. You think about what's happening in New York and Chicago and in San Francisco. You have folks that wanted to be there because really that's where the action was, right? But you have a number of companies that haven't gone back to the office yet. You have a company like Twitter that says, hey, look, you guys can work from home forever. And so you have folks that are leaving there, and they're going to Texas, they're going to Florida, they're going where it's warm. I'm from Tampa, Florida. So if we ever went all virtual, I would not be in Bloomington, Illinois. I'd be on the beach. Like, we'd be doing this from the beach. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because well, your picture is that there's some palm trees in that photo.
that's my inspiration. You know what I mean? So,
we'll get to it.
But yeah, we know that. So we're keeping an eye on that, because we're trying to understand what that means in terms of traffic patterns, in terms of housing starts, and what that means, because from an auto and home perspective on the insurance side, that's something that's really important to us. So it's definitely something that we're keeping an eye on. Not sure if it will influence our media or marketing mix all that much, but I think the jury's still out.
That's a good, so you touched on a lot of things that obviously are, poignant for our business and our partnership and how we work together, but also, so when you mentioned, which is, a lot about the migration to streaming, but before I go into the CTV, when you said local at the end, when you were talking about, obviously you have local agents, and local has probably always been a part of your mix. And like you said, it's just, do you think, no one really knows this, right? Because who knows what the world is going to turn out to be, but like this migration of localized initiatives, like this is important to you at State Farm, but I imagine that's important to everybody. You think it's going to last long, that like this is going to be kind of not a new normal, but like a new bigger priority for some industries, obviously within yours, but maybe others? Like local is huge, right? And we're upon a political year, so I can imagine it could have an impact long term.
Yeah, I think that's right, actually. So with our overall buy, right, that we make, it's normally at a national level, right? So it's pretty broad. You're trying to, you're trying to gain some efficiencies through scale. But we do also realize that there are certain pockets within the U.S. that are must wins for us. So we're in the political season, right? These are battleground states, right? These are states that we have to win if we want to maintain and extend our leadership position in this industry. And so being able to localize at least portions of your marketing plan, at least for us, is really important. And we try to do that a number of ways. There's certainly ways that we can do that through addressable TV, for example, right? So the technology exists today where you can do targeting that was maybe more specific to digital platforms before. You can now do that in television. Audio, you can certainly target with audio, and we've done that. We know that certainly with digital and social, ample opportunity there for us to do some targeting. So as we think about not only the consumers that we're trying to reach and where they are, we're also thinking about messaging that we have in market. And so, whether it's maybe a rate message or a service message, or maybe just a broader brand message, trying to think about that in the context of what's happening in a consumer's life right now. So if we were to track migrations and say, hey, we want to do something in marketing that's specific to those migrations, the channels and the messaging could look very different than what we would do locally somewhere else. And that doesn't include what our agents are already doing, like you mentioned. They are extremely active when it comes to marketing. And so we try to make sure that that when we're both in the marketplace, that we're being present in a way that complements one another, as opposed to conflicting with one another.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you don't want to, compound on one another. You want to make sure that you get, spread your wings, but like, obviously you want it to resonate with both your messages. So have you guys had to really rethink some of your creative solutions in this environment? I mean, I know that everybody has really had to do that. Us on a content ownership side, how are we continuing to refresh? Us, obviously, our artists are no longer hosting concerts, right? Like we were talking about this last time we spoke. So video is playing a really integral role, obviously, within their world, but then and the consumer. So how are you guys catering to your content? You guys have the best creative. You have such awesome, comedic, yet there's also those that are really pull on the heartstrings. So how have you guys been able to manage that throughout COVID and the pandemic?
Yeah, and so thanks for the compliment, first of all. I really appreciate that. No, so as far as COVID, it's been a challenge, right? So there are so many examples I can give you. I'll start with the one that's probably most specific to COVID. So we had just launched a refresh campaign before COVID hit. And so there's lots of work that we had in the can. It was already produced. It was ready to go. And then COVID hits, and you have to be mindful of the tone that you're setting in the marketplace when people are hurting, right? Physically, emotionally, financially. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a message in the marketplace that didn't come across as tone deaf, and was really as clear as we could be about how we're trying to demonstrate how we can help you in these times. And so there was a separate team, not my team, but there was another team that actually executed the COVID spot that we had in the marketplace. And it was the one that we had that featured our CEO at the end. We don't do spots like that. I mean, you just described the spots that we do. It's kind of tongue in cheek, and we're serious when we need to be, but we leverage humor, and we think that there's a place for that. This spot was very different. It kind of showed people in coping in this environment. It showed some of our partners who were in the marketplace and helping. It showed agents who were in the marketplace and helping. And then, like I said, at the end, it showed our CEO. So that's the message that we had in market early on. With COVID, that messaging is adjusted over time, and I think that's consistent for many brands. I think many of us are kind of out of that response phase where maybe we had more COVID specific messaging in market. Now we're starting to pivot to something that maybe better resembles where we were prior to COVID coming out. But we're also trying to be mindful of just some internal changes that we're making that might influence our work. So there's the external environment that we're always trying to make sure that we're keeping an eye on. But as we think about different product changes or pricing changes that occur within State Farm, we want to make sure that we have messaging in place that reflects that. And so if you think about our new Surprisingly Great Rates campaign, you see us leaning into price a little bit. And for those of you who have been following State Farm over time, we haven't really done that. But we know that our marketplace, not our marketplace, but excuse me, but our industry has been commoditized in a lot of ways. The value that we bring to the table may not be as important to consumers anymore, especially in times like these where financially things can be tough and you're trying to find ways to save money. And I think State Farm in a lot of ways is viewed as an aspirational insurance brand. And so people have certain assumptions when it comes to that, namely that can't afford State Farm. And that's one of the perceptual hurdles that we're trying to overcome. And so taking a look at considering the external environment, some of the internal changes that we're trying to make, we try to marry those two and make sure, like I said, that we're showing up in the market in a way that's relevant to consumers with an understanding that it's a very volatile environment that we're in.
Got it. Yeah, no, I can imagine. Again, like it's constantly like the yin and the yang, or like the art and science of how you need to look at your business. You've got to appease a lot of constituents, right? Like you've got your agents, you've got your customers. You want to make sure you guys are relevant. You're tapping into younger audiences. Like you want people to lock in with State Farm and like be partners with you for a long time. So yeah, you're weighing a lot of different things. I think that if I will go back to what you said before and some of the things that are influencing your decision making going forward, you were talking about streaming and the 1834, your audience targeting is maybe getting a little bit younger. What are some of the things that you're looking at, streaming services, connected television, platforms, or content owners? What are some of the things you're looking for them to do to help drive? I imagine obviously the audience, but like in addition, like what are some of the things that you're looking for CTV to solve right now?
Yeah, so for us, CTV is an integral part of our overall video plan. And so we know that consumption is up there. I've seen studies recently that suggest it's up as high as 16% year over year. So that's something that we want to make sure that we're continuing to keep an eye on and adjust to account for. But we also know that it can be harder to reach millennials via video, because I think at least another study that I saw suggested I think it was 46% of 18 to 34-year-olds that their digital consumption is on ad-free platforms. And so trying to meet those folks where they are is something that is going to be really important to us, and we'll continue to focus on that. And measurement, just going back to measurement, we know that that's going to be something that is going to help us do that, because we know that with mediums like connected TV, it gives you an opportunity to target households and users in a different way. And it's certainly something that we want to make sure that we're doing, with the understanding that there are a variety of ways to reach consumers through video, audio, and social and digital. To your earlier point, we have a ton of constituents that we're trying to appease, and that can be tricky when you're insuring 1 in every 5 households. We're not a monolithic society by any means, and so it can be a challenge at times to try to reach people in the ways that you would want to. But I think that's where mediums like connected TV come in, right? And addressable TV and some of the other things that us and other brands are leveraging to be more targeted. That's something that we are hyper focused on going into this coming year, is knowing that there's still a place for mass media, right? But how do we leverage some of the data and insights and frankly some of the capabilities that we have today to allow us to be able to target that much better and have our work not our work necessarily, but have our budgets work that much harder for us.
Yeah. No, that makes a lot of sense. And I imagine, CTV, you said it's a big part of your, going into next year. It's funny because I know you and I talked about in our prep call, like a lot of the things very like media focused upfronts. We were talking about sort of like where that marketplace is sitting. How was that hard for you? I mean, knowing there are certain bets that you guys are going to place going into next year, but knowing how there's so many variables to be thinking about going into specifically this year because of what's going on, was it an easy, like, how did you have to weigh a lot of different factors to decide whether to go in for an upfront or not? There's certainly efficiency driven by it, but you're still planning, you know what I mean? Like, what were some of the things that you guys had to think about as you were approaching the upfront, whether you were going to participate or not, when it would be, when not, that kind of thing?
Yeah. Okay. So last I checked, Mark Pritchard's not walking through that door or any other door with harm, right? So, so not participating in the upfronts. I don't know that we were taking it that far. I would say though, we're approaching the upfront differently, though, for sure. There's no doubt about that. So, so one thing that we are making sure that we're reinforcing with our media partners is that we're trying to build in flexibility and fluidity, right? So I think some of the longer term commitments that we maybe are accustomed or were accustomed to making from an upfront perspective, that's going to be different this year, at least for us. And so our media agency is OMD, and so we work really closely with those guys. They've been great, and we've been pretty explicit about our desire to make sure that we're building in flexibility because you just don't know what's going to happen with COVID. And so even though we're building in that flexibility, we do want to make sure that we are still trying to be really intentional with the plan and making sure that we're thinking about some of the adjustments that we're making within our mix year over year and trying to anticipate where customer behaviors are going to maybe influence what it is that we do. And also trying to think about our overall marketing budgets and the changes within our budgets year over year and what that might mean for our overall mix. So yeah, a number of variables that we're trying to take into account. But I would say the main thing relative to the upfront and how we're thinking about our media plan for the coming year, flexible and fluid.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, especially, and also like, efficiencies, if you're becoming more price conscious and you're thinking about the messaging that you're putting out there, there are advantages you can't overlook that the upfront does offer. So makes a ton of sense. So obviously, when you think about those upfront partnerships, they're rooted in a lot of different categories. You've got sports, gaming under your umbrella, everything. You mentioned music, so I'm going to have to ask, like we love it, live it, and it's a big part of our business and our partnership. I would love to know a little bit more about how you guys look at music, whether that's, more, tactical, like how you guys think about it. You mentioned audio. It probably overlaps into a lot of the different verticals that you guys are looking at, but what do you look to music to accomplish for you guys?
Yeah, so music for us is a passion point for millennials, right? And we know that. And so as we think about our 3 to 5 year sponsorship plan, and media is certainly a part of that, there are certain passion points that we've identified, right? And music is certainly one of those. And I know we've spent a little bit talking about our audio plan, but in terms of how we think about music specifically and how we've activated against music, it's mostly been with either partnerships with talent. So we had Andra Day, Panic at the Disco, right? So we have partnerships with talent, like real talent. But then also we were big into festivals. So Lollapalooza, Governor's Ball, and that sort of thing. And so when it comes to our activations, we need to reimagine what those look like now. Things, obviously, there aren't any concerts anymore. Well, that's not fair. I mean, they're drive-in concerts. They're not the same.
Drive-in.
It's hard. It's just
different.
hard. And I really feel for those folks actually. But look at what Travis Scott did with Fortnite, right? He did a full-blown show where people can actually kids can be in the game and interact with them and do all that. You think about some of the other things that are happening, with Vivo and some of the cool stuff that you guys are doing, especially in that digital space. I think some of the more traditional ways that we would have approached music namely through some of those activations and festivals. We're going to have to reimagine that moving forward. And so what are some ways that we can connect with consumers and meet them where they are in a way that's relevant and lasting? And so we do believe that platforms like Vivo certainly give us an opportunity to do that. But one thing that we're also trying to do within our shop is we're trying to reward innovation. And so we're actively looking for opportunities for us to rethink how we're approaching some of our passion points in music and gaming are certainly going to be some things that we try to reimagine going into next year.
Great, that's awesome. Love to hear it. So one last thing, because I think that we are going to go to Q&A as I'm being prompted here. One thing that I did want to, you talked about competitive set and some of the challenges you guys have, like within the industry, right? We talked about a lot of different topics within the industry. What are some of your predictions for 2021 within the space? What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah. Okay. So probably two things. So the first is kind of in that digital transformation space. So I think just with the acceleration of digital adoption, it's going to be really important for insurance, especially in our industry. It's going to be really important for us to make sure that that we're investing heavily in our digital transformation and making sure that we can meet customers where they are. Our State Farm agents are extremely valuable to us and frankly differentiate us from our competition. But we also know that not everybody wants to interact with an agent or even an associate over the phone. So we know that we need to blow out some of those digital transformation capabilities. And so I think firms are going to have a choice. They can build those capabilities themselves. They can acquire them, or they can maybe partner with someone on some of those capabilities. And so it'll be interesting to see how different companies, especially within our industry that is over 100 years old, how they actually respond to that. The other thing that I think is really interesting is new entrants. So if you think about firms like Lemonade and Root that filed for IPOs recently, and if you are watching football like I watch football, you're seeing commercials from the Root during nationally televised NFL games. You didn't see that a year ago. So these new entrants are coming in. Their value proposition is different in that they're quick, they're cheap. I don't know what their lapse cancellation ratios are. It'll be interesting to see that. But I think that there's an expectation that people with this accelerated digital environment, there's an expectation that it's not just Amazon that can serve you that way. That's what they want all of their experiences to be like. And Lemonade in the Root are doing really well there. So it'll be interesting to see how they perform.
Yeah, that will be interesting. I think because just going full circle here, when we talked in the beginning about being a trusted source and loyalty, do you think that those newer entrants to the environment will be challenged with trying to gain that trust that people might look for? Or is it you're just seeing things priority shift within consumers?
I don't know. It's hard to say. I think that the way that we've traditionally thought about building up a brand and doing it over decades, we're going to be 100 years old in 2 years, right? And so you think about the brand equity that we've established over time. I don't know that that's the path anymore, right? I forget how old Amazon is, but look at Amazon today, right? And granted, these folks are going to have a value proposition, or these firms are going to have a value proposition that resonates. Their level of marketing investment in building out their infrastructure is going to have to be significant. But building out their brand is something that I think that them and other maybe startups are kind of thinking through as they build out their business models and their business plans. But I do think it's a tough hurdle to overcome, right? You have us, Progressive, and Allstate, and Geico. We make up a pretty large chunk of the insurance industry, and barriers to entry can be challenging in our industry. And it's not to say that Lemonade and the Root can't make any hay there, but I think it'll be a bit of a challenge. And then when you overlay just what all of our firms bring to the table from a brand perspective, and some of the notoriety and confidence, frankly, that people have in some of the more established brands, it could be a bit of an uphill battle for some of the upstarts.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, look, I've got a couple questions from the audience, I guess, even though we can't see them. So I'll start with this one. I know we talked a lot about millennials and certain demographics, but do you see your audience demographic expanding to be more inclusive as the industry starts to grow and evolve?
Yeah, so we've talked about millennials quite a bit, but that's certainly not our only customer target. And so we know that, and I mentioned this earlier, that our brand tends to be more of an aspirational brand. And so while we certainly want to make sure that we're connecting with consumers at a younger age, we know that as folks get older and they're more established, they tend to gravitate towards our brand quite a bit. And so when you look at some of the shopping data that we have, I think it would support that there's not just millennials that are important to us. There are other customer segments that we want to make sure that we're reaching as well. And so we want to make sure that we're thinking about how we're marketing to all the different segments that we have. There are going to be some messages that resonate universally, right? But there are going to be other messages that might be better suited to someone who's younger, or maybe to someone who's a little more well established. But we try to make sure that we're thinking more broadly about our overall customer base, where our growth opportunities are, and then what does that mean for the types of tactics and messaging that we have in market.
Got it. That's great. And I think, so one question we do also have was, how do you approach emerging media channels? So those new outlets that are just starting to take shape. I imagine probably a lot of what you do on the social side of your business. How are you factoring them into your overall media mix strategy?
Yeah, so I mentioned earlier that we're doing what we can to try to reward innovation. I think that would be a great example of how we'd be doing that, right? So we do have a kind of a test and learn approach that we're adopting. We're by no means perfect, right? We're still working through some of that, but we are adopting that test and learn methodology, and that's something that we've shared with our OMD partners. Is don't think of us as know that the environment's changing. Our mindsets internally are changing. You have some new faces that are in some of these roles. And the way that we're thinking about our business on the whole is changing. And we know that we have to do things differently. And we know that there are going to be emerging technologies and capabilities and platforms that we may want to test. So are there joint business plans that we can develop to try to test and learn and do so in a way that doesn't significantly impact our overall media investment, but is significant enough in order for us to learn from it and to be able to apply those learnings and either pilot or scale from there, or maybe say, hey, you know what, it was a lesson learned, and maybe this is a route we don't want to go down, but at least now we know that, right? And so, it's an opportunity that we wouldn't have maybe considered otherwise. And so I guess that's a long way of saying testing and learning is something that's really important to us.
Good. So one other one, what has been the biggest challenge that you guys have faced, the State Farm has faced in 2020?
2020.
That's such a broad question.
No, it's a great question though. I mean, 2020 has been a beast, man. Oh my God. So I'll share one that kind of hits close to home for me. So you mentioned that I have sports responsibilities. Sports calendar has been a bear. It started with the NBA season being postponed. Then baseball was delayed. College football, you had 5 different power conferences that were all doing their own thing. And then you have Major League Baseball that started late. I think I said that one. So college sports, we're big into college sports. We're big into MLB, NBA, NFL. The NFL started off fine, but then they had a COVID outbreak here not too long ago. So we actually have weekly meetings with our partners at Optimum Sports and the marketing arm, just to talk about how all of those different shifts impact our media buys, impact our activations, impact our contracts that we have with these folks, especially when you have seasons that are maybe bleeding over into other calendar years. That's one that's top of mind for me, in one that is that we're still navigating. But fortunately for us, not only do we have great people internally that are helping us out, but all of our partners, whether it's with the NCAA or even with the pro leagues, they've all been really great, and we've been trying to accommodate each other and give each other some grace in a really tough and volatile environment.
Yeah, I can't imagine. That is tough, but you guys are weathering through it. So it's been, I see Jeremy here. It's been really great to talk with you, Matthew. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And thanks, Brand Innovators. I know we didn't cover so much into the technology, the data aspect of the conversation, but I think we covered a lot of good ground.
All right.
Cool.
Thanks, Kinsey. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, guys. Matt, were you behind the Last Dance work this past year?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was the best. I mean, again, I'm sure you guys will win many awards. That was a really memorable campaign. So congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that.
Cool. Okay, thanks guys so much. Really appreciate the time. Great conversation. Just want to remind our audience before we move into the next session to be sure to hashtag BI Livecast on all posts about today's event. We definitely want to hear what you guys have to say. So now for our next fireside chat, please be joined by Anthony Martinez. Anthony is the Senior Global Director and the Head of Media Platforms and Audience Strategy at Coca-Cola. And this session will be moderated by Zach Kubin, who's the Vice President of Partnerships and Sales at Adelaide. So welcome Anthony and Zach.
Jeremy.
Thanks, Jeremy.
How you guys doing? Zach Kubin. Jeremy just mentioned I'm still the Vice President of Sales at Adelaide, so it's nice to meet you all. We focus primarily on attention metrics and attention measurement for brands, and we might get into some of that conversation a little bit. But Anthony, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Yep. Well, hi everyone. Like Jeremy said, my name is Anthony Martinez. I'm with the Coca-Cola Company. I've been here for about 9 years, and I look after some of our global media disciplines underneath our global marketing and digital group here at the company.
Cool. So I guess we'll start with we'll start looking backwards, and we'll get to now, and then we'll start thinking about next year. And Anthony, when you talked, you've been at Coca-Cola for quite some time. I have to imagine there has been quite a lot of movement with respect to how marketing and media is sort of looked at within the organization. Can you just sort of take me through, in your almost 10 years at the company, sort of where you've seen Coca-Cola become really, really successful as a marketing organization?
Well, that's a really good question, Zach. So yeah, I've been with the company for 9 years. I first joined in our U.S. Business unit, looking after brands like Vitamin Water, Smart Water, leading integrated marketing communications for them. And those were, brands that the company had acquired, and, focused really on the idea of lifestyle marketing within the beverages category, and ways in which we can connect to consumers through great storytelling and through their passion points and interest points, and leaning into spaces like music and fashion, and sports in some cases. And, I kind of moved through the company, and I think we've had a number of different roles. Kind of after my time at Glasso, I also spent time standing up an internal comms planning group. I kind of wanted to find ways that we can bring some marketing discipline to our venturing and emerging brands portfolio. And I think today, sitting in a global role, really what we're trying to pivot to is a model that is highly dependent on broadcast TV and exposure-based metrics and messaging, to one that's really rooted in digital engagement and ways in which we can connect with consumers differently. by creating some extraordinary experiences. So I think if I was to summarize what we're trying to pivot from and to, it's this idea we're extraordinary storytellers, and we've always been extraordinary storytellers around our brands. And that's how we connect with consumers, to becoming a company that can create extraordinary experiences around our brands for consumers.
I had a Bluetooth audio hiccup there. I missed 95% of what you said. Trying to restart my Bluetooth. I'm sure the answer was terrific. Apologies for that, and Isabel, thank you for the heads up. I guess we can sort of assume that you answered the question with some degree of alacrity. So thank you for that. Good times here in quarantine. So I guess like sort of transitioning into sort of the now, right? What I would venture to say that everybody here listening, most people have heard of Coca-Cola. What are the brand goals and the brand guidelines that Coca-Cola has with respect to effectiveness and sort of looking at when you put media in a market, when you spend money on advertising, like how do you know it's good, right? We work with clients that are focused on awareness and penetration, all kind of the Byron Sharp philosophies on things. There's the old adage that like, I think Coca-Cola is the most known entity on the planet. So how do you look at sort of value with respect to marketing effectiveness and say to yourself, we're going to put money in a market and here's what we expect it to do for us as a brand?
Mm-hmm. So I think we're on an evolution, and my role is one that's trying to drive a change within the organization, and some of that change is around how we measure our marketing effectiveness. And like I was saying, when you had your Bluetooth,
so, notice I'm not wearing my headphones anymore, right?
Yeah, I think we've historically relied on models that emphasize exposure-based metrics, right? Somebody sees something, and on the basis of them seeing something, the assumption that they were going to take some kind of action. And I think it's a very tried and tested, not just philosophy, but we know that is one. Mass communication works in that way, right? You've got an attitude. Can I influence that attitude with some emotional messaging? And by changing that attitude potentially, or reinforcing that attitude, some kind of behavioral change will happen on the back end. I think where we're trying to pivot to something that's a bit more, not walking away from that entirely, but something that's not just focused on putting the value on the exposure, where there's actual value in bringing people into a story. And how do you value as a CPG company the data that's created by bringing them into that experience? Mm-hmm. And how do you start to assign value, not just on the exposure and potentially behavior change that happens as a result of that through some kind of market mix model, but actually begin to tie a value to the data exchange that happens with consumers and build that into your financial model. Right. And this is something that I think a lot of CPG companies, at least companies like Coca-Cola, which don't have any real history or discipline in consumer data, are kind of challenged with, because they don't necessarily look at data on their books as an asset, and it's trying to change that philosophy a bit.
I mean, it's an interesting point, because I was thinking like that's true, right? You have a 100-year plus heritage of branding and storytelling, right? And sort of all the emotional aspects that go into telling that story. I mean, every December I see the polar bears, and for me, it's sort of like there's this emotional relationship I have with Coca-Cola, just as a function of the marketing that I'm exposed to. And I have to imagine that, like in the work that we do, and not even that we do, that we talk to other CPG clients, there is this emotional relationship that people have with these brands. Mm-hmm. How do you quantify that, right? But to your point, how do you put that into a spreadsheet where there's, that there's an emotional relationship you're trying to create with your audiences and consumers and potential consumers? What are the steps that a brand like Coca-Cola does take to say, like, we want to blend the art of and sort of the artistry and the storytelling component of what we've done over here with some hard data and sort of combine those two things together?
Mm. Yeah, so I think we're not going to walk away from the big there's still a role in marketing plans and for brands and kind of the big emotional storytelling, right? That's always gonna be there, and you've got to find the right balance. And I think that's what we're looking for as an organization. Like, what's that balance? I think what we're pivoting to, as I mentioned, is like this idea of not just extraordinary storytelling, but extraordinary experiences. And how do you think of media as an invitation to those experiences? And by inviting people into those experiences, you can unlock greater understanding of the consumer. And through that greater understanding of the consumer, we can start to introduce them to other beverages in our portfolio. Because I think what's important to realize about the company is that, while our namesake, the name that's on the door is our trademark brand and still our bread and butter, it's really a lot of the other brands in our portfolio that we have growth opportunities with. And so it's finding ways to create that connection and then use that connection that we might make through a brand like Coca-Cola to introduce other parts of our portfolio.
There was a question here from Anthony who had asked, transitioning from extraordinary storytelling and experiences, do you have any examples that you can share about how you see Coca-Cola as sort of the anchor brand to some of the other peripheral brands in the portfolio?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at ways that we can take some of the stuff that we're doing, whether it's, very transaction, we've got, whether it's the development of applications, or the development of, direct to consumer models, where, maybe we're offering you a chance to access some of the beverages in the portfolio that you couldn't otherwise get access to, and then using that as ways in which we can understand consumers in other parts of the business. So I think there are still a great deal of opportunity for us to kind of build on that, and think about how we can bring consumers in and unlock that understanding. I think we're still very much focused and organized around individual brand silos.
Yeah.
And where we're really trying to push ourselves to think more about the portfolio of products and portfolio of brands that we have. And that kind of requires this shift in thinking, and the shift in thinking is around thinking consumers first and the experiences that they want next, and the moments that matter to them, and the contextual cultural events that matter to them, and then start to think about brands after that. And we're still very much, we still approach most of the marketplace still is approached through a brand first.
Right. It's interesting. We are doing this remotely for obvious reasons. You're at home. I'm in an office of my own choosing because I have two, as I mentioned, children that make working remotely virtually impossible. And so because of this, I'm curious, how have you seen consumer behavior change since world's been turned upside down in mid-March? Has COVID had a measurable impact on the business? Have you found any interesting insights around consumer behavior? That'd be great to know.
Yeah, I mean, from a business standpoint, it's absolutely had an impact on us globally, here in the US. I mean, I think people think CPG and Coca-Cola and like a lot of our businesses is actually not done through like traditional grocery. 50% of our business is done away from home type channels. So on-premise locations, hotels, movie chains, restaurants, and even event venues. And so this has had, as lockdowns took place, this has had a significant impact on the business, which really forced us to make a pivot. Not that we weren't in grocery before, but we had to kind of pivot to where the bulk of the business was. And that's had an impact on our supply chain. We've had to make changes to the type of product that we're shipping, because what you bought, the single serve or fountain drink that you bought at your restaurant with your meal is not what you're looking for when you go into a grocery store. And consumer behavior was focused on stocking up because I wanted to make as few trips to the grocery store as possible. So it's been a shift in kind of our supply chain and the types of products that we're stocking and the packaging that we're offering in that. And also, in the digital space, we've had to pivot much more quickly into e-commerce. And I don't mean just like Amazon e-commerce or Walmart e-commerce. Yes, those have been important, but also in like food delivery. And what are the ways in which we can drive better attachment rates? We hadn't historically had a very organized way in which we kind of approach those apps. It was a little haphazard. Perhaps we had a couple of key partners, but it wasn't a priority at the time. And I think very quickly, very early in this process, we realized that we needed to kind of focus in that particular area and begin to think about how we can grow attachment rates and how do you convince somebody to attach a beverage to a food delivery order, and kind of make up for some of that lost business in the away from home channel.
Let's talk a little bit more about your role specifically, Coca-Cola. Got some purview over advertising and media technology. We can wax poetic about like the death of the cookie. I'm frankly not interested to go down that path. We could. Give me an idea of like current role that you're working on right now. Like what are the things that you're sort of setting the business up for in the next 6, 12, 18 months, knowing that there's just a lot of uncertainty in the market. People don't know kind of what the marketplace is going to look like in the summer or the fall next year.
Yeah. So about 18 months ago, I kicked off a project to kind of launch into how we might need to transform our media discipline and media capabilities. This was kind of driven on the realization that we're still investing quite heavily in traditional broadcast TV. In most parts of the world, right? So I've got a global remit. So I'm looking at things broadly and I'll speak in general terms. It varies depending on a market's maturity, but we're investing maybe 60-70% of our dollars in traditional channels. What I saw is that we're growing our digital investments to keep pace with consumer changes at double digits. And where historically those trade-offs are coming from channels like out of home or print or radio. Now they're starting to eat away at channels like television. And this is, in some respects, it's right because we do see consumer behavior shift and we're trying to be where the consumers are. But the challenge is that we're not seeing the same return on investment in those allocations, right? And kind of that led me to ask myself and the organization, well, why? What's the limiting factor? And I think what we've uncovered is that we need to really gain some greater control over our digital investments, and that requires new capabilities, new tools, new technology, new processes, new ways of working with our agency partners that we hadn't historically developed. And so my role has really been about helping the company understand, well, what are those things? What are the tools, the technologies, the measurement frameworks and platforms, the capabilities that are required to kind of operate successfully in this new media landscape. And so that's what I've been focused on for the better part of 18 months.
Yeah, I mean, not to get like kind of too self-serving, but like, the kind of the focus that our business is on is just about helping our clients understand, the quality of their media investment. And the way that we do this, we just look at attention data. We generally find that our clients very much want to try to change. They very much want to say, hey, look, there's a paradigm out there and it might not fit the way in which we want to do business. And we don't quite know how to turn the wheel of the aircraft carrier, the analogy I used for you earlier, right? Coca-Cola's a big company. We're a small company. And so for us as a business, we can implement organizational change very quickly. When I hear folks like yourself saying, 18 months ago, it's like, how do you, as a resource in the Coca-Cola organization or as a change agent, like, how do you push the organization to make these decisions that are inevitable, but like just take a lot of damn time?
Patience and persistence. Yeah, right. Patience and persistence. You've got to be strong-willed and not disappointed. Yeah, your you're pushing up against legacy systems, legacy models, legacy thinking, and it requires a significant amount of collaboration building and through that influence on the organization. I think when I stepped in, one of the things that I realized really quickly is we didn't have a very tightly knit global media community. So we've got global media folks sitting in every part of the world. So we operate in some 200 countries. We've got global media managers pretty much in every one of those. We've got media managers in pretty much every one of those countries, right? And ours is a dispersed matrix model. So those people in those organizations don't have a dotted line to me or any line to me. Yet I need them to buy into the vision that I'm setting and to agree on kind of the changes and kind of carry that torch back to their leadership in their market. And so, one of the very first things that I had to do was stand up a global media community and try to bring these folks together and share with them what the vision was, and get them to buy into that vision, and get them to see that they're not in this alone and that they're in this together with others. And really then, as we've gone through this process, be open to inviting them into it, right? I think one of the biggest mistakes we can make sometimes when you sit in these central roles and you're trying to drive a transformation of the size of Coca-Cola is you go up into a box and you write some great transformational deck, come out and you say, hey, organization, this is what you need to change to, just do it. And nobody was part of that. And what you wind up in is just getting stonewalled. And so you've got to kind of bring them into that process and give them a say and maybe discover some of the ugly warts on their own, and inspire that change within them.
We have a global remit with one large multinational CPG company. They have their global media business is headquartered in Amsterdam. And same challenge, right? I mean, what they were kind of explaining to us was how we buy media or how we assess effectiveness. It's a very similar company, Coca-Cola, not competitive, but very similar makeup. In the Philippines, is going to be very different than what we do in Argentina. It's going to be very different than what we do in Japan, global scope. And I think what we hear, and I think what you're sort of alluding to, is that large companies, the desire is to say, okay, everybody can go off and do their own thing, but we need like a common set of standards by which we're abiding by, right? Because, if the Philippines is going only digital out of home, and I'm going to be extreme, and Argentina is going only programmatic digital, it's like, why? And it's not only why, but it's how do we know what's good or what's bad, right? And so I just my question to you is like, if you've diagnosed a structural issue in sort of how your organization had a challenge a few months back, how are you stitching together the pieces to sort of measure effectiveness in those regions so that you can have a formative conversation with your Canadian counterpart or your South African counterpart and let them go off and do their things, but also how are you assessing if what they're doing is good?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Absolutely. It's a huge challenge, and our legacy model inhibited us from being able to do that because everybody was implementing different technology standards based on their country. You've got a different agency in Germany versus the Philippines versus India, and so that agency wants to use its tech stack. Maybe I've got a different measurement framework in place, and so everybody is just executed and counted things differently, maybe call them the same thing, but when you look behind and you look at the math, it's 100% different. And so what we're attempting to put into place now is a infrastructure, a backbone, and that backbone needs to be a standard from a tech standpoint and from a data model standpoint. We have to kind of agree on, this is the technology standard, this is the data that we're collecting, this is how we count these things when we're talking about metrics, these are the metrics that matter to the company, and stand that up as a standard within the organization. That is not a small task. when you're talking about an organization that is doing 2 billion servings a day and of its beverages and operates in 200 markets, like that is a huge ship to turn. So what it's starting with is one, just very simply, like, what's the simple KPI framework that we can agree on? How do we land on this is what we're gonna measure. This is the stuff that we're saying is important to us. And then thinking about the technology that's important to measure that's needed to measure that stuff. And then building platforms that can actually scale to all of the markets around the world.
Yeah, I think we have the good fortune of working with large companies. I think what you're getting at is this conversation of metrics, which I find interesting, and hopefully everybody else does as well. It's too bad I'm moderating. The tendency for markets to want to just resort to the simplest thing possible, right? I think one of the reasons why understanding effectiveness of digital advertising has been such a challenge is because the click is so easy to measure and it's so pervasive. It's just like, okay, well, like, let's just measure the click. And I think that like what we've gotten to this point is just almost myopic focus on frankly on these sort of leading media metrics that don't correlate to anything involving the business. And like one of the things that we hear, literally had this phone call with a client earlier this morning, was like, our engagement rate is going up, but we're not seeing any sales. And I'm like, well, do you know that engagement rate correlates to sales? No. Okay, then why do you care about engagement rate? Because it's there. It's like, okay, well then, like to your point, let's take a step back and let's look at a metric that actually does have a relation to the thing you care about. So this will sort of like the last question that we'll do some Q&A here is when you're in the role that you're in, right? Like, how do you get alignment in the different markets so that there is some commonality, right? Because like in the limited experience that we've had in working international markets, like there is just a tendency for markets to feel siloed and like, no, that's not how we do it in this country, or no, that's not how we look at effectiveness here. But at the end of the day, everybody's going to be looking at sales, right? Like everybody's going to look at like, how much product did you sell to this market and like why? Right? So like how do you break through that? And I might be repeating myself, but like I'm just so frankly passionately interested in understanding this. The question is,
no, I think no, it's a good. I mean, I think you have to really think about this when you're going through this kind of process, when you're standing up this type of process with an organization. So my approach to it was, one, stand up the global media organization, get them to kind of have this shared vision and the change that we want to drive. Go through and actually get them to buy into this idea of we need to take a look at things more deeply. Go and find and build the business case. Show them where the challenges are and put it in front of them. Put the mirror in front of them and let them see it, which is what we spent the better part of last year doing. And then once you've got that agreement, like, hey, that's right, that doesn't look right, or we are not managing our media the right way, and we're not tracking the right things. Like once they can see that, things do start to kind of click, and you start to recognize that, hey, we need to kind of pivot. And so I think you've got to kind of take them on that narrative. Mm-hmm. And the worst thing you could do is kind of jump to all these assumptions and not take them on that journey. They've got to see it. Even if you know it, you've got to take them on that journey from start to finish and have them catch up to you. And it's persistence. It's a consistent message that you're putting out into the marketplace, and it's just continuing. You get exhausted from saying the same thing, but a lot of times it's maybe the first time that somebody heard it in a market. So you've got to be that persistent and consistent with your messaging about what needs to change and why it needs to change.
So we got a few questions. I'm going to give you some options, and you can decide what you want to talk about. We have a question on leadership. We have a question on social good, and we have a question on reduction in media budgets. You can choose which one you want.
Like A, B, or C?
Yeah.
All right. What's the one on leadership? We'll go with that one first.
Leadership. Great. So, how has your leadership style changed over the past few months? How have you been able to develop a more personal relationship with your colleagues and partners in light of coronavirus?
Mm-hmm. I think it's required a lot more empathy. Like a lot more empathy, like more empathy than I think you even think you need, to really understand what people are going through and to put yourself in their shoes. I think people are obviously at the beginning of this where there was a lot of uncertainty swirling around, and you know, this wasn't just the superficial uncertainty. I don't know what's going to happen. This is uncertainty of like, am I going to, like, can I live through this? Is this something that is a life or death question that I think people were asking themselves to begin with? And so, you know, you really have to be able to put yourself in the shoes and have that empathy for those associates that are in the field in the different countries. So that's number one. And then, you know, I think the other one is just trying to harness the power of great storytelling, and vision setting, and getting people to understand, you know, the direction that you're pointing to, and why that's an inspirational direction for them, and really giving some thought into how you communicate that. And oftentimes I think we spend so much time thinking through the strategy of what we want to do, and not enough time around how we can communicate it in the most compelling way.
Yeah, I agree. I think having two little children, as I've mentioned, and working with people who have children, like getting acquainted with clients' kids on phone calls, and appreciating that, you know, they might have a newborn, and it's okay if they're a little distracted. I think that's fine. It is remarkably different than phone calls about a year ago, where, you know, people would be apologizing profusely if their kids are making noise. Now it's almost expected, which I think is probably pretty healthy. What's the biggest challenge for Coca-Cola going into next year?
Well, I mean, our challenge is going to be one where we're trying to really reinvent ourselves and the company, organizationally, and how we operate, how we work. We want to work as a more networked organization. We're right now, the company is in the midst of a reorganization, but it has historically been very geography driven. And in those geographies, I think we've had a very entrepreneurial spirit, meaning that if you were a general manager of your business unit in that geography, you had all of the resources available to you, and you can use your P&L however you wanted to create the environment that you wanted to create, whether that was hiring people, starting functions, developing process, hiring agencies. And I think that has worked for a time, but we've come to a point where we need to better harness our scale for efficiency and effectiveness. And how do we better import and export ideas and platforms and scale those things quicker? So really, that's going to be an incredible challenge for us as an organization. And then as a business, you know, I mentioned we're doing it's about 2 billion drinks per day that we're serving as a company. We have very high ambitions, and we want to grow that number. And I think there's a lot of room for growth because that's out of some 61 billion servings per day. And so our goal will be, how do we grow weekly plus drinkers exponentially? And how do we do that across the portfolio?
2 billion drinks a day, and forgive me, I was not a math major. That amounts to about 1 trillion drinks every 3 years, which seems ample. That's not. I mean, it's Coca-Cola, which I think is sort of a joke, but that still is an eye-watering amount of drinks. Last question, because I think it's probably important. Corporate purpose, social good. You know, where is Coca-Cola sort of feeling that there's, you know, a lot of sort of companies are taking positions as far as, you know, doing good things? You know, what is Coca-Cola's position on this?
This is part of the company's heritage.
Right.
I mean, for those that know Coca-Cola, I mean, like one just very simple example is the National Civil Rights Museum that's based here in Atlanta. Coca-Cola donated the land that's built on, and that was several years ago. And it's always been part of our story. I mean, we were one of the first that featured women and diversity in many of our ads. I mean, you look back at the Hilltop commercial way back when, and kind of this idea of inclusivity and different cultures and bringing people together. This is at the like a central differentiator for the Coca-Cola Company. It's always been about bringing different people together. I think, you know, our leadership has really recognized this moment, and it's interesting to be in a global company and watch this happen as opposed to like in a US, even in like the US operating unit, because this is not something that you know, over the last few months, some of the stuff that we've seen here in the US, our global leadership recognizes it. I mean, we've got James Quincy in a town hall. You know, he's from the UK and he's based out of there, and you know, he's very, very, very familiar with the issues and incidences that are going. And I think he's made both financial commitments to the Coca-Cola Foundation on this, but also just recognizing that you know, we have a role to play in society. And I think part of that, really, from a marketing standpoint, from an operations standpoint, one of the decisions that we made back in July was to pause all social media because of some of the challenges that we saw with the platforms. And it wasn't so much related to what the Stop Hate for Profit initiative, but more so because we wanted to take a look at ourselves internally and have we made the right decisions about where we're investing. I think, you know, I've always been a believer that context matters, and where you show up and how you show up is also a reflection. You are the company that you keep, and our media decisions and where we invest is part of that. And I think our leadership team has recognized that and really challenged us to think about the policies that we have in place, the decisions that we make in terms of where we invest.
Awesome. It's fantastic. It's I think we're at time here, unless Jeremy sort of just slides right in like Chris Collinsworth on Sunday Night Football. I don't see him, so I'm happy to keep it rolling. We got a couple more questions here. Darren Klein, who I actually think I know Darren Klein. Is Coke doing anything to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the Hilltop ad in 2021?
Nothing that I can speak to.
Okay. Oh, you want to do rapid fire? You want to just do like quick hit questions?
Yeah,
all right. When it comes to communicating with your consumers, how do you think about brand purpose? How does that impact your approach to marketing?
I think I hit on that one a little bit.
I was gonna say.
I think it is embedded in our storytelling and how we think about our brands and connect with consumers.
All right, we've got a couple more in here. All right, I've got a couple more for you. So let's talk about tech real quickly. Things like cookies and things like identity, probably right in your wheelhouse. There's a global push in different markets that kind of assess these things. When you are trying to consolidate effectiveness at a global level, like you are, you know, how do you look at where the market goes and your ability to sort of make partnership decisions with certain vendors that might have technology that gets deprioritized after certain periods of time? Like, how do you think with a 3 or 5 year window so that you're making decisions to work with certain vendors, you know, with the expectation that things aren't just going to fall apart if some government regulation just nukes their entire business?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, or the walled gardens for that matter.
Yeah.
Look, I think you've got to be somewhat nimble. I think, you know, there's trying to predict what the markets need today and what the markets what the situation might look like tomorrow, and nobody has the crystal ball. I think you try to pick partners that you can grow with and set those expectations early on, where you want to have the relationship where you can inform their roadmap. right? You want to talk to them and treat them like strategic partners and not just like vendors. And I think you get into the trouble that you're talking about if it's just a vendor relationship. Because if it's a strategic partner and you're talking to them early on about the challenges that are happening and how you're thinking about the business and how things are positioning or being repositioned, my experience is you'll oftentimes wind up solving those problems or coming up with ways to kind of address that before it actually occurs. So, I think it's a bit of a partnership management discipline. It's leaving yourselves the flexibility in your agreements and kind of recognizing that the world's going to change, and you need to build partnership structures that allow for that.
Yeah, I think too often companies have a tendency to sort of like overcommit to these things, and then all of a sudden, and we've heard this with certain companies that have just sort of wedded themselves to super technical, but like last touch attribution technology. It's like, oh, cool, that's going to completely get obliterated in 8 months. And then you go and you meet with them, and their response is like, well, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. And we're like, yeah, hold on. Like, let me just explain like what this is going to do to business. Like, you're not going to be able to figure out who's clicking on anything with respect to what they do on their website. So yeah, I think that like people can be a little too concerned about like a 5-year plan. I also think that people can get like way too narrowly focused on stuff. All right. We do have 1 minute, so we're going to do rapid fire. What kind of mask wearer are you? Are you a behind the head mask person, or are you an ear person?
Ear.
See, most people in New York are ear. I don't understand that. I am a behind the head only. Ride or die was behind the head. This was awesome, Anthony. Thank you so much. I appreciate the time we got to spend together. This is really, really, really great.
Thank you, Zach.
My pleasure.
Thanks, guys. I was trying to get back in, and when you gave me, they actually got me locked behind some firewalls here. I was like, oh, I got to get back in. Zach needs me.
You're running a really good ship here. I thought we were done at 3:20, so but
you guys did a nice job. I think the mask.
The mask question, which is really the most important one.
Listen, I have a lot of that. I actually have an Under Armour, one of those Under Armour sports masks. It's great. We can do a whole other session on that later on.
Yeah, exactly. All right. Well, Anthony was great. Jeremy, thanks for letting us do this.
Thank you, everyone.
Cool. Thanks, guys, so much. That was great. Okay. Well, listen, we're down to our last session now. So I'd like to welcome Allison Gensheimer, who's the Vice President of Digital Marketing and the Head of Media Platforms and Innovation at Wells Fargo. In this role, she leads her team's efforts to build and refine use of data-driven technology across all advertising. And she's putting that technology to work, creating positive customer experiences to achieve business goals. And this session will be moderated by Devin de Blasio. Devin, welcome. You are the Director of Product Marketing at New Start. So welcome, both of you.
Hey.
Hello. Thanks for having us. How you doing, Allison?
Good. How are you?
Doing okay. So far on, was it Wednesday today?
I think, God, is it Wednesday?
Who knows anymore?
Can someone confirm that for me, please?
I just know it's still 2020, so.
There we go.
That's all I do now. So yeah, again, great to see you again, speak with you again across the virtual pathways that we're also getting used to today.
Yeah, right?
And so, I mean, there was an introduction that was made of who you are, but I kind of want to dig in a little bit for the audience of people who are not familiar with you. And so, can you just give me a little bit of information about what you're responsible for specifically at Wells Fargo? What does your role entail? And really, what has your history been, your career path looked like to lead you up to where you are today currently at Wells Fargo?
Yeah, absolutely. So I have the pleasure of leading a group of really smart people in paid advertising. So we manage the media platforms and the stack, if you will, that Wells Fargo leverages to activate paid advertising, from measurement solutions, audience solutions, and media buying solutions, your infamous DS platforms, if you will. I got here in a very interesting way. I started in mobile what's now a long time ago. I always joke when I left my very brick and mortar job to join technology, I told one of the guys who was running a transportation division, I was going to mobile. And he was like, the oil company? And I'm like, no, mobile phones. And so when I joined in there, I worked for a great company, and we did, the infamous ringtones and wallpapers that are on your phone. Right. American Idol voting was something that, yes, you could do from your device. I think you paid 25 cents to do it at the time. But we started there and had the pleasure of, as I always say, growing up the hard way in advertising and technology with mobile phones. We didn't have cookies. We didn't have JavaScript. We had good old XHTML. And after a few, I loved starting in new sectors that weren't really understood, or we really weren't knew what's going to happen. And after that, I lucked out and got a job working at a DSP. And from there, I got to join Wells Fargo and really help build a new ad tech ecosystem here, which has been awesome.
Great. So a couple of things I want to touch upon, specifically the overall ecosystem. But before we get into what's happening, what's changing, how all of this is affecting your role and everyone that surrounds your role in terms of partners, I want to talk a little bit more about mobile for a second, right? Sure. I've been in the game for a while now, so to speak, and it's always been the year of mobile, right? Every year.
When's it going to happen?
And again, I think the beauty of all of this is, and the joke behind all of it is that it's always a growing and evolving ecosystem within mobile. And I would say, specifically now where I say 2020 is really the year of disruption, I think we can definitely say that for 2020 across the board, right? So in terms of mobile and its change and its trajectory and all the things that have happened this year around some of the announcements with Apple and how that's going to affect potentially what that's going to be implemented maybe next year, we'll actually see what happens. What are your predictions for where this is all headed in terms of mobile consumption? All of us have a mobile phone in our pockets. That means something to a marketer specifically today in terms of personalization, relevancy, as well as being able to physically be share of wallet because it's actually in their actual pocket, but also the impact of some of these privacy changes that are really looming over us as an industry.
It's going to get tricky, and it's going to get tricky really fast. I think, we were just having this conversation this morning, and, as advertisers, we got pretty fat and happy on cookies. And I remember going from mobile to digital and and all the things we couldn't do in mobile, back in the day. And I was like, you guys have what? You can do what? Oh my God. And it was all built on cookies.
Right.
And I was so excited on all the stuff we could all of a sudden do that you just couldn't do in the mobile ecosystem, that you can do now, thanks to solutions like IDFA and Google IDs. And now that is challenging too. And, it does beg the question why. It does beg the question, are we going too far? Are we going too far? But at the end of the day, the consumers have demanded privacy, and our mobile phone users, which, as you mentioned, it's in the pocket. It's important for an advertiser, but me as a consumer, that's my mobile phone, and Apple's out there with a whole marketing ad about you can come to us and feel private.
Right.
That's resonating with consumers in the marketplace, and they're starting to question these things. And so we as advertisers have got to figure out what that new value exchange is, because in addition to the opportunity to put an ad in front of you, right, fund the internet in some way, shape, or form, we also are going to have to ask for permission in ways that we haven't asked for before.
Right.
And permission to track you. And it's going to be a little different. And how the big partners we work with, the Googles, Apples, Facebooks of the world, Amazons of the world, figure that out with holding that customer experience in their hands and still allow the advertisers to have that conversation is something we're tracking intimately, very closely, and have been for a while.
Right. So, it's forging, it's really making sure that a closer connection is forged between the brand and the consumer, right? The brand and the customer over time, right? And, I think we've squandered an opportunity that we've had access to so much data over time. We got so used to it. Like I said, we gotten fat off of the automation and the direct access, this direct IV. What?
It was cool.
It was. It was definitely a open green pasture field that we could explore around in. But now it seems like a lot of things have changed, specifically around privacy and specifically around the cookie, right? And I think the cookie is more of a leading factor. It's not necessarily something that is super intrusive. It's really just a text file is in your machine, but it's taken on this role as really the martyr, right? Really the sacrificial lamb of the ecosystem. And I think that goes to education. There's education that I believe needs to exist or should exist or maybe not even exist for consumers, because there's a lot of technology that they use, they hold in their hands and keep in their pockets on a daily basis. They don't know how it works. And so there's a lot of talk around education. They should know what cookies are. They should know what these maids are. They should know how to turn things on and turn things off and opt out of stuff. But do you really feel that consumers want education today in terms of this?
They don't. I mean, we make this assumption that they should feel educated, like that they want to. No, they want a phone. They paid for it. They want their apps. They want their environment, and they want to know that their security is safe. And they shouldn't. They don't feel. My perception solely. I don't have any research on this, but just as a consumer, when I talk to people around me and I explain what I do, they're like, "But I don't understand what you said. I just want to make a phone call and play my game on my phone. Like, why do I have to know all this stuff to operate? It's like the terms and conditions on a credit card. Like, no one reads all that, but we think they want to have it. It's empowering. It's too much at the end of the day. But what we do, I do appreciate some of the things that Apple and Facebook have done to be more transparent in what they're doing with ad, with the user's content. I think to the extent, though, language matters, right? You look at the iOS prompt that's got us all kind of scratching our heads. It's like, do you want to be tracked? No. The answer is no, I don't. But we don't explain the value prop that comes around with that.
Right.
The funding of apps. A lot of apps get into the App Store and get created because they're funded through advertising. I was part of a company that did that, ran an ad exchange for mobile apps, and it's a lot of those long tail apps. Guys making money on ads that get apps into the App Store. So it feels a little one-sided, which just tells me we haven't figured out the balance because we haven't really found the problem. We're making a lot of assumptions and not digging into what's the real challenge and what's the real value exchange. That if anybody went to school, and took marketing, value exchange was the thing they taught you. What is the value exchange of marketing? Right. What does it mean to be able to target a consumer?
And so where do we go from here, right? As a brand leader yourself, how do you, or how does Wells Fargo assert themselves into that communication? How are you driving stewardship in terms of not really necessarily education, but more that transparency, that two-way connection, that handshake that needs to occur between you as a brand and the customer or the consumer, where most of that conversation has been had between a middleman, right? Whether it's unknowingly done between some level of ad tech or martech in between you and that brand, or it's the actual phone or platform or network that is delivering that message. So what do you think is the next step for brands in general?
I think we have to do a lot of listening, and we have to be courageous enough to understand that it's going to be different. How we do ads, how consumers perceive ads, how consumers perceive their data, their level of education on what's really happening and the disruption. Mm-hmm. We have to be aware of it. We can't, we can't just expect the ad technology industry to figure it out for us.
Right.
We have to be in the game. We have to be involved. We have to understand what user experience do we want to have, and who is going to work with us as a company to create that user experience in a way that is positive for everybody in the value exchange. And we started to ask a lot of really hard questions of our partners, probably maybe some too early. Some of them are like, time out, we're working on it. Like, can we get back to you? But we want to put it out there in the forefront that we know that everything's changing. Mm-hmm. That there's going to have to be a better customer experience. When we can't make it personal, what can we do about it? And so we know that all is going to be different. We know that there's not going to be cookies. What does that mean?
Right.
To you as an app? We can't afford to wait for them to bring us the solution. We have to go out there and start asking questions and deliver for now while we prepare for tomorrow, and be there for our marketers' needs and continue to deliver on that positive customer experience we strive for. We don't always nail it. We know that as advertisers. We try with the tools we have at our fingertips, but we have to try constantly to get better.
And there's two things that you touched upon that I want to kind of unpack a little bit. So the first is really talking about personalization, right? There's this holy grail of personalization everyone's talking about for the beginning of RTV, the beginning of programmatic, right? This concept of one-to-one marketing. Right. And I think a lot of times people conflate a personalized experience between a brand experience and an ad experience, right? You have a lot of control, you have a lot of say in the brand experience because they are probably an existing customer or so close to being a consumer that they're technically a customer, right? But then you have the brand experience where you have a plan, you have a strategy, and you're giving that out into your ecosystem for them to execute on your behalf. So I'm just curious your thoughts on kind of the intersection of the brand experience and the ad experience, and where we need to go from here in terms of where the overlap is or where the separation needs to occur.
Yeah. And I mean, it's a little bit, I remember when I first joined Wells Fargo and we were looking at some of the great advertisers, and we were also looking at some of the experiences that consumers had started to think were the norm. Like they're holding everybody up to my Amazon logged in experience, how personalized it is, how much it's set up for me. And that expectation just didn't sit with your e-commerce provider, just didn't sit with the Amazon and eBays of the world. Consumers started to expect that across everybody they were talking to. The Southwest experience always comes up. Consumers love Southwest. They love that personal approach, and they want that everywhere. We're no longer stuck in a channel or in a silo. But as we start to think about that, that's on us to do as marketers. The experience when you come to our owned properties should be very know me, especially an advertiser, a marketer like us, where you do log in, you do use our digital products as part of your day-to-day. That should be more personalized, and you expect it, right? You expect your bank to know you. What you don't expect is your bank to know you're watching television. And we conflate that a little bit in this mad dash we were at for personalization everywhere and one-to-one. Everyone was like, guys, paid digital advertising is not one-to-one. Traditional advertising is not one-to-one. And the consumer's expectation is not that it's not one-to-one. In fact, that could get a little creepy. And so we have to really think about that when we're having this conversation with our consumer, is that when they're seeing an ad, they know it's an ad. They expect the brand image, but they don't expect you to know them in all instances. I will say, I can't speak for every consumer on the planet. I wouldn't try to do that. But,
it'd be impressive if you could, though.
Right. Wouldn't it be? I'm doing a lot of other stuff, I'm pretty sure.
You get a raise, yeah.
But, when you think about delivering that ad experience in the home or on the mobile device or on that, you have to kind of think about yourself as a consumer. Do you expect that for Wells Fargo to know you on your mobile phone? Do you want them to? When you're logged in, yeah. When you're out probably reading an article on Yahoo News or the Huffington Post or whatever, no. But you want to hear the brand values and the solutions come through with the right message that is targeted to you. But personalized takes it a little bit farther in paid advertising than I think we're ready to go, or if we should go or be able to go in the future.
And so I want to talk a little bit about the proverbial customer journey, right? That's something I feel like me as a marketer, you as a marketer, we talk about this concept of customer journey for so long. And all the changes and disruption that we've seen this year have really put a magnifying lens on really looking at that customer journey. I feel like we've been so used to treating the customer journey as this homogenous thing where you put something into an engine, it goes across the customer journey, personalizes all the experience across the board.
Every touch point.
Yeah. And so right now, because of all the different changes that are happening incrementally and specifically at a channel level, it's making us think more channel centric. And I know we've gone so far as to term like everything needs to be collected from all these channels, rooted back into one centralized view. But that's not true, right? So when we're talking about the decline of many of these perishable IDs, when we talk about the rise of connected TV, potentially the resurgence of things like out of home, and I'm curious your opinion on how a marketer should think about how they should treat the new customer journey in terms of privacy and personalization and relevancy. Is contextual super important, or will it be super important again? And how are you thinking about some of these emerging markets in terms of, the really new traditional, right? Even, digital audio or streaming audio as an example. So I'm just curious your opinions on the treatment of that as a marketer.
Yeah, it's such it's so hard to kind of figure out. We were on this beautiful path, right, of this like customer journey, and we all had those decks that would show you the user kind of, and they come to the branch, and then they come to your website, and look, you can personalize it, and they do all this stuff, and we were so excited. We were like, this is real, but and I think the customer journey is a journey, but what we're starting to think about a little bit is, as you start to lose some of your targeting abilities, if you start to lose some of your tracking abilities, or we start to rebuild that ecosystem for whatever it's going to look like, and we've got some early starters, right, as an industry and as advertisers, you're going to have to pull some old toolkits out of your, from your belt and start figuring it out. Like, contextual is going to matter, and it's going to be interesting to see how contextual evolves as more and more marketers start to lean on it. To put an ad in the right space that they think the customer wants to be in. I mean, programmatic was awesome, right? Like, we all of a sudden got to get rid of channels completely and start to think about our audience. We had to start with the audience in mind, and programmatic platforms evolved and continue to evolve. And now with television and we're starting to hear about all this stuff, and they're going to make it easier for us to think like audiences. And it was cool. And it's even cooler. Like, we've done a lot with addressable TV and advanced TV, and starting to really try to target that group of users that we know we want to speak to or have a message for.
Sure.
But that's going to change. And we're going to have to pull out some of those skills and dust off some muscles and start to think about, operating differently while we figure out what that new ecosystem is going to look like. And I think we also have to think about, and you and I talked about this a little bit, which is, the connected TV space is so interesting because I adopted one of the connected TV partners, and I was so excited. Like, I've been in this for a while, and I was so excited when I could watch it on my TV and I could watch it on my phone. And I thought that was the coolest thing I'd ever seen.
Exactly.
This is not, rocket science here, but for me, it was super cool, and I was really excited about it. But the ad that I saw on the TV was the same as the one on my mobile phone, and that frustrated me as an advertiser.
Yeah.
Because I'm sitting there going, in my living room when I'm sitting there, I want a story ad, right? I got a little bit more time. I used to work with a colleague that called it your lean back time. I'm in lean back time. I'm chilling out. If I'm on my mobile phone, 9 times out of 10, I'm doing 10 other things, right? I'm not in my lean back time as much as I was before. I want a different ad experience.
Totally.
But it makes this industry is it's so interesting and challenging at the same time, that it's not that I want to talk to me differently, but the ad experience, I'm in a different contextual space based on what I'm doing, but not based on the content that I'm consuming. But the ad experience is the same. And how do we change that? How do we start to think about not only the context of, hey, I'm on this, I'm reading news, but also the bringing back what I loved about mobile in the good old days of mobile was being able to get people in the context of what they're doing. We used to talk to auto companies about the Sunday shopper. If any of you worked with auto companies, they always want to try to solve that Sunday shopper, that goes to the lot when there's no salesperson there, right? And looks at the cars. And they were starting to see users use their phones in that moment to learn about the car and have the sales experience, the pre-sales experience. And so we worked a lot on, and back in my mobile days, to try to figure out, like, how do we first know that that's happening?
Right.
That's the context the user's in. And then how do we create an experience that the brand wants and the consumer wants at that point in time? I'm excited to see that come back into the creative story, is that it's not just all the data points that we have at our fingertips or had, but start to understand the contextual experience beyond just what the user is consuming, but perhaps what they're doing.
Yeah.
And I know that's a little far-fetched pie in the sky, but it is stuff we're talking about. Like, how do we understand that better? And how do we deliver an ad experience better?
That makes sense. I mean, when I talk to my digital out-of-home contacts, it's the same thing there. It's like they don't have things that they're reading. There's no keywords, but it's like environment, right? It's time of day, it's weather. It's all the things that are surrounding us, the exogenous factors that are going to impact us as a consumer to make a decision, but also should impact the marketer to make a decision, a smart decision, for what's going to be in front of me at that time. That's going to increase the opportunity for my engagement, right?
Yeah.
When we talk about like the machine that you're putting all these things into to make these things happen, right? Everything we talked about, from an app that you're pulling up on your phone or an ad that you're seeing, driving down the highway, all of these things are created and facilitated by a lot of different individuals and companies and moving parts. And so when we think about how it goes from you and your organization, your team's strategy and planning into the actual execution, back into the measurement funnel to optimize that, that's all, I think, going to change, because a lot of the pathways and connections and currency that we expected to be there probably won't be there and will continue to fall apart over the next 2 to 5 years. And so when we think about this always on system, whether you call it RTB or programmatic or automated systems, how do you think is that going to change in terms of the way that you apply your strategies, but also who your partners that you enter into an agreement with to help you execute are going to be? How does the flow of data across those pathways are going to change as it becomes more restricted? And how are you taking approaches to things like, identity resolution and all these other types of key functionalities that we need to now invest in? How is all that changing for you personally?
Well, I think one thing is partners matter. It's not that they didn't matter before, but I was listening to the gentleman before from Coca-Cola talking about having partners, not vendors. And I think we've, as someone who came from the other side of the table, right? The person pitching mobile or advertising to the big brands and sitting on the other side of that, my most successful customers were the ones that embraced us the most. We did more for them than the ones that used us transactionally or treated us transactionally. Both approaches are legit, depends on your business. But I found myself as an account manager or someone on the other side of that table doing more for my partners that really brought us into the fold. So we adopted that philosophy in my team when I joined Wells Fargo. And, we started really bringing our key partners into the story, being transparent, telling them what our challenges were, and unearthing joint product roadmaps, joint plans to try to figure out how do we together approach this. Now, there's a lot of players in the ecosystem. And like I said, we've been pushing anybody and everybody who will talk to us about what's going to happen in 2022. What are their plans? What are they thinking? And, we laugh. We talked to 11 vendors and 11 vendors pitched us ID solutions. And we all went, we can't have 11 ID solutions. It's not going to work. But, it does beg the question, though. We're going to have fewer media partners, and those partners that have their own first party data, or as we love to call second party data, are going to have a leg up in the story. They're going to have a place to start. Doesn't mean everybody else is going to figure it out, but they're going to start a little bit ahead. And we're going to have to bring our partners into a new trust relationship, because it is going to be around the exchange of data. It's going to be around clean rooms. It's going to be around big data ecosystems. And we're going to have to figure out how we as an industry transact on an identity that makes our consumers comfortable. And us as a bank and as an advertiser have to think about what is that identity solution we're going to use internally that makes us comfortable. Right. And that also works. I think, the other problem that we have is a lot of this is a lot of pie in the sky kind of, well, we'll do this and it'll be great. And we don't have a lot of governing bodies, or not governing is the wrong word, but we don't have a lot of, we have a lot of governing bodies. Yep. We don't have a lot of independent industry teams that can give us benchmarks. How much should we be able to match? How much should we be able to identify? Right. So we all kind of make it up as we go along, which is okay. We're courageous enough to do that, but having some of those benchmarks, some of those third party things would really help. MRC-esque bodies that could just really help us understand, is a 50% match rate great? Is 20% good enough? Is 80% the benchmark? I actually had a company pitch me 100% match rate the other day, and I just it made that exact same face. It was really? That's impressive. How have we never heard of you before?
Red flag.
How are you this small? How are you the needle in the haystack? But your partners, not that they didn't matter before, they're really gonna matter now. And asking those hard questions and developing those deeper relationships is gonna be essential.
Totally agree. And it seems like, again, this has to be done now, right?
Yes, right now.
Now. It should have been already happening, right? In January, right? I think many brands started to jump into the pool once Chrome made their announcement. Mm-hmm. I think it's been on the wall long before January of this year, though. I'm sure a lot of people have already started those processes. Mm-hmm. And this, I think, is a callback to a lot of the trends that we've seen specifically in the really data savvy brand space, where they're taking greater control over their destiny, right? They're bringing a lot of the work in-house when it comes to strategy and planning. They're building up data science teams to actually gain access, get their hands dirty with the data, know how to actually use it, and then having a conversation with the agency or the DSP or the SSP or the other channel partners or the identity provider as well. And so from your perspective, I'm curious, like, how is all of this going to change that ecosystem, over the next, let's say, 5 or so years, in terms of your ability to control that destiny, your ability to ask the hard questions? It seems like you're taking a greater role in ownership across your enterprise in terms of putting accountability on your ecosystem, right? But also accountability onto yourselves. So how is that going to change the way you think about data, the way you think about, let's say, attribution, the way you think about data science in terms of staffing, but also the KPIs and the ROI that you expect from a lot of those strategies?
It's such a big question. I think it's you have to be willing to change. I love my leadership, and it's fascinating. I remember when we onboarded a DMP, and God, we worked so hard. We did those things were hard to do. Man, we worked really hard to get it done, and we get it done, and we're ready for our aha moment. And one of my leaders looks at me and goes, should we have done that? And I was like, you kidding? But he was right, because he was looking ahead and he was seeing, are we extracting the value? And he was willing enough to challenge the fact that, and be courageous enough to understand that things do change. This is an evolving ecosystem. We can't afford to stay stagnant. And my team existed and was brought into Wells Fargo because of the fact that we wanted to have a bigger role at the table. We wanted to be in the conversations. And at that time, and still now, it did require a level of subject matter expertise that your marketing managers were inundated with campaigns and strategy and planning. And then we kind of expected them to know ad tech and data and platforms and be able to have those conversations. And they're like, dude, how much can I do in a day? And so we found that we needed to support the marketing environment and our marketing partners by bringing those subject matter experts to the table and being reliant on ourselves, taking that ownership around data, taking that ownership around where our ads are going, and not, and leveraging our agencies for what they're great at and what their skills are. And, about a year or two ago, we made a really significant shift in how my team operated. And we kind of we saw ourselves as the support for the marketer, right? Our internal, we were that, because that's what we were set up to do. We were set up to support our marketing colleagues and make their lives easier by bringing data and technology and platforms together and helping to solve that whole operational process, thought leadership piece so that they could execute the cool campaigns that drove value. Right. And we would get all that stuff out of the way and let them focus on their job. We'd focus on our job, and boom, poof, we'd have this great solution at the end. We realized that when we did that, we alienated the agency. Okay. And we weren't working with them. We were starting to work against them. So we got into this conversation with they're a consumer too. We have to support them too. They're trying to operate on these platforms. They're trying to deliver. Holy crap, they're part of the story. And so we made a significant shift to partner closer with them on the tools that we were making, and closer with them on the decisions and on the activation, and hearing their needs, treating them almost like a customer in some cases, almost like our marketing partners, and starting to understand how we could make them work better too, based on the fact that we had taken an aggressive role in owning our platforms and had taken a more aggressive role. And how do we really set our agency up to be successfully support our marketing managers too? And that was really different. I think sometimes they were like, this is cool. And sometimes they were like, oh my God, can't you just let me do it? And I can totally appreciate that, because this is different. We used to call your agency and it was like mad scientists over there, and you trusted them with your entire business and said, here you go, please do a good job. And as most of these things became about data, advertisers had to step up and step back into the ecosystem and be more educated about what it means to be an advertiser. And it formed this really awkward relationship with our agency. And I feel good about how we've pivoted, how we recognize that that wasn't working, and started to build a tighter relationship. And we are not perfect, man. We step on ourselves, that's for sure. But we try, and we operate with the mind that our ultimate goal is to support anybody and everybody trying to get the right experience in the market. And that's our job. And how do we make that happen? And it kind of requires you to operate and be willing to operate differently and be willing to be misunderstood. Bezos has that quote that I just love, and where he says part of being, an inventor is willing to be misunderstood for a long time. And I champion that some days, and some of those hard days where I'm like, why does anybody get it? I'm like, just be willing to be misunderstood and move on.
So, but you've taken the right steps, right? The whole steps of taking everything and owning it and having that accountability, but also getting smarter, right? That was I think the main goal of all brands who did take that tumultuous path, is to get smarter and to make sure that everyone has a more accessible flow and access to that valuable, rich intelligence or data, right? It also allows you, specifically now in terms of reevaluating partnerships, you can call bullshit. You know exactly when someone is doing the right thing or not the right thing. And you can really sniff out where the positive and the negative is really kind of coming out of a particular pitch from a vendor or from a partner. And also, it's also allowing you to move faster. I think this year specifically, and again, we didn't really talk about the larger elephant in the room with the pandemic, but I think setting the tools in place and setting the pathways in place for your brand to move faster is just a step closer for making sure that when you do have to make hard decisions and fast decisions across the supply chain, you're able to do so. And so I want to kind of just pose a question to you about that in terms of agility, right? I'm curious what you've learned this year around the need and functionality of agility as a large organization responsible for so many moving parts, but also how has that, or how will that change your relationship with the actual supply chain, with publishers, the people who are putting up the media, the people who are, providing the media for you to bid on, and then who are essentially showing that creative, providing that experience to your consumers?
It goes back to partnerships matter. And I think that's a good theme coming from the last conversation into this conversation. Building an ecosystem with flexibility in mind. We have a lot of regulation. We're a financial services institution. We cannot afford to, we've got a lot of hoops to jump through for all the right reasons that they're there. But as advertisers and digital marketers specifically, digital advertisers specifically, we have to figure out how to make that flexible. And our selection of partners had a lot to do about flexibility. How quickly could we operate? I remember the first time we were tested on that was back in 2016, 2017, where overnight we had to get a message in market. Overnight, we were scrambling. We had to change an entire planning, an entire message in market really, really quickly. And I remember our agency pivoted to one of our programmatic providers, and boom, we were already set up with the right PGs, the right PMPs, the right open exchange. And what would have taken days and weeks to negotiate deals took minutes, and they could go to market without all of the rigor and the not rigor, but the operational complexity that we love to build into the ad ecosystem because we think it's fun. And, we could go to market. I remember I was like, wow, this works. It was tested. And when coming into this year, we've had to have so much flexibility. So much reaction. Should we be in market? Should we not be in market? As a financial services institution, we're an essential business. That was a bizarre time to be in, where it was like, we're advertisers. It's marketing. In an essential business, what role do we have to play? What role does our advertising have to play in communicating with our consumers? And our leadership was very bold in wanting to leverage not only our owned channels, but our paid channels as a way to get the message out about what was happening, what was happening in our branches, what solutions were available to our consumers, how they could continue to operate, because as an essential business, you still had to have access to your money. That had to be there. And there's a lot of people who still love to go into that branch. It's an important part of their relationship with their money and their relationship with their bank. And that was taken away from them in some instances. And that was really uncomfortable. So it was on us to kind of figure out how we could make them know about, hey, we're going to make things easier. We're shifting. There's other things you can do. You don't have to be relying on that branch experience because it's a little bit harder to do in a pandemic than last Saturday when, you just wanted to go talk with a teller. But, it was interesting to kind of how our leadership and was able to, because of the flexibility and agility we built into the system, and because of the data backend that we had to identify what was working and what wasn't, leverage the paid ecosystem as a channel to message to our consumers. And that was really powerful, and it helped. It was able to amplify the messages we were trying to get out to our consumers in different ways, to help the service messaging, help them know that they still had solutions. And a lot of learnings from that, a lot of learnings from how consumers perceived that engagement, a lot of learnings from how operationally we could do it, what our bumps were. We didn't have one of our learnings was we didn't have a lot of information in marketer fingertips. We had a lot of information with our analysts, and we had a lot of information with our data and tech teams, and a lot of information with our agencies. But our marketers that were trying to execute service messaging didn't have a lot of information at their fingertips about what was going on. And so that's something that, we've taken to heart and tried to identify. How can we get more of the data that matters, the information that matters in the fingertips of the marketers, without having to have such a heavy reliance on, oh my God, could you pull that report real quick and send it out to everybody?
So in the time we have left, we only have a few minutes left. There's a couple questions from the audience, the virtual audience that lives here, that I want to address. And so one of the ones that came across that seemed the most interesting, we talked about how you're addressing your external partners and how you're re-engaging and redefining your relationship with the agency, how you're probably going to be looking towards or have already started to build these private marketplace type engagements with the supply chain. But internally with your team, has your management style changed? Are you doing things differently this year, not only with the pandemic, obviously we're virtual, but with all the changes and all the disruption that you've had? What would be, has anything changed? And do you have any recommendations for other people in your position and leadership positions in terms of how they are approaching and engaging with their team?
Yeah, I think the first is that, and I've always done this, but I start every call with my team is, how's everybody doing? This is weird. Right. And just kind of like a recognition that we are surrounded by disruption, and that can be super disturbing. It can be super exciting. And we talk about it. We don't just kind of jump into the business, or we kind of just encourage this open conversation to talk about all of it, be it I'm working from home in a makeshift desk and I have to get my kid on Zoom. Can everybody hold for a minute? And making that is part of our team, it's part of our lives, and it's what we have to expect and give our team members so that they feel comfortable operating in these environments and operating in this different way. We try to do a lot of face-to-face Zoom hours, be it team meetings or, lack of a better term, happy hours or something, just to see people. I think when the pandemic first took off, that Zoom took off, right? But and online portals were just like, wow. And I think Zoom's become, I don't say we use Zoom, it's like become default for online conferencing now. But a lot of those conversations we started to do more and more. I want to see you. And I remember first seeing my team, I'm like, oh my God, I forgot what you guys look like. We spend a lot more time on the phone, a lot more impromptu conversations, get it off IM, get it off email, jump on a call, jump 3 people on a call, jump 4 people on a call. I think the other thing is that this year, because of the disruption, we're constant reinforcing for each other that I got you back. Like we're out on a limb in some of these conversations. There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot of predictions we're trying to make. There's a lot of point of views we're trying to develop, and we have to support each other, and it has to be okay to get it wrong, because you're going to get it wrong. If we got it all right, we would be billionaires right now. We're not, and so we're going to have to get it. And it's okay to change your mind. It's okay to say, I thought this yesterday, but then this happened. And now we have to start thinking this way, and luckily I'm surrounded by leadership that finds that fascinating and encouraging. And I think the last part is that I encourage my team members to ask questions. We have, a big quote at Wells Fargo is seek to understand where people are coming from, that there is disruption in our space, but in our personal lives, and that somebody could be just having a bad day, and that they're, their dog could have just run in, their kid could have just run in, they could have not had childcare that day. You don't know. Right. But our personal lives have melded up front with our professional lives. We try to recognize that that's human, and we all have to be a little bit more human right now. across the space. And so I hope it resonates. My team seems to reflect positively about that. They do their own conversations. And other team members, they seem to be building those bonds, but you got to be a lot more understanding and human right now, just across the board.
You have to, yeah. And so that leads me to my last and final question. And it's as we look to 2021, right? Look to 2022, look to the future. I'm just curious, and again, this whole conversation was really your point of view and really recommendations about what you've done. But I'm just curious, is there anything else or final thoughts that you want to give to our audience, which is, I'm sure, is a mishmash of marketers, ad tech, publishers, all that kind of stuff. But in general, it seems like we have to all work together as we move forward in 2021, right? Across the board, I feel like this is something that we as an organization, as an industry, need to just do and get right, or try to get right the first time as we start to reimagine what this is all going to look like. So what is your positioning around what that future state is going to look like, and any sorts of words of wisdom that you can provide to again, the lovely virtual audience that you'd like to impart on everyone?
Yeah, we've got a lot of predictions going, right? And so I think it's going to look a lot like, data is going to be stuck in some silos. We're going to have to figure out identity. Partnerships are gonna matter, and if not vendors, partners. I'm drafting off of the gentleman before me, but the strategic partners are gonna matter, and that relationship and how you leverage each other is gonna matter. I encourage everyone. I encourage my team to be courageous. Recognize that you're operating chaos. Recognize that you're not going to know all the answers to the question, and that you have to keep asking questions. And don't be afraid to ask. Don't be afraid to ask the hard questions. We're asking partners, what are you going to look like in 2022? What do you say right now? Do you have a plan? If you don't have a plan, can we be at the table to talk about the plan? If you're developing the plan, can we be part of the conversation? We like to know, and just gather as much information as you can, because there's no leading solution here. There's no crystal, no one's out there waving the flag saying, I got this. We're going to have to kind of figure it out. And you're only going to do that as if you're willing to ask and you're willing to listen and put the pieces back together on your side and be involved. Advertisers cannot afford to sit on the sidelines here, people. This is our customer data and it's our customer experience, and we have got to get in the game.
Yeah. Well said. Well, thank you so much, Allison. I really appreciate the conversation with you. Jeremy, back to you, I believe.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was great. And again, we really appreciate your time today. And it was a great conversation. So thanks so much. Cool. So I guess this is our close. I want to thank everybody for an amazing day, and a special thank you to all of our speakers today. I know I really enjoyed it. And again, it's a unique experience, again, sitting here on Zoom watching. But again, I was really engaged the entire time. So again, we hope you all will join this entire week as we close out our State of Industry Week. We'll be focusing on diversity and inclusion beginning at 11 a.m. tomorrow. And we'll be joined by leaders from McCormick, Unilever, WPP, PepsiCo, Reebok, and more. So thank you so much. And we appreciate everybody joining today.